Welcome to another Combox Watchalong. We have rain for what will be, when we get there, a very, very exciting game between Rajasthan Royals and RCB. Actually, you don't know about this, but I've just had a fascinating conversation in the group. I said to the group, it's raining. Can we come up with a podcast idea? And Saurabh and Varun come up with this really good idea. Cheyenne, they're all talking about it. They're really excited. And then I was like, great, let's get on the podcast. Right? And Saurabh's like, oh, I'm not available. Varun's like, I'm not available for an hour. And then Cheyenne just disappears on us altogether.
I said I was coming.
Yeah, but you're fucking late. The game was already supposed to have started. What are you doing? Stop playing with yourself.
Has the game started?
No, but the broadcast starts when the game starts, Cheyenne. I don't know if you know how these things work.
Yeah, but I was assuming
stop coming up with an excuse that no one cares about. Tell us what the topic is so that we can get into this, and then we'll, as the rain eases off, we think at the moment now, we're not too far away, so we'll give you the information on the match as we know it. But we had a topic that we thought we could talk about that Cheyenne has been doing so many notes on that he was late to the recording. So Cheyenne, tell us what you wanted to, tell us what the other two guys wanted us to talk about and then ghosted us on.
Yeah, so the topic was basically, should KKR have retained Shreyas Iyer in the first place? Was his non-retention justified? Like, that is the argument here, essentially.
Okay, so I think now the common consensus, if I can put it out for everyone, is that most people believe that it was a horrible mistake and that they shouldn't have done it at that time. I would have to go back and have a look at the notes and everything else of what I had written at the time, but I don't remember. I always thought it was a bit odd, though, because there aren't that many Indian batters of that quality in their prime, right, who you get rid of. I think what's made it look worse is that Shreyas is better now than he was at KKR, right?
Exactly.
But that last year, Cheyenne, I don't know how you replace a batter who averages 40 with a strike rate of 147. Was it 147 or 143? I just lost it. Right?
147, yes.
140. So you've got a guy about to hit his peak. I think he was about to hit, 28, 29 at this point, or was around 28, 29.
Yeah.
And you say to yourself, no, we're going to go with a guy called Venkatesh Iyer who's played very few games, right? And isn't as battle tested and isn't at the same level of talent. And Dre Russ, who comes off a great year, but is 1,000 years old and has knees who are 2,000 years old, right? I think even with that, there aren't that many players who are captaincy material and absolutely dead certainties in your middle order that are available. So I can understand why fans are looking at it from that perspective and thinking that this wasn't a good idea. Cheyenne, what's your rebuttal?
See, essentially, I think we are obviously warping our opinions with the current version of Shreyas Iyer, who is an elite player of pace as well as spin. Back when he had that great season, back when we had a very good season with KKR, I wouldn't say it was a great season simply because he didn't have to do a whole lot. Salt and Narayan were scoring all the runs, and that meant Shreyas could do his job against spin. Like, he was a solid role player for me, and I mean, he was a good captain as well. And
I think averaging 40s over a role player, though, isn't it?
Jared, I mean, the true strike rate, I think, is about par for that season, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. And
but I don't think you're a role player if you're averaging 40. Like, that's carrying a big load, man.
Let me look this up. Anyway, so while I'm talking about that, the point being that, if you look at that KKR team, there are so many options of players that you wanted to retain in the first place. So we had, first of all, their biggest retention was Rinku Singh, who they retained for 13 crores, which is more than fair. I think we can all agree on that, simply because you don't get finishers of Rinku's quality. Now, what has happened after that is perhaps something none of us could have seen coming, that he has not really had the same amount of returns, but he was winning them games. In 2024, he didn't have to do a whole lot, I will give you that, but that was a function of the top order having the season.
I've got no problem with keeping Rinku at 13 crore, was it? That seems
Rinku
fair.
They had at 13. Correct.
Yep.
Then they had Varun at 12, which has to be a steal, right? Like, none of us are arguing that, for sure. And even with his current form, like, that is very recent, like, very, very recent. Now, in hindsight, you can say anything, but I think at that point, he was one of the hottest properties in the market when it comes to spin bowling, right? Then you've got Sunil Narayan for 12 crore. I think that is also fair. He had perhaps the greatest season for any player ever in the IPL in 2024, when you look at it from an all-round perspective. I mean, nobody was able to hit him. He was taking wickets. He was scoring runs at a very, very brisk pace. So I think they had to keep him. uh, Andre Russell, who they have for 12 crore. Now, your logic about his, him having knee issues and getting on, I think that is fair. But how do you not keep him when he has the season that he does in 2024, right? Like, he's one of their important players in that year.
Yes, but the other way of looking at this, and we talked about it at the time, is there was always a chance within 1 to 2 years that Narayan and Andre Russell were going to be done, right?
Fair.
And so this is a new cycle, right? So if it's a new cycle, who is the better option here? You can't replace Andre Russell, right? But chances are in the mega auction, they weren't going to be able to replace Shreyas Iyer either.
I think
Just
that
to
is
chip
fair.
in here, I mean,
Sorry, actually, you're part of this. It's just because we've already been chatting about this on the other group.
exactly, this
Yes,
topic
please.
is more of an extempore for me where I'll just have to improvise on the go and come up with points.
Yes.
I do agree with what Shayan had to say. 2024 heading into the auction, if you ask me, had KKR done the right move, I don't think it was a wrong move per se. By having seen what they did at the auction, spending 23.75 on Venki Iyer and some of their buys, that definitely in hindsight makes it even more stupid. Also about Varun Chakravarti, what you spoke about him being retained for 12 crores, we need to remember that he was retained for 12 crores, but the purse deduction was 18. He was their fifth retention, making him an 18 crore deduction from the purse. And that for me, even then, was a very stupid move because I'm not going to look at how much Varun Chakravarti is actually costing me. It's not the 12 crore number that matters, it's the 18 crore number
Fair.
because that's the deduction. And I did not believe Varun Chakravarti would have gone for 18 crores at the auction. And that's where I couldn't understand why did they have to do that. Same goes for Ramandeep Singh. I felt in terms of the retentions, the fact that they had already sort of, they'd already reduced their purse by 79 crores, I want to say 79.5, because in each of this, they completed all of the 6 slots. I felt that's where they probably lost the plot. They really went overboard in trying to retain their players. We all remember that extremely popular quote by Venki Mysore, when he spoke about buying Venki Iyer, he was like, we are not the kind of team who lets go of our players. We want to buy back everyone we want. We saw that in the 2022 mega auction as well. They went after Pat Cummins, they went after Nitish Rana, they went after Shivam Avi. We've seen this pattern with them where they want to go after their players or go back to their players. So having seen all of this, Shreyas Iyer, I don't know if there was any bad blood there. But yeah, it was very bizarre for me. Having seen how the auction panned out, yeah, it was a very bizarre move for sure.
So I'm just having a look here at the numbers in 2024 of Shreyas Iyer. That year, he averages 28 at a strike rate of 144 against pace. So that is the year I was commentating on that year. And so I remember I was doing a lot of Cricket 8 stuff. And I remember saying he looked so much better against pace. The pattern was already there, right? We had seen it. That year against spin, he averaged 129 against the spinning ball with a strike rate of 151. Now, so if we go Moneyball on this, right? You have to be able to recreate it. No one thought that Narayan was going to have a bunch of more incredible batting seasons because it had never been consistent before. Yeah. The Narayan Russell thing absolutely makes sense because it's such a dynamic partnership. But if you take it into that part of the mega auction, right, at best, you think that you might still be competitive by year 2, right? So I'm happy for them to have done that with Andre Russell. But then why spend 23 crore on a guy who had been wildly inconsistent, who was a late bloomer, it wasn't like he's a sky late bloomer either, right?
Definitely.
When you could have spent 5 more crore on a player who gives you extra skill because he's a captain as well.
Correct.
Might be one of the best players of spin. So I just think I think it's hard to say that KKR made the right decisions. If you say they made the right decisions with retentions, I think then you have to say that they had to win in 2025, right? Or hope that Andre Russell was still here. And the other thing I would say just about injuries in general, just about Andre Russell in general, I would hope, and I could be wrong on this, guys, that they would know more about Andre Russell's knees than the rest of us do, right? Yeah. We know that every year it was a strain for him to get back on that field. Yeah. So you're taking a big chance to be able to do that, right? There isn't another Andre Russell. No other team was going to be able to get him for more than 1 or 2 years anyway. Whereas once you go, it's very hard to get KL Rahul or Virat Kohli or, any of these players, right, in the auctions. right? It's really hard to get them. And so I just think from that perspective, and that's one of the reasons Shreyas Iyer went for so much money, right?
He did.
It's not because of how good he is, because we all agree he went for too much money, and we all talked about that at the time. But we also said the reason people have paid him is he's an Indian player coming into his prime, and he can give them captaincy. That means that we can make the argument that he wasn't worth that much money, but he was specifically worth that much if you're trying to build a franchise around someone, right? Yeah. And I think this is the thing that I have the issue with of... I get that Andre Russell is really, really hard to replace and that they would have had to change the way that they went about things. But I don't think they understood how hard Shreyas Iyer was to replace.
Now, Jared, I think the argument here would be, would Shreyas be retained for, say, 12 crore? Or how much would you retain him for in the first place? Would you also not know his market value and want to be retained for a higher amount?
No. I think it's fair. Let's go with their logic and say that they didn't want to retain him at that point, right? The argument really is that they have to retain him in the auction. That they actually just go and buy him. Right?
That I cannot disagree with you at all.
Right?
I mean, Jared.
So if that's what I'm saying, I think it's okay to say we don't have him here, but I don't really understand why you don't retain him in the auction and you go for a player that cannot be at the same level of quality.
Of course.
So I don't think KKR were ever intending to sort of let go of him entirely. He was very much a part of their plans, and he was also approved by them. You know, when the retentions happened, it's not like they completely sort of went cold turkey on him and like, yeah, we don't want him anymore. The disagreement stemmed from the fact that Iyer believed, he deserved more than 18 crores, and KKR, again, rightfully so, believe that he probably doesn't deserve the 22, 23, 24, whatever he was expecting. Once again, the question then is, why didn't Rahul went for 14 crores? I still don't understand. There were options available. I would still say, to add to what Jared said, they probably underestimated how difficult it would be to replace Iyer. I still believe there were options available, but they just ignored all of them. They ignored each and every option available of the very few that were there. And they went after Venkatesh Iyer like a mad, I don't know. Okay, I should probably hold on to my words a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Venki is he actually has a good year in 2024, right?
He does.
But how old would he have been? So I'm just trying to get his age. So he's like 39. Maybe? But he's not coming off the back of like bunches of good years, right? So in 2021, he had a very good year in terms of average. Remember, everyone was really excited about him.
Exactly.
But his strike rate wasn't particularly good, and
that would be UAE, Jared. I think that some of that would be UAE.
Oh no, I'm just saying. But either way, I mean, everyone was really excited about him. I kept saying, guys, he gets stuck all the time. This guy, right?
Yeah.
He is. The next year, he averages 17. Right? Strike rate of 107. Great. Everyone has a bad year. I can write that off. The following year, he averages 28 at a strike rate of 145. Right? And then he has one good year. The chances are that there's going to be one or two just not even bad years, but just gearing back years at that point. And yet it doesn't seem to and so if you're going to pay 23 crore for someone, surely there has to be a banker. Right? Now, if you look at Shreyas Iyer is a banker, not in terms of his overall career, because as we just said, he was up and down as well. But he's a banker in the terms of, he's going to average over 30, right? No matter what. His worst year, I'm just trying to think. So Shreyas Iyer, Jesus Christ, he's consistent. Shreyas Iyer, other than 6 games for Delhi in 2016, had never averaged under 30, right? So at the very least, you're getting consistent runs out of him. But then on the other side, you're also getting the captaincy, right? Which is another skill that you're going to have to bring in. I just don't see how, if you're doing the maths, right, the 23 crores plays off against the 28, unless you suddenly think that Venki is going to bowl like 3 overs a game, or maybe not 3, even 2 overs a game.
Yeah.
Can I chip in here?
You can chip in anytime.
I completely agree with what you said on Iyer. Again, I don't think KKR ever thought that Venkatesh Iyer was going to go for 23.75. For what it's worth, I've heard from credible sources that RCB themselves had earmarked 15 crores for Venki. Their plan was to stop at 15. But because Venkatesh Iyer was such a big part of their plans, they decided to go a bit further. And I think they'd also saved some money early on Livingston and the likes. And importantly, KKR had already lost out on Iyer. He was already sold by then to Punjab Kings. There were no other names left. Rishabh Pant had been sold. KL Rahul had been sold. Venkatesh Iyer, in all likelihood, was the last you can probably call him marquee. That's still a bit of a stretch, but arguably the last marquee Indian batter available in the auction who could potentially also offer you a bit of a leadership choice. He's supposed to be a nice guy, provides a positive energy in the environment. All of those things might have also somewhere played a role. And that's where I think it's one of those things what Joy Bhattacharya calls the IKEA effect, wherein they knew that this is the last piece available, there's nothing else. So we have to bloody hell put all our eggs in this Venki Iyer basket. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't want to believe the dynamics also somewhere played a role in him getting the price he did.
Okay, so the other way of looking though at this is it wasn't just there was actually plenty of proof at this stage that a lot of Indian batters were going to be overpaid.
Yeah.
Right? So Rishabh goes for 28 as well. Was it 28?
27.
Yes. 27,
Yeah,
I knew it was roughly around there.
Correct.
Shreyas has already gone for money or going to go for money at that point as well, right? So I get what you're saying, actually, but at a certain point, you have to realize that the auction is not the auction that you had planned for. This is one of the problems with the auctions. It's so hard to plan for an auction. And so it turns what is professional league into a far more amateur situation, right?
But what you call a bug is a feature for me. That's exactly what I love about the auction. Seeing teams completely be in disarray.
Yeah, but I mean, just if you want professional teams to make good decisions, it's a pain in the ass, right? Like they're going to make mistakes as it is. I don't need them to go out of their way and make them even worse. But the point being is, I think you have to also then read the room in this. And like, as someone who's been through a couple of auctions in my time, there's a certain point at which you actually have to be in a situation and be like, what we came in valuing these players at is not what the market is currently valuing them at, right? And so we can all sit there and say that, these players were overpaid, or, these players were, went, or whatever it may be. But I think you have to go, okay, so whatever reason, Indian batting is getting paid today, right? And so if you have that opportunity, in which direction do you need to go, right? And there's probably some other players that they overpaid as well, right? If we go back and
Jared, Venkatesh has to be the anomaly there. Sorry, Shan.
Yeah, that is the biggest one. But Jared, I have a very interesting point actually. So I was going through Shreyas Iyer's.
I hope you have an interesting point, Shayan. Otherwise, what are we doing here?
In the 2025 mega auction, they capped it at 10 crore. So they didn't go after 9.75 is essentially what happens. And then after that, it's the other teams that take over from there. So Delhi and Punjab keep bidding. I believe it is them who keep bidding till the end. Yeah, it is Delhi and Punjab who keep bidding right till the end.
Yeah.
Which tells us that perhaps they had a value for Shreyas Iyer in mind. Maybe they were like, cap it at 10. We can't go for Shreyas Iyer for more than 10 CR. It just purely based on his cricket.
Okay.
But then when you're going for
which I think that's fair, what you've just said. If that's the case, then they've made a horrible mistake, haven't they? Because they've completely misunderstood what the market is going to do. And also, I would argue, more importantly, forget the market for a minute, they've actually misunderstood the worth of a player like him in that kind of a situation.
Yeah.
Also,
Jared, when we did the IPL big boards, we also had Shreyas really high. Like he was second for us, I believe. After Rishabh, we had Shreyas. So we knew that he was going to go for money. Like whether you like it or not, he is someone who's going to peak.
And we're not smart, right? Like, as in, we've made plenty of mistakes if you go through. And we probably, how long would we have spent on that big board, Sean? Like,
not a whole lot, like 3-4 days max. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Not a whole lot of time.
And all we were doing is reading the tea leaves of what teams needed, right? And understanding, one of my big things was that a local player who is a banker, right, is worth a lot of money. Especially when they have anything secondary to come about with.
Also, just think KKR's difference about Shreyas Iyer. Sure, they stopped bidding at 10 crores, but it could potentially be that the cap was anywhere between 10 and say 25. The cap could have been 25. But because Punjab Kings had already placed that bid at 20, they went up to 26.75. So, they'd already sort of maxed out there. We wouldn't ever really know what the cap was. I still want to believe they weren't daft enough to cap Shreyas Iyer at 10 crores because
I'm just guessing it from the auction list. That's all.
Exactly. Yeah. But KL Rahul, that's the bigger shocker for me because KL Rahul, I think they went up to 12 for him before CSK took over. And when, you see Malika Sagar saying once, twice, you can clearly see this player's going to go at 14. Why on earth would you let KL Rahul go at 14? And same goes for Ishan Kishan. Sure, you've lost everyone else, but Ishan Kishan, I don't think is that bad a player.
We had him very high too, Akshay.
Yeah.
We knew he's young. He's going to peak at some point. Is he not?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that was that. How much did he go for that year?
14.25.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember saying, and I think most people think I'm into Shan Kishan Delta, but even I was saying, I think that's a really, really good buy.
Yeah.
But okay, here's the other thing. One thing that helps KKR, I believe, is the order of the auction. Right? Because it's not as if they've already spent an absolute fortune by the time Shreyas Iyer comes up. Is he the second or third player that year? I'm just trying to find it on here.
And Nishan Kishan is 11.25. I stand corrected. Thanks for correcting me the comments as well.
Even better, 11.25. Also, I've got it down here. We keep saying 28. I've got it down 26.75.
Shreyas is 26.75. Pant is 27.
Either way, close enough. I've got here, and I could be wrong, but I'm just trying to find an old website that's actually got it in the order that it came up. Arshdeep was first, Rabada was second, and Shreyas was third, right? Okay, so let's say I can't imagine anyone thought he was going to go for 10 crore, but let's say that you had him down in your list for 18 crore, right? Which is fair. I do think at a certain point, you have to actually look at, are there players later on who will be able to replicate this that we want to have in our side, right? So who goes afterwards? Rishabh Pant comes out later, right? So a KKR realistically looking at Rishabh Pant, knowing that he's probably at this stage going to go for a similar amount? Yes, no, could be either, right? We don't know that. Who comes after that as far as local players? I'm just having a look. So I've got Rishabh.
KL Rahul was there somewhere.
I've got Shami. Wait, I'll just get to KL. He must be a bit further on. So that's after Livingston. Yeah. So he goes for 14 crore. We know a lot about how KKR plays its cricket, right? I'm going to assume they didn't think that KL Rahul was their style of player. And I'm going to assume that they didn't think that Rishabh Pant was their style of player, right? They're not left with many bankers, specifically.
True.
And we've talked about this before. What are they best at with the ball, guys?
Spin.
So they have to make sure on occasions that their wickets are going to spin a little bit and help their spinners. So wouldn't you want the guy who averaged 129 against spin at more than 1.5 runs a ball, right? So there is an element of it. I think it goes a bit further than, just on a very basic level of going, they shouldn't have let him go. It's far more complicated than that. And I give, Asorab isn't here and Varun isn't here, but they came up with sort of similar kinds of this. But I also think you have to think about the whole board. I don't think any of us three think that they were realistically in the KL Rahul business. There's a possibility, I suppose, they thought they could rehab Rishabh Pant. Right? But who had the better 2024 out of those two guys? I'm trying to remember what Rishabh Pant.
Rishabh had a couple of decent knocks, but was very average that season. It was his comeback season.
Is that the one where he made like a 80 or 80 or 90 in one game? Yeah.
Against
he had I remembered it as a good season, but I was going through the true numbers. I believe he was at -6 for true strike rate. Not quite that good.
I mean, his raw numbers look good. They could have made that decision as well. It's possible that Rishabh Pant got away from them, right? But if you get to the point where Rishabh Pant has kind of already got past you as well, like now, once they didn't take Shreyas Iyer, and this is one of the other big things with the auction, is sometimes you have to make a bad decision early, right? So that you can structure the rest of your picks, right? And I think that perhaps what they did is they didn't want to make that decision. And so they've ended up in a situation where the future of KKR, none of us know what it is. Right?
That is true. Yeah. Also, Jared, I feel like another issue is because they spent so much amount in retaining all the players, like they retained so many players, it already took out a big chunk of their purse. So they perhaps didn't want to spend a whole lot of money on Shreyas right at that point. But I don't know what happened later that they changed their mind suddenly when it came to Venki and paid him 23, which we all knew was not going to be the right call, right? Like,
my guess is, I'm just trying to have a look here, but my guess is that Venki's still quite early on day one, isn't he? So
I want to say set 3. He was batters 1. So after the marquee sets, he came right in.
Correct.
So
makes sense.
I just think that I'm not sure that Venki can obviously still improve from where he is at the moment. But I just find it very hard to think that you would ever think that he would have a higher ceiling than Shreyas.
I don't think that's the case once again. I
Yeah.
genuinely think because they'd seen every other player already go by, and in their heads, they probably thought Venki Iyer is the last option available. They probably didn't rate Ishan Kishan just as highly. They probably didn't rate Jitesh Sharma or Dhruv Jurel. I mean, Dhruv Jurel was rated.
You can't build a team around Jitesh, to
Yeah,
be fair. I will give
exactly.
you that.
Yeah. So they probably then thought Venki Iyer is the last option available. He's already been a part of our setup, so there is a bit of that, familiarity.
I
So
would argue,
they-
though, you also can't build a side around Venki.
You can't. I agree
I think
with
the
you.
three guys that you can build a side around at this point, right, have to be Rishabh, KL, and Shreyas, right?
Agreed,
I think even with Ishan, I wouldn't say it's a flyer with Ishan because I thought he would come good at some stage in this mega auction.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're saying
He's a maybe.
Yeah, he's we can pay him. Let's see how he goes. And let's be honest, he
Exactly.
wasn't particularly good last year, Ishan.
He wasn't.
right?
He wasn't.
It's
Exactly.
easy to
He
have
had
this
2 big
conversation
knocks.
now, right?
Yeah.
But that's a little bit different. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, you've got Jitesh. There really isn't that much else, is there?
Yeah. So that definitely played a role for both RCB. RCB always had Venki Iyer as part of their plans.
Yeah, I mean, they got him this season,
Okay,
right?
yeah, exactly. And another thing to add, like about KL Rahul, I actually do think KKR did have or did rate KL very highly because even before the season began, they really went after KL during the trade window. They were the one team extremely active when it came to approaching DC, approaching KL himself. Please, because they knew they need a top order bat, they need a phase. They also important.
You're saying for this year, though.
Yeah, ahead of this year. So clearly they rated him, is what I want
But
to
they
say.
rate him now. My point is, I can see why they might rate him now, but that's because they've let Shreyas go, right?
Fair,
Because
could
if
be.
they rated him then, he went for a ridiculously low amount compared to these other guys, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
exactly.
That's true.
14 for KL is a good deal. I think I remember you
Yeah.
saying, Jared, at the time that you take that any day. Like that is a solid.
Yeah. Seriously,
I mean, you hope that he becomes the KL that we saw for 15 minutes 10 years ago. But even if he doesn't, it's just the consistency.
Exactly.
You can
You get the
thing-
bank with him.
Yeah, the thing about guys like we're just having the toss, by the way. So we'll give you all the updates on that in a little while as they happen. But I think the thing about someone like KL is at least you know there is a guaranteed amount of runs coming. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
So, it's the same with Virat. Like, with RCB, the problem with them was not that Virat was playing for them, right? It's that they didn't build the side around Virat in the way that if you're going to have a player like that, well, then you need to spend more money on bowling and everything else. Anyway, any final thoughts on this? And then we can turn our attention to this game.
No, I think in some ways Punjab going for him, I feel like was interesting because they had Ricky Ponting and they also were going through an overhaul of sorts, were they not? And we've seen that Shreyas and Ponting have worked together. They've had some success with Delhi. I mean, they didn't win a title, but they had that good period where Delhi were making the playoffs and even made a final. But I know we've had some issues with Ponting's with Ponting's coaching, I think, where maybe he turns players into anchors and all of that stuff. But I mean, you cannot
I've
deny
never
that
said that
these
before,
things.
Cheyenne.
I mean, but we cannot deny that these things where you know who you're working with, right? Like that familiarity aspect always helps. I think that's an important role. And Punjab did a pretty good. They built their team around Shreyas. Like that is exactly what they did they not? And then his big season finally came.
Yeah, I think just to sort of wrap it up, I think it's more complicated than most fans are making it, right?
Definitely.
And also,
Agreed.
the one thing that we haven't talked about is I was pretty high on Shreyas in that season in 2024 because I thought we were seeing a breakthrough. But I could have been wrong, and the next year he could have come back and averaged 35 again at a strike rate of 150 when the league had changed, right? The fact is that since then he's had a strike rate of 170, which I don't even think I expected, right? I probably expected him to get to 155, right? So even though I was higher than most people on Shreyas Iyer, I didn't see that. And I think that we do have to remember, and I hope this podcast has, sort of, reminded people how complicated this stuff is. Right.
Yeah.
And it's not always easy. And as actually I said before, there's a sense of chaos in the auctions that you can't really deny at all. Anyway, we'll release this as if you've just come in like 15 minutes in and like, I want to hear more arguing about Shreyas Iyer. We will be releasing this as an independent show and as a podcast as well. But there is a game, and it looks dry from what I can tell at the moment. And the Royals have chosen to bowl. I don't know if I have the team list in front of me.
One change for Rajasthan. Brijesh Sharma comes in for Tushar Deshpande. That's one change.
Oh,
Why?
that's an interesting one.
Yeah, I was also a tad bit surprised because I personally, to be honest, I didn't really think much of Vijay Sharma. It was a fairly innocuous debut. Bold 125, 130s. Tushar didn't do too badly after that last over highs.
Do they want
So,
a slower ball sort of a bowler, maybe someone that can hit the wicket with slower balls to slow RCB down? Like that's I think one way to keep RCB quiet in the middle.
I'm just having a look at the notes that Parag says. He says that he does use the word rest with Deshpande.
yeah.
That doesn't mean he's not dropped, by the way, but it could just be because he missed the first game as well, right? So they've used Brajesh twice. It might be that he's not 100% fit and they're trying to ease him into the season rather than going all in.
Rain
Duffy
back
is-
on, by the way, folks. It's
Sorry?
raining heavily. It's raining heavily already in the middle of the toss.
Is
Partizan
it?
was talking. Yeah, it's already started raining again. Yeah, they're all running for cover.
I was just watching. I didn't see that at all.
Yeah.
What I will tell you is that Duffy is out and Hazelwood is in.
Yep.
So no one was quite sure if Hazelwood was going to come back from this game. It was about a 50-50 chance. So I think we've got our first understanding of what's going to happen with Duffy is that they're not going to try the three seamers up front. They're going to separate them. We did talk about whether they could do that earlier in the season. But yeah, the Royals have won the toss. It is raining at the moment. But yeah, what else can we talk about then? Now that we've got more of a break before this, I'll say this that what have I got here? So Rajasthan were a 52% chance of winning the game, having won the toss. Oh, you're right, it's hammering. Having won the toss, it goes up to about 54% chance. So it's still fairly an even game, but the toss is seen as quite important there. Did you guys see the piece? Well, I hope Cheyenne did because he pretty sure he posted it on our site. But actually, did you see the piece that we wrote about players and whether they're really good against pace or really good against spin and this kind of piece?
The one that came out yesterday, Ajinkya
Yes.
Rahane and I watched the video, not the piece, unfortunately.
No, it's
but
fine.
yeah.
It's all the same
Yeah,
thing. It's
yeah,
the same. It's exactly the same thing, except you don't have to see my face, and you wanted to see my face, so that's on you.
I mean, you can see Jared's face in the screenshots also.
Yeah, I did think to myself, there's a lot of my face here. So let's start with Ajinkya Rahane. Yesterday, we saw an innings where he certainly came out, right, with a lot more intent against the spinners. He still got himself stuck a little bit at times, but we have him as basically on impact, basically as a +1 run per innings player against pace. So he's not like a beast against it, but he's good against it. And then we have him as a -4 against spin. And I could tell you the other players that were around him. In fact, I might even have the.
I remember Virat Kohli being a part of the same quadrant, but he was slightly higher up. Like he had a better.
But he was like just under on spin, I think.
Yes,
like
yeah.
closer -1 or something around that. I
Yeah,
think.
correct, and much higher on pace, of course.
Yeah, no, there's a couple of other players. So what I did was I just took the outliers, but I do actually have here the full. We can go through the full list. I mean, we've got a break. Let's just do it, guys.
Yeah.
How do I share this page again? Is it this thing? Oh, wait a minute.
And what is it? Pooran was the biggest outlier there. Pooran, Klaasen as well.
This guy was bro. Abhishek versus spin. I
Abhishek
think that
versus
was
spin, yeah.
that was the maddest one.
All right. I'm just going to bring this in, guys, if you can make it easier for us to see it. Vignesh or Rakshit. There we go.
Perfect.
All right. And I can do this. So obviously we can see just how much worse Rahane is than anyone else against spin. So there's a reason we shouted him out. And it's not because we're jealous. I am jealous. He's a good looking man, but not particularly of this record. This is the player I thought was most interesting, guys, is Rishabh Pant. And how bad he's been against spin. And we've had some questions about this as well. It's probably a potential piece going ahead, I think, Cheyenne, which is Rishabh Pant's record in Test cricket versus spin and his record in T20 cricket versus spin. And they do seem to be completely in different worlds, right?
Absolutely, Jared. And this is not new, right?
No.
Let's not get this wrong. It started from 2020 itself. He has consistently had issues against spin bowling. For some reason, I can actually look up his season-wise records too against spin. But yeah, in the meanwhile, we know that he has the ability to make it up against pace. But last season, he couldn't do either, Jared. And I went to watch the games. I went to watch the game against Chennai where Noor ran rings around him. He was not able to do anything. Like, Noor just bowled dry and Rishabh had no clue what he was doing about. Like, in that innings, I think he made, 63 of 49, I want to say. Which you would not take that innings like in IPL 2025, would you?
Well, you're not taking it. I can tell from the tone of your voice. It is a fascinating one. Actually, I was trying to explain it to someone the other day that what I find fascinating about it the most is that we've seen him against Jack Leach and Nathan Lyon and others with all the fielders out, right? Still absolutely whacking the ball everywhere and not having an issue. But there is a difference between the kind of freedom he has in Test cricket to play the attacking shots. Yeah. It's very rare that they have the 5 fielders out, which is also very different. And in Test cricket, the spinners are bowling attacking lines and attacking plans, and they're throwing the ball up. It might just be that he doesn't like it when it's darted in, and it doesn't suit him, because if you think about him at his best against spin, it's running down the wicket, and that's very hard to do in modern T20 cricket. These bowlers are all bowling 100 Ks an hour, right?
Yeah. But I feel
in Ronald's case, 120.
Yeah. He bowled 126 against CSK. I was like, that's a mad ball. And you could see it in Dubey's face. He just wanted to complain to the umpire. This is unfair, man. You can't do this. Yeah. But about Pant especially, a slightly more subjective take on that is quoting what Travis had said once. He said that I find Test cricket a lot more easier than T20s because there's no scoreboard pressure. I don't have to worry about that's one variable entirely taken out of the equation for me. So it makes it easier for me to just pace my innings the way I want to. And somewhere I want to believe that is also applicable for Pant because he has that pressure of having to calculate his innings, having to sort of know what exactly is needed, how to go about it. I think that's where he tends to crumble. Whereas in Test cricket, there's more often than not, that's taken out of the equation until you're batting in the 4th innings, chasing a specific target. You don't have that in your head. You can play the conditions. You can just play within yourself. You can know what to do just by yourself. You don't have to worry about anything else. It's a lot more internal, less external, if that makes sense. That I think has played a role for Pant especially. Yeah. But apart from that, I completely agree. Not just the lines and the lengths that bowlers bowl, importantly the field. I think the field plays a very big role because in Test cricket, more often than not, they tend to try and attack him, bait him into sort of going for his shots. Whereas in T20 cricket, you just spread your field, ensure you've got at least 5 fielders outside the circle. Yeah. That makes it difficult for him for sure.
Actually, are you aware of a cricketer called Michael Slater?
Of course, yeah.
Michael Slater, do you know what he averaged in Test cricket?
I know him more as a commentator, so not really.
So in Test cricket, he averages just under 43. Partly because he made about 7 or 8 scores in the 90s rather than going on getting 150s and boosting his average. He struck at a strike rate of about 53, 54. But in the 90s, most of his cricket was played. So in a slower era. And, if he played now, he'd certainly be one of the fastest scorers around. Do either of you know what his ODI record is?
I have no idea, but strike rate in the 60s, I would guess. 67, 68?
60. His strike rate was.
Oh, really?
But that's not the big story here. How about this? So he averaged 43 in Test cricket. He averaged 24 in ODI cricket, right? And my first thought, I remember looking at that. This is one of the first things I ever looked at Cricket Info as a kid, where I went deep into the numbers. Because I was like, I just thought to myself, but maybe he just made more runs for New South Wales. But in my head, I was like, I don't remember him ever making runs for New South Wales. So his List A stats, which I think is New South Wales and Derby, was it Derby? Yeah, Derby he played for as well. His List A stats there are 135 games. We don't have his strike rate, but 135 games at an average of 26. He never worked out how to play the white ball. Now, if you go back and look at clips of Michael Slater, you will see him smashing the first ball. He was doing Zach Crawley things before Zach Crawley was a glint in his old man's eye, right? Like, he was a really attacking opener, taking people down, hitting over, before we even had Sehwag, right? Really taking risks. He would usually get back into he wasn't as good against spin at times, so he would sort of come back a little bit against spin, but just a ferocious driver of the ball. And if you gave him width, he'd just throw his hands through it, right? You get him in one-day cricket, and instead of having 4 slips and a gully, he suddenly got a ring field on the offside. And my memory was that Michael Slater got caught quite a bit in the ring, right? Playing these big attacking shots, getting away with it, and then getting stuck because he wasn't a great strike rotator. He was better at hitting boundaries, but the teams were bowling to stop him trying to hit boundaries, right? Yeah. The field was set up to stop him from hitting boundaries. I haven't really seen a player... and if anyone could come up with one who's as attacking. Oh, Varun's here as well in the middle of a podcast. Why not? So I haven't really seen another player up until we've got to Rishabh Pant of someone who has been that good as an attacking player in red ball cricket, who hasn't managed to translate it over to white ball cricket, right? We've seen the opposite all over and over again, right? But we haven't
What
seen
about
this.
Slater?
That's who we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
So I wonder if that is where we end up with in the terms of someone like Rishabh Pant. And we just have to accept that there's just a reason, right? But the problem with that is we did actually see him dominate, whereas I don't think we ever really saw Slater dominate the white ball ever. We have seen that with Rishabh Pant. So
Jared,
I
you
find
want me to read out his true strike rates versus spin from 2016 to 19? Just
Yes.
by year. 36, 41, 39 and 17. For a 4-year stretch, he was the best player of spin in the league. All of this at good true averages, by the way. One couple of years he's closer to par, and then 2 years when he's at 13 and 23. So on raw averages, he's around 43, 40, 37, around that range, 47. So he's giving you runs, and he's doing it really, really fast. That player completely changed from 2020. What really happened there?
And that's fascinating, right? Like, is it just he doesn't move as quickly off the spot as he used to? Is it he changed his shots? Is he not playing the sweep as much? Is he playing the sweep too much?
We can.
I mean, do you think somewhere it also played a role that he did not play a lot of first-class cricket in the 2016 to 2019 period? Was definitely not really a part of the test scheme of things as well. He made his debut in the England series in 2018.
Yeah, 2018,
And
August
do you think
2018.
there's any? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's correlation or if there's any causation to be made between him making his debut for Team India in Test cricket and him becoming a Test cricketer. I mean, a blooming Test cricketer, and
I
that
see your
sort of.
point. I
Yeah,
agree with you as well. But the only thing would be he made runs in Australia. He made 100 in England. He made runs in Australia. Then he came back and dominated the IPL. So what are we missing? Like, what changed after COVID?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm really trying to understand here. Like, what is the flaw in his spin game in the IPL? Certainly. And another thing, Jared, on this is if you look at his numbers internationally, they're also really bad. So he never quite cracks T20 eyes, right? In the IPL, he has his run, which where
Yeah,
he's
that's what I mean.
perhaps the best.
I don't think it's just an IPL thing, right? I think we all know that it's actually translated right across the board. And yet,
Exactly.
we also have seen him be really good at white ball cricket. So it doesn't make as much sense as you would expect it to make. Just a couple of other players. I mean, you know, the three of us will one day have to do a piece on Rishabh Pant versus
Lock
spin
it.
and try and work out what the hell's going on. You've got someone like Jadeja here. I think this is fine. This is a guy you want to come in for the last 4 overs of the innings. And so he's not as good against seam as he used to be. He's getting a little bit older, so we're seeing the impact go down. But he can certainly hit a little bit at the end. This is a player that's quite interesting, though. And this is a pattern that we saw quite a bit over the years, that, you know, as good as Faf was against pace bowling, and specifically fast pace bowling, right?
Yeah.
He never really cracked spin in the IPL consistently, did he?
Sorry,
I
this
would
was
say
all
some of this
IPL?
is
This is just
No,
IPL,
this is-
yeah.
yeah
Last
from
2
the
years
time.
of IPL.
Last 2 years. So Jared, I would say
Okay.
some of this is the 2025 season where Faf doesn't really make runs in general. So I would assume those pull his numbers down. But yeah, generally I see your point for sure that he was much better against pace than he was against spin.
But
Yeah,
I'm actually surprised by this. I did not think he had a negative impact against spin versus, while playing for RCB, because he had three
I can look that
phenomenal
up for you.
seasons for them. Yeah.
So Akshay, in 2024, he had a true average of 14 at a true strike rate of 4, which is like good, but he's not like giving you huge impact on that,
Yeah.
right? And then the season before that, the one where he actually makes a lot of runs, where he makes 700 plus runs at a good true strike rate. Mind you, it was not like a start padding season or anything. He was playing properly well. His against spin though, his true average was 21, but at a strike rate of -10. So that was also a very pace heavy year for him, for RCB, when he made lots of runs.
Well, so what I would say about this is I'm not as interested about Faf here, but remember in the last podcast we were talking about building a team around Virat Kohli, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Virat Kohli is one of the best players of pace bowling in the world ever, right? Like just a brilliant player of high-end pace, especially in limited overs cricket. Why are you pairing him up with someone who's actually almost identical to him,
The same player.
right?
Like a beta version of the same player, right?
And I think that's what we're sort of talking about when we're saying, like, Faf du Plessis, if he's with, I don't know, Sunil Narain or Abhishek Sharma, would be a goat, right?
Yeah.
And we'll get to the Abhishek Sharma and Travis Head partnership later to show you how much better that works. But when you have Faf and Virat playing together, it doesn't really make any sense, and it's a mistake that they've ended up in that kind of position. Again, I'm not too worried about it. You're going to go up
on the
against a lot
Faf
of pace.
thing. Is that why you think him and Ruturaj worked so well in 2021? So I was just looking at the numbers.
Oh,
So in
that's a good one.
2021, Ruturaj had a strike rate of 154 versus spin. Faf is 108. Right? I think overall their numbers look quite similar. I think that's because Ruturaj just didn't
Yeah.
hit pace and Faf just doesn't hit spin. So it's so
wow.
they probably work quite well. Even
Can I
though
tell you one
Ruturaj
of
is
the
not
best-
an extreme hitter of spin, is right.
Yeah. I can tell you one of the best partnerships ever. And I had 3 different analysts that year contact me about this partnership. And it's not one of the most famous ones in IPL, but it's Chris Lynn with Sun on the Rain.
Oh, that
Right.
was very famous, wasn't it?
I mean,
It
very
is.
briefly though. I mean, I think it's a little bit more streets won't forget, Varun.
Yeah.
I don't think if we put a video
I
up
know
about
the-
it now, we'd get 20,000 views. Right?
No, because I remember even in 2018-19, I wasn't big on analytics, and even I was aware of it. So I was like, so it was, I think it
But
was.
those
no,
were
the
only
part-
2 years, right?
yeah.
It was 2017 as well, right?
2017 was the big one, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
17 and 18. Yeah.
So the reason it was so interesting is that Chris Lynn at that stage was one of the best hitters of pace in the world, and you couldn't really bowl spin to Sun on the Rain. So you didn't have to spend an absolute fortune on these players because neither of them were absolute stars. But what you ended up with was a partnership that is just a pain in the ass, right? And it was also there wasn't. I think I worked it out that the only thing you could kind of do was try and load up on left arm pace bowling because I don't think Chris Lynn was quite as good against it, and Sun on the Rain didn't particularly like left arm pace bowling, if I'm remembering correctly. Like this was a couple of years ago. But the point being is like you can actually. Like you can have Faf du Plessis and Virat Kohli in and not get the maximum amount of 2-star players that you're paying a fortune for, but you can actually have lesser players, right, and have a much bigger impact just by the way you put them together.
Yeah. So Jared, actually a very interesting point on this. Yeah, go on.
No, go for it, Shan.
No, I was just saying, so the Kohli and Faf thing, right? They replace him with Salt, and an underrated aspect of Salt's game is that he really takes down spin in the power play. So if you go back and look at a lot of games that happened last season, whenever teams would throw in a spinner in the power play, Salt would go for like 20, 12, those sorts of runs and just hit the spinner out of the attack. So that would make that partnership work. I think it was as simple as that, was it not?
I think in
Yeah, and I think with someone like Salt
right?
too, he's just
Yeah.
going to hit boundaries, right? He might not
Exactly.
last that long, but he
Exactly.
and if Virat's not going to hit boundaries, it's just that combination that again helps.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, this might be a slight digression, but with the Virat Faf partnership, an argument that's usually made and something that we saw here as well by Sankeet, they were looking at Faf as a captain as well. So how big of a role do you think that also plays while because you're looking to build, but at the same time you have these other boxes that you
Good
need to
point.
take in terms of leaders, in terms of all-rounders, options, vagera. So do you think then should you look at it as a package, or do you still want to look at it in isolation that you know what we're still talking about batting here?
I mean, some of this depends on whether there is another captain available that you could put into your side that can do the job, right? And I think that, I personally am not a big fan of people like Faf being the captain in this level of cricket because I don't think he's always an automatic player in every side. And I think if you're an overseas player, you have to be automatic in every single game to be a captain. Otherwise, you can cause issues, right? So I'm already nervous about Faf being my captain from that perspective. Then the second perspective is, how good a captain does he need to be to overcome the fact that you can load up against spin against these guys and actually keep them down in the power play every game? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So let's say they're a -3 against spin and teams start working that out and just pepper them with spin early on, right? And they never get off to a good start. Is Faf worth 3 more runs as a captain? Right? I would doubt that. I'm not saying he's not a good captain, but very few captains in the history of game would be worth 3 runs in a game with just in captaincy. So that sort of stuff makes me nervous because again, it makes me think like they're not going through piece by piece on the best way to put their team together. They're just going, we need an alpha macho leader guy. We need the guy who's got the nice 6-pack and everyone's going to run behind him. And I'm like, yeah, you do. You also need someone who can hit fucking spin, guys.
I mean, they already had one of them, didn't they?
Who?
RCB. If you wanted like an alpha dude who has abs, they already had Virat. So it's a bit redundant there. There's a lot of redundancies with both of them, isn't it?
Are you saying that they're basically the same man?
They are.
Okay, Varun, who do you think is more alpha out of the two of them?
It's a good question.
It has to be Faf, doesn't it?
Really,
I would
I
think
thought it was,
Faf.
I would actually
How
say
would you even
Virat.
define it?
I don't. Okay, could any of us imagine Virat Kohli running into a fight wearing a towel only? The way that Faf did.
Fair enough.
But how is that the definition of alpha, Jared? I don't think that was my idea of alpha.
Actually,
vibes.
just so you're aware, alpha is a made-up term. It came from a scientific report on wolves, which has been thoroughly debunked. Right? So anytime you hear someone say the term alpha about men specifically, let them know that it means nothing at all. So we can make it mean whatever we want, actually. I'm saying that the only definition of alpha is running into a fight wearing a towel.
No. So my idea of alpha is just completely different. My idea of alpha is literally every man who comes from that part of the country where Virat comes from. Like
Oh,
every
Delhi,
random
Delhi.
Yeah, like basically, it's more about how you carry yourself and less
Dude,
about
I was
how
just
you
in Delhi. I did not feel like there was a lot of alpha men around.
Jared, Rohan is asking us the real questions here.
Jared, is that a slight of Deepak? Or on me? Or on both of us?
Of course, I can see why your idea of Delhi is so skewed. Trust me, trust me.
Okay, let's get to Kohli. Oh no, I'm on the wrong screen. I need to go on this one. So Kohli's up here. So what I like about this is that he is pretty much. I think we have him as third on impact against pace, which I don't think a lot of people would have. The only issue is that because he has gone so slow against spin, and he's tried to pick it up, of course, of recent years, that he's still giving a little bit back against spin where he doesn't need to. But if you just move that over to even par, Varun, against pace, against spin, I'd be like, I'm fine with this. He knows what he does well. He backs himself and he goes for it.
I mean, Shayan and I
issue
talk
is-
about this all the time. I think the poor man is trying everything he can. He just don't think he can hit length. And he never has hit length. So I don't know what he can do as a spin. He's hitting the slot balls. He's hitting the short balls. Maybe the only
He
thing
brought
you
the
could
slow
argue is if he
sweep
gets-
in, right? Like that
Yeah,
was his
That was the
attempt
big
to
one, right?
make
Yeah.
it work. But you do see now when you've got two players kind of in the same area, why it's not the ideal matchup, right? Like
Also, Jared,
there is
why does
something
this work now? Because now they have Rajat Patidar who is there to take down spin. They
Yes.
also have an improved version of Devdutt Padikkal. This is what they've done, right? They've built a team accordingly, so even Virat's weaknesses are mitigated and his strengths are very valuable to them. So
Yep.
we
No,
saw
agreed.
that in the CSK game the other day.
Also, about this, how much of an opener's sort of lack of being able to hit one suit, let's say pace or spin, can be mitigated by having a reinforced middle order? That's something I've always wondered. Does it actually help Virat Kohli that you have a really good spin hitter at number 4 because they bat at different points in time? So does it actually come together for the side? Or
But
do you
It
You
helps
can then
Virat
take risks, right?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Virat's usually like Virat and KL are two people that if they don't trust the batting will ultimately go into the shell.
Yeah.
I think Virat less so than KL. KL is the extreme case of it. If he senses a bit of like chaos in the middle, he will go into a shell. Right?
Yeah.
It's why like I don't like it when people say KL is selfish. He's not selfish. He's got a fear of failure and he's conservative. Right?
Yeah.
There's completely different thing there.
Exactly.
With him.
Yeah, and you see this a lot with batters as well. Like we're in a situation. It's the Mitali Raj conversation, right? Whereas, like by the end of her career, everyone's like, "Look how selfish she is. Look how slow she scores." And I'm like, she was trained to be this player, right?
Exactly.
For years, she was ahead of the game, and then the game has switched, right? And KL Rahul is of the generation who grew up playing ODI cricket, right? He doesn't start playing T20 cricket until he becomes a professional. Now, you can argue that, like we have for Babar Azam and like we have for Steve Smith and these other guys, that they should have looked around all these guys and be like, is this the right way to do this? That's a perfectly reasonable way to look at it. But they literally learnt the game on one style of white ball cricket. And then the whole world went, no. There's another one here and you're not doing it right. And I think that sort of thing is very, very hard because you have to change the way you think about cricket. And as Varun said, like anyone who's ever played 50 over cricket will know that even when you're smashing the ball and you're massively ahead of the rate, there's a part of the back of your brain that's like, Jesus, this is actually quite a long innings. Like I'm going to have to bat for quite some time here, right? And you can't help it yourself and you pull back a little bit.
Yeah.
It's the resource argument, isn't it? It's 10 wickets over 120 balls and versus 10 wickets over 300 balls. And in Test cricket, it's like 10 wickets over, I don't know, like 100 overs, right?
Yeah.
The value of a wicket matters much more the longer the format is.
And since we're talking about KL Rahul, so we've got him at almost par against spin here. And you can see that against seam, he's got a positive impact, but he's nowhere near that sort of top group, is he? Of Kohli, Travis Head, Sky, Mitch Marsh, we'll talk about them, and Rian Parag. So Rian Parag, I think, is a very fascinating player in here. So he's kind of what we're talking about. Well, this is kind of what we want the future to be. If you're not strong against something, we're not expecting you to have huge numbers against it. We understand that isn't your thing, but can you find a way not to be negative so that your strengths are all positives? And that is what Rian Parag has managed to do over the last couple of years.
Definitely. Yeah. And Jared, the interesting thing with Rian Parag is when I was looking through his seasons, in 2024, he had a very solid anchor year. So I believe he was the third most runs after Virat and Ruturaj. Then the next season, he's like in the true strike rate conversations. He's there with the Phil Salts and Travis Heads and those sorts of guys. So he's shown he can play both ways.
Yeah.
At that number 4 role.
Here's one I was surprised at, though, that Mitch Marsh was a plus against spin. Not that I thought he'd be a massive minus, but I think that tells you that, especially, it's probably because when he hits sixes, right? So
he does.
If he decides to hit down the ground or play the slug sweep, he's either going to be out or hit a 6. And he hits enough sixes to get himself ahead.
I mean, he did average like nearly 70 at a strike rate of 150, so that always helps.
Yeah.
So last year he was really good. Yeah.
And he doesn't play much in 24.
Sai Sudarshan's also a bit of a surprise that way for me. Like him having a negative impact against seam. Wasn't expecting that at all. I mean, I've always thought of him as someone who's got a very good game against pace. That's how I look at it.
That's over the 2 years. It would be interesting to see what happened last year, though, against it. But I would assume this is mostly scoring rate, right? Because we're factoring in survival rate here and scoring rate.
Yeah, it's actually would be early wickets would bring it down because impact.
Sudarshan never goes out early. What are you talking about?
That is also
literally never gone out early in his life.
Yeah, that's true.
And honestly, you disgust me for bringing that up, Varun.
So he averaged, 29 at 129 versus pace in 2024. So that's probably why.
Oh, that would make sense.
What's weird about him against pace is quite often he goes out to it in the middle overs. Right?
He does.
And it's because in the early part, he doesn't try and overhit it. He's just using the pace of the ball to hit the odd 4. And when it comes back on and they're bowling slow balls, he's got he's not the strongest guy in the world. And he tries to muscle these balls away and he mishits a bunch and then goes up in the air. I think he's a fascinating one. I'm glad you brought him up. Travis Head is the best player against pace here. What is noticeable, though, guys, is that he is 4.5 runs in innings in the plus against pace. But he's nowhere near as dominant against pace as the top spin hitters are. So if you can be dominant against spin, and you can see that, like, there's basically 5 of these guys right up here in this area, right? Like Kohli's over 4, Rian Parag's over 3.5. So there's 5 of them in this sort of cluster against pace. And then when we get to the spin hitters later, you can see these guys are completely on their own. Like, they go nuts. But let's just compare Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma, because this is what we were talking about before of why.
Sorry, I just need to mention Yusuf Pathan had an impact close to 10 in 2015 versus spin, and that's my Yusuf fact for the day done.
I've asked you to do a Yusuf podcast today. You didn't want to do it, so no, retract that. You had your chance.
No, I want to do it properly, Jared, not on a rain show. Baby, we're constantly worried about the game starting.
I'm not worried about the game.
I'll make you sit down for 3 hours and do a podcast on him. Don't worry.
The covers have only just come off. So here we have Travis Head. So he's a plus against spin. So he's almost 2 runs an innings better against spin. So he's still got a decent spin record. You can see he's in the right area. But he's plus 4.5 runs against seam. And then he's paired with Abhishek Sharma, who is kind of the mirror image, right? A slight plus against pace bowling and a huge plus against spin. This is Sunil Narayan and Chris Lynn with superstars, right? And I think, and that's even with Abhishek Sharma having a bit of a down year, right? In the metrics that we're having a look at, and so that means that you're getting more out of Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma than you are because you completely stuff up the opposition's plans. All right. Anyone else that we wanted to look at? Shivan Dubé's not been as good as we wanted.
Oh, sorry. Were you surprised Sanju was a negative versus spin?
I was kind of surprised that Sanju was here at all, but I suppose the last couple of years in the IPL probably not have been his best, right?
Exactly.
That's true.
Where does
I
Butler
believe last
feature in
season
all
in
of this?
particular.
Butler. But I don't think... Oh, here's Butler, right next to Samson.
Oh, that's also surprising.
He hasn't had a great couple of years on all metrics. Remember, this is looking at your impact on the game, right?
24, I believe. He was not that consistent, was he? 25, I think he had a good year.
I think 25 he had 200s and was poor outside of the 100s.
That was
though,
24,
wasn't he?
Jared. That was 24.
Was it? What did he do last
That
year?
was
then?
Oh, I was
Yeah.
24. Last year he was
Yeah.
great for Gujarat.
Yeah. He was very consistent for Gujarat.
I know he made runs.
True
I
strike
can't-
rate of 30, true strike rate of 11. True average of 30, true strike rate of 11. I mean, that's a solid year, I would say.
Do you know who never comes up well on any of these advanced numbers, Varun, is Tilak Varma.
His
Ah,
stats
can't
are
make
biased
sense of
against
him.
Tilak.
Like,
Yeah.
That's the
Wait,
only-
where
he
did
might be the
Tilak
most
Verma? I
confusing
can't
player
see.
I've ever seen.
I've just highlighted him. He's the one with the
I
big,
can only. I can see the box. I can't see the circle. Oh, there we
just
go.
at the top of the box.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But every time we do like an advanced numbers on Tilak Varma, he comes out and he just looks really disappointing. Like we did this thing where we were looking at whether players are, strike rotators or whether they're consistent at both or whether they're hitters. He didn't, and he came out in this like weird area that made him look like a shit cricketer at that. And every time I've looked him up, but I really rate him. So it's like I don't really understand where to put him. Was everyone a bit surprised to see Klaasen, Iyer, and Patidar so far from Puran and Sharma?
Yes, I was, because Varun and I keep
For
talking
sure.
about this, right? The true strike rates of 119 or something against spin. I think these two guys were around that. So when you're that far ahead against spin, and I will add for, I think, Abhishek in 2025, he doesn't actually play a lot of spin. I believe it's only 45 balls, but whenever he does, he absolutely tonks
Just
it.
hit it
And
out of the ground. Yeah.
it's that one innings where he makes 141, I think, against
Oh, yeah.
Punjab, right?
Punjab?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that
yeah.
really helps the overall numbers for last year, I think.
And Klaasen had a down year last year, right? So
Yeah, he
maybe
was
if we looked at
good,
an extra,
but not great. Yeah.
if we put an extra year back on that, maybe he goes back up. But I was still a bit shocked. I was pretty surprised, and I put this in the piece as well, that Klaasen was almost as good against pace as he was against spin.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
it's not that I've ever thought he's a bad player against pace. I
Klaasen
just,
had a strike rate of 177 versus spin last season.
what was he against pace?
Can let you know.
I mean, there is an element with Klaasen of, I don't want to go too...
169.
Yeah, there you go. I do think there's an element with Klaasen that is probably underspoken about a little bit, which is that he does have a little bit of finishing anchor in him, Varun. He will get himself set, and he does a lot of his damage against spinners, probably towards the back end of the spinners' overs, right? Like,
Okay.
if he's facing spin in 7, 8, and 9, he's not like Len Maxwell, is he? Right? Who's going to try and hit sixes everywhere there. Klaasen is quite happy to get the odd boundary and knock them around. And then once he gets to about the 13th, 14th over, it doesn't really matter what you bowl to him. He's going to try and hit you for 6, right? So there is an element of him. He's a premature ejaculant version of the finishing anchor.
Lovely.
There's
Exactly
a
what I
video.
wanted
There's a
to
video title for us, guys. But you know what I mean. He goes off a little bit earlier than the sort of Tristan Stubbs, David Miller, MS Dhoni types who keep it really, really late. But he's also, I think Rob Barron was talking about this the other day. Of like the most dangerous Heinrich Klaasen is probably what 20 off 20.
Yeah, fair.
Because from that moment onwards, what do you bowl to him? He's just going to try and hit you for 6, right? Whereas,
Yeah.
Sometimes
Sorry, I
when we
was
see him
just
come out
seeing
and play
his-
shots early on, he's not quite, he doesn't quite do it in the same way.
So he has a true strike rate of 13 versus spin in his first 10 balls, which it doesn't seem that much. So I get what you mean. I think.
Yeah.
It's not a, and then it goes up to 56 after that. So yeah, fair.
Yeah,
know
so
what?
there's a
Also-
big jump up.
Good theory, Jared.
Oh, interesting.
Also,
Just so
I
you-
don't think I was
just so you
ready
guys
to
know, when
accept this.
When I come up with a theory like this in general, and Varun then predicts it, I then send him a GIF of saying that I'm God every single time. Am I wrong, Varun, or do I not do that?
You do that. You did that with Bishnoy recently, didn't you?
I did do it for Bishnoy.
Also, another video you could probably consider, you spoke about how we can see +8s, +9s for spin hitters, but not necessarily for pace hitters. It's the same even in terms of negative impact, right? I don't know if it's because of the sampling itself, if the sample itself is biased that way, but it's very clustered in terms of how the negatives aren't that negative. Like you see Rahane who's at -4. You don't necessarily see him. I mean, Nitish Reddy, really, we can probably take him out
Yeah,
of this.
if you take
Yeah.
Nitesh Reddy out of this, I 100% agree with you. So Markram against
Yeah.
pace is,
Yeah.
against spin is -5.
Yeah.
And then the top guy is, so there's a 5-run differential in impact between pace hitters. And
Yeah.
there's a,
10 run different, 12 rather. Yeah.
Yeah, and even if you take out Rahane, let's take out Reddy and Rahane just because they're really extreme. But even if you look at Pant, what's that? 2.75 to Puran is 6. It's still an 8-run differential, right?
Yeah,
9-run differential. Like, it's massive.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have some cricket now. Should we have some cricket?
Yes, the game has.
Finally,
They are on the field.
So that is the end of that podcast, whatever that podcast is going to be called. Varun's going to have to work that out later. But big thanks to Akshay, Varun, and Cheyenne. And when we're going to try as much as possible to do live podcasts when there is rain. But let's have a game of which we haven't talked about at all, and we aren't ready. And I need to get rid of this stupid thing off the screen. Not stupid, it's awesome. Thing off the screen as well. So the big decisions were Deshpande being rested. And the other decision was Jacob Duffy being left out for Josh Hazlewood. That's pretty much all we saw?
Yep, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I have here, as I look it up, I have Rajasthan is a 54% chance of winning the game at the moment, and the expected
Why are they
runs
so
is
high,
100.
Jared?
I don't know.
Same
They
pitch
were,
as the one against
Yeah.
Mumbai. So
yeah, I
that's why
think
that's
that might be it.
Yeah.
It might just be that everyone expects them to go nuts again.
No, because yesterday RCB were favorites, and then by the morning RR became favorites. So I think all of us were like, "Is there an injury for RCB we don't know about?" And then it's like Hazelwood's come back. Surely that should improve their odds, not decrease it.
Well, I'll give you something more interesting, right? So they're favourites to win this, but the expected runs is 197. As this bounce comes
what's the
in
ball
this
that
straight
is?
up in the air, this might be our first ball off the gloves, is it?
Oof!
Oh, wow.
Looks like it's out. Wow, what a ball.
Oh, that's a
Wow,
good ball to
madness.
start things off.
Chofra Archer has
Spicy.
just come in with a brilliant ball. I can tell you they are bigger than a 54% chance of winning right now. That looked
Cheyenne,
like...
does Salt take the strike usually, or is it Virat?
He does. Always takes strike. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Whoa, that's a beautiful delivery. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that's a good ball there.
Oh, wow.
crazy. I wonder how quick that was. It felt like more than 140.
Yeah,
What a-
definitely more
They
than
didn't show the
If
speed.
it's not 140, that would be
They
the
did.
quickest, slowest 140 ball I've ever seen.
So Phil Salt is out first ball. And that only changed... Oh, no, they've gone up to a 60% chance. I was going to say it only changed to a 57% chance. I was like, guys, you need to spend more money on this. So Padikal has joined Kohli.
I'm still seeing Archer celebrate, so yeah.
That's life with a potato. We've all been there. All right. So Phil Salt has opened the batting 288 times. Can any of you give me the amount of times he has not faced the new ball?
He's like
45.
7-8 times maybe.
45?
I'll go 32.
7-8.
32?
7-8 maybe.
7-8. It is 37.
Oh,
37 times. So yeah, definitely. Quite the record is quite fascinating actually. He clearly doesn't like it as much. He averages 26 with a strike rate of 145. Another beauty
Oh, that's a
here
good
from
ball.
Yeah.
Joffre.
Yeah.
What a
Decks
ball.
away off the seam. 142.
142.2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also died down.
Yeah, so
I
he averages a little bit less when batting when not facing the new ball, and he strikes at 13 less. And to be honest, there's a lot more data on the facing the first ball than not facing the first ball. But this is
Also,
not Rory Burns though.
by the way, because it's rained, I really think the first 2-3 overs are going to be extremely difficult for these RCB batters. You've got Andre Berger, you've got Joffre Archer from either end.
As well. Yeah.
Yeah, this surface is going to be very spicy, at least for the first 2-3 overs, just because of the rain.
Oh, there's two slips in
Oh,
place, and one of them's almost taken a catch. It's gone for 4, I think.
That's a bloody
Yeah,
quick
I think
outfield.
that's four.
Yeah, everything looks looks fast. The
Yeah.
pitch looks fast. Everything else, but he's opened the face on that and guided it past second slip. There was a very fine third who still couldn't stop it.
Yeah.
I
Not
say
controlled
open the
speed,
face.
I
I
would
think
say.
that was more of a genuine edge in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah. More of an edge than it was guided.
Yeah. Correct. Like he wanted to guide it probably, but he couldn't quite do it properly. Like that's why it took the edge.
Angle was definitely steeper than he would have intended. I don't think he planned on guiding it so close to the second slip. I wonder who was that there? Rian?
It's Ferreira.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's Ferreira. Interesting.
Short again. This one's cut up and over. One bounce four.
What a
Classic.
shot.
One bounce four.
It's a really good shot.
Jared's really the god for me right now. I'm still seeing the replay of the second ball.
He's still watching. He's still watching the last game.
Nowhere close to the third ball being bowled even now. Finally, he's running it. All right.
Are you watching it on TV or on Jio Hotstar?
On Jio Hotstar.
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder. Because that's also a ball slower from the TV one.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
you're two balls
Exactly.
behind us.
Oh god. Oh my god.
What's interesting about that though, Sean, is that the Indian, the actual footage in the UK on TV is quicker than even the Indian footage on TV.
Yeah, yeah.
The delay
Even
than
the
it's
Sky
big on
one?
TV. Yeah, it's got a little delay, but they're about the same. As this one's just taken off the hip for a single. So 9
That's a
runs.
case for, yeah. I mean,
Sorry.
that's the case for all world feeds, by the way. I have a friend in Nepal. She gets the match, the live feed faster than me sitting here in India. It boggles my mind.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about the Indian live system, but it just seems to be slower than most of the others around the world. It doesn't really make any sense.
True.
Especially, yeah, I don't see what the advantage is. But anyway, 1 for 9 after 5 balls.
If they watch these 2-3 overs out, I really think there's a lot of runs, on the surface. Because even Michael Clark had to say the same thing. That he went as far.
Oh,
as
an edge!
Oh,
and a attempt by the keeper Jarrell. He doesn't get a
I really
hand
saw
on
World
it.
Gavaskar Trophy replay there from Virat.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Well, don't remind of that.
It does
time.
look like he's batting in Perth a little bit, doesn't he? Angled bat, pushed at this edge. It would have gone down first slip's throat, but he had 2 slips in for the left-hander because he's the left-handed killer. He has 1 slip for the right-hander, but it's at third.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so he's nowhere near that.
Yeah.
Very
Also, 2
interesting.
slips versus Virat, I think, in the first over might not make a lot of sense. Like, maybe you want to do it for this particular situation if the ball is moving around, but usually he will take risks. I think so. You want.
I
to
think
pick your
for
field
one ball
accordingly.
there, Cheyenne, I think I might have gone with
Maybe,
another
yeah. One
slip.
ball. I can see the.
Just because of the pace and the movement. Like, we
Yeah.
get, have we seen anything on the how much it's seeming, Varun?
It's seeming a lot, I think.
The first ball swung. I haven't. It hasn't updated yet. I'm just gonna let you know if it has.
The first ball was very fast too, 142, 142.2 or something, I believe.
Expected average of 21 for the first ball, I believe.
Oh wow, that's very high, is it not? Like maybe it includes all the top edges that go for 6. I would imagine.
So Jared, the third ball seemed over 1 degree, and the fourth one seemed 1.5 degrees.
Yeah, good luck playing that.
Yeah. Burger's also going to be a
That's-
handful here.
Yeah. He'll bowl the wobble, that Jared said, right? He'll bowl the wobble, and what happens is he doesn't know where it's going to seam, so it might do even more sometimes.
Oof. Who's on strike? Devdutt, right?
Yeah.
He's hit that
Oh, that's
before.
creamed, man. Played. That's been creamed.
So length ball outside off stump, and just sort of lean back on that and punch that away.
Burger and Archer have to be the most exciting new ball attack this season for me.
It's crazy, isn't it? It came from nowhere.
Yeah. And to think that Burger was base price, man. He went at base price.
He bowls this back of a length and is miss hit into mid wicket. They'll just get 1. Yeah, we had our super chat yesterday from someone who basically said Nandre Berger is like at the same level as Rabada, and who was the other bowler he had up there?
He had like a elite
Oh,
group. And
Ngidi.
he had an
Yeah.
elite group. There was a good group where, for some reason, Janssen was in the good group and not the elite group in Test cricket, which didn't make any sense.
But I just think that shows you how quickly his reputation has changed on a couple of games. He bowled pretty consistently last
it
year.
also
didn't he?
helps. No, it also helps doing well versus India in Test cricket.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Isn't he the guy that Kohli made that statement? Not that statement, like passed that comment in South Africa while playing the test.
That's a good ball.
Oh, they're bowling.
So
well
what was the
today.
comment?
It was I'm being very polite when I translate it to English, but it was something on the lines of, come over to the IPL, mate. I'll take care of you. So
Shayan back at the length, right? That one.
Yeah. That's the place to go for Kohli, right?
They've
Because
done
if you
their
bowl
homework.
good length,
Yeah.
he can just walk down and hit you. If you bowl full, he's going to hit you. If you bowl short, he's going to pull you. So that back of length is the only option, I think.
that seemed like it did a bit of the surface as well. Once again, oh, God.
This one's on the
Yeah,
pads.
no,
It's a bit
that-
full and flicked away for
Oh,
6, I think. was it?
6.
I
Is
feel
that
like that.
6?
I feel like that went for a 4.
Oh, it was a 4.
Oh, it is a
it is a
4.
I'll help you guys. Oh, all right. The replays also come before I've seen it. It's hilarious. Oh, played. Oh, that's a 4. That's a 4.
I've now watched it twice and I still haven't seen it bounce.
No, it did bounce. I saw it. Maybe that's the only advantage I have. I can at least clearly see the ball bounce.
No, this was a series before, wasn't it?
Amu saying
Yeah, this
Kohli
was the
even
series
sledged
before.
a stump in that.
Yeah,
in
that was
That was
21.
2022.
No, that was
It was the one
21-22.
before, but there is
21-22.
no time when you cannot mention that. It's my favorite Kohli thing
That's
ever.
Jared's favorite Kohli trivia, I think.
Oh, this might be
Oh,
dropped
this
down
is
the
a
leg
shit ball.
side. It's not a good ball. It's gone for 4
Did he
leg
hit that?
buys.
Isn't that 5
or-
wide? I thought that was 5 wides.
Did that
Oh, it
hit
is
It is
given
5
wide.
wides.
Oh,
It is
Yeah.
5 wides,
Oh.
Varun. Good call.
I'd like to see that again. That felt like there was a little bit on that, but maybe not.
I don't think it hit the bat for sure.
No,
but
no, okay, fair enough. It does die quite a bit on the way
No,
through.
Yeah,
nothing on
yeah.
it.
Yeah, it doesn't hit anything. True.
Always
I
appreciate
would
the
make
ass
Dhruv
shot of
Jurel
Virat.
dive in more different directions to start this game.
Yeah.
Well, 11 balls in, I don't think even a single one has been bowled at under 140 clicks so far. Everything's
Wow,
been in the
good one.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is a great advocate for
Ranking it
pace to
up.
space here.
Oh,
that's
he's
a
almost
good ball.
pulled this back onto
Oh
his
my
stumps,
God.
and it's gone for 4. It was almost 90 miles an hour. It was back of a length on off stump. He
Exactly.
tries to defend it, and somehow he misses off stump with it, and it dribbles
Was that
past.
bias? Yeah. That
This
was-
feels like the exact opposite of
couldn't
the
be
CSK
biased.
game where they were
Wait.
trying very hard to make runs and they weren't making
Geez, you're
any.
right, he didn't
Here,
hit
they've
it.
not. They can't
That's-
get bats a ball and they somehow made 31 in 2 overs.
Exactly.
Oh my god, I don't think I've ever seen anyone swing the ball
Whoa.
that late from that
that's
angle
bias.
before.
I thought that was bad there.
Oof.
No, that's what even I was not sure about. But
That is a crazy delivery.
ball.
That's
He's
pitched
also
on leg
surprised.
stump. Let me just explain
No,
this.
there's bad. I
Is
the
there?
replays
There's bad?
yeah, the replays.
No, they're
clearly
giving it
indicate that
bias,
there's
I
bad.
think.
They've given it bias. I don't think Kohli is petty enough to review it and get those runs, but the replays clearly show. Yeah, there's a deviation after moving past the bat, right after the bat. Yeah.
Jesus.
Kohli versus Arce should sure be fun on this wicket.
Oh yeah.
I'm not 100%
Either
sure
way.
he hit that. Actually,
Yeah, I
because
don't
they've
think
shown
he
it
hit
3
that either.
times, and the movement comes after he hits it.
The slow-mo that they showed, it showed dry. I mean, the deviation was very much in line with how an inside edge would look like.
It is, except for the fact that the deviation starts after the ball goes past the bat. It doesn't start as it hits the bat. Have a look.
Okay,
It's
yeah, I thought
fascinating.
front on.
So what happens is the directions of this was crazy. He pitches it on leg. It's angled across outside off stump. So the wicketkeeper should be taking it to his right. And then as it goes past the bat, whether it hits a little bit of bat or not, it does start to come back.
Yeah,
but if you
yeah,
look,
yeah.
even if he hit that, I've never seen an edge swing before. And if you look,
Fair,
that ball
fair,
just
fair,
kept
fair.
that kept swinging. So whatever happened, the geometry of the sixth delivery in that over was absolutely batshit insane. Having said that, we are seeing pace, we are seeing seam, we're seeing swing, and they're 32 for 1 after
And
2.
we've seen another 4.
And
That
RR
was
was
the
bowled
time.
too well to have conceded 36
Oh, wow,
runs
he
of the
slammed
first
that well.
13 balls.
Yeah.
Yeah,
God,
it's sad. It's sad that the scoreline says 36 for 1, 2.1.
Um,
No reason. No
hilarious.
reason. Yeah.
not particularly a great fielding there either, if we're being honest. Just a
Wrong.
little nudge on the offside.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Just time.
Also, just
I think
yeah.
short third. I think short third kind of got in behind it. Is that Bishnoi? No, Brigesh. I mean, maybe he couldn't have stopped it anyway, but he kind of runs the wrong angle. He runs the angle of, it's going to slow down, and it's not going to slow down.
Is it the second last ball which did a lot in the last over? That seemed over 1 degree again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Did
was
it?
the
So
second last.
Nander's got 2 balls seaming away at 0.8 degrees and 1 seaming in at 1 degree. So he's playing with them there.
Are you referring to the wide or are you referring to the one that beat Kohli?
The one
The one that
Kohli.
beat
With
Kohli.
the
I
one
wanna
that beat
say.
him,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That is the 5th
Yeah,
ball,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then the single.
Yes.
I think it was the
Sixth
sixth
was
ball,
the-
the over, wasn't it? But the fifth
Yeah, correct.
legal
Legal ball,
delivery.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. trying to work this out.
36 for 1 after 2.2, with the ball behaving as if it's possessed by a
So
demon.
Jared, for that ball, the expected average is 71, but the expected
that is a
strike rate is about
4.
71 as well. So
Another
Another boundary down the leg side. For which ball? The one that cut him in half?
yeah, because I don't think anyone expects you to hit it or to get out to it.
Yeah, I don't know how you get
What's
out
the
to that ball.
expected average? Sorry,
It was 71.
71.
71. Fair. Yeah.
The only way
So
to get
you
out
should
to
do
it would
expected
be,
strike rates.
yeah, the only way to get out
No,
to it
it
would
is
be
there. It's 71
if you
as well.
dragged it. If you dragged it down, right? You'd have to drag it down on the angle because you can't edge it to anyone.
So
'cause an
the
inside edge
balls
is
per
gonna miss the keeper.
dismissal for that is 100.
Yeah.
Archer seems so flummoxed by this. He's like, wait, I'm bowling well here. Why on earth are they 40 for 1 after 15 deliveries?
Should have bowled Sandeep Sharma. He's got a bowling average of -5 against Kohli. They would be all out by now.
Yeah. But
Then
you know, Jared,
though,
this
it's
is a very
fine.
famous matchup, and I'll tell you why this is wrong. Because like that has completely shifted in Kohli's favor in the last couple of
Oh,
years.
another
Like, he
boundary
started
here.
bashing him completely.
Exactly.
Outside off stump, guided away for 4. Crazy.
It's one of the most insane 3 overs I've seen this season.
So, Jared, do
Very
you, want, do
eventful.
you want me to read out Kohli stats versus Sandeep's in the last 3 seasons? It's
Oh, yeah, well,
41
I mean-
runs of 23 balls.
Oh,
for no
but he's
wickets.
always attacked him. He was attacking him before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But now that's coming off. Earlier it wasn't.
Played. Oof. Yeah, the outfield is quick. The surface definitely
outfield is
has good. Yeah.
Joffa looks like he's about to retire. Like, he really does
He's-
look like this is bullshit.
I would too, to be honest, after what I've seen here.
You guys should have seen David Steen yesterday, by the way. After seeing Mukul Chaudhary hit that Yorker outside off stump, for a 6 when 7 was needed. It's like, where's the game for the bowlers? What is happening here? But fantastic that also.
Sorry, who did you say reacted like that?
David Steen.
Ugh.
Oh, Dale Steyn.
Yeah.
So this start has changed it. So they got to 59% chance of winning RCB. And it has got down to now a 41%.
Did it hit the bat? That same one.
There we go.
It
It did
seems
hit
like
the bat.
Oh,
wow.
Akshay.
You're
Akshay,
right.
You got it right.
So that means it's hit the bat, and then maybe the seam stays upright. It does too. Oh no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
does.
does.
It does look like
So
it's
he
swinging,
edged it, and the seam stayed
And it's
upright.
also.
Yeah,
Oh my
and
God.
it started swinging, yeah.
That explains the weird geometry, though, right? Because I just don't understand how
Yeah.
it ended up there otherwise.
True.
Wonder if it's like an optical illusion, maybe. I don't know how to explain it.
I fielded in slips before where the ball has gone up on an angle because the seam stayed up, and it's like suddenly your whole world changes in front of you because in the slips the balls usually go up, right, and then come down. So you're used to that. So now to go on the side, this has gone up in the air, and this might be
they gonna
caught
drop it?
out on the boundary. Oh my
Oh,
God!
they're taking it.
Hetmeyer made an
Sorted.
absolute mess out of this, and he's ended up
taking it.
taking the catch.
What does it say about IPL fielding? The moment a ball goes in the air, I think it's going to be dropped.
So wait, is that a wicket or not?
Yeah, he's
No,
out.
he's gone out. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
out.
45 for 2. Padakal.
No, I'm just
14
shocked he
or
actually caught it. Because the standards have been so shit.
That's true.
It was a
that's true.
fascinating shot. He's basically played a straight bat pull shot here. Have a look at this.
Yeah. It was not quite a controlled shot, I would say.
I don't know where he was trying to hit it because it went to
that's what
mid-wicket.
I was thinking.
Wasn't in control at all for sure. Yeah.
Who do they send in now? Rajat? Yeah, has to be Rajat, right?
Yeah, probably. We've got a couple of super chats as well. It says, Andy said, would you retain Brevis for 12 and Sanju for 18? I would trade Sanju this season for another young star. I've already said that. I would
But
retain
Jared,
Sanju.
who are they
for
going to build their team with? Gaikwad, maybe.
You already
He-
got it.
I don't need to build my team. My team's trash at the moment. I need to get all the young talent in the world.
No, I would trade Gaikwad, then I would still hold on to Sanju. I don't really.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Gaikwad.
maybe I would do that
Yeah.
instead.
Yeah, I see the idea in that.
I think you have
Andy
to
says,
trade one
how
of
would you
them,
bowl
right?
to David at the death? Only leg spin. And then just hope for the best.
Slow, loopy leg spin.
Yeah.
I want to see if they actually hold back Bishnoi for that or not, because it makes sense. They don't have to bowl Bishnoi to Rapa that way, to Rajat Party that. So it's
Isn't
sort
his-
of like two. Yeah.
Like, I think I saw like a strike rate versus spin is like 195 since last
Yeah.
season or something.
You
Isn't
can't, I mean, I was only joking. Even that doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Sandeep Sharma is
Yeah,
on.
exactly. He took down Noor, did he not?
Yeah.
it? Yeah, yeah.
Really
Uh,
hard
ne-
to stop him right now.
Naveen said, will teams use AI during auctions if they are already not to help make decisions? Yes, AI will be used for everything.
But I don't know if it'll I
As
don't
long
know
as
if
it's
it'll
not
directly
Google
be
AI,
used.
I'm fine.
What if it's
It has to
Grok?
be.
What if it's Grok and everyone ends up being racist?
So nothing changes.
But I don't know. It still takes some time for it to directly impact decision making, right? They might use AI to probably just reinforce their thoughts or sort of counter their thoughts or something.
The way I would use it is let's go back to the Shreyas Iyer podcast that we did before, right? Essentially, what you do in that situation is when Shreyas Iyer goes for that much money, you then ask the AI to calculate what the market might see the rest of everyone else, right? You've now had something different come in. You know, what is the market for this player, and this player? And that gives you a better idea going ahead rather than some analyst having to try and work it out off the top of their head. Like, it does make sense to use some of this stuff, but you wouldn't
how
use it
accurate
to
will
make
that
the
be, Jared?
decisions.
Exactly.
Which one would you use, and how accurate would that be in the first place? Like, it has to be very high level, I would say.
You'd have
I
to
don't
make
think
you'd have to make your own
Prompts.
what do they call this? No. You wouldn't use like a major AI company. What you would use is
fair.
you would make a IPL specific
Correct.
small language model is what you would use.
But
You're not
the problem-
you're not using fucking Claude or ChatGPT
Yeah, exactly.
or Grok.
You can't rely on that for sure. That's what
No,
I'm
but
saying.
the problem there as well is, unfortunately, like with most things in India, there's nothing that's been coded. There's no data available, like for it to look into, like I don't think there's any database of IPL auctions in terms of what each player's gone for. You know, which set have they come
Oh no,
in,
but
what
you
were
could
the
do that
bids.
easy. That wouldn't be
That's
hard.
easy. That's
That's
of all
scraping,
the
mate.
things. That's easy. Yeah.
But how
Yeah.
how is that easy when there's literally no database of how do you create it?
Yes, you do. If you went through Cricinfo or CricBuzz for every year, you could tell when the players went in the auction,
CricBuzz have
and
it.
you
I
could
think
tell
I
how
like
much they
theirs.
went for.
You can't access previous trackers even now, like previous season's trackers. You can try like
No,
for
that's
Mega
on
Auctions
our
22.
end.
And he's
No,
hit
that's
that
on our
for
end.
four.
Like we don't know what QuickBuzz or Cricinfo have on the back end.
Yeah,
Oh, fair. I get what you mean.
Kohli's still going for it. In the
I mean,
power.
we had that chat before, and I found the order pretty easily of when they went in the auction, right? Like,
So
That's the
Sachin
list.
is asking, why do I hate Google AI? Have you not been seeing the insights Google AI has been throwing out in this IPL?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the word insights are being used is being used very loosely.
Very
yeah,
loose.
like,
Yeah, true.
yeah.
Andy says, should KKR have kept Salt over Dreyras, even if overseas openers are fungible commodities? And
Ooh, I love that.
and if they're not, they should be. He, Abhishek, and Heg are on an island to themselves. So we've just done a whole podcast about the Shreyas Iyer thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
As
sure.
another boundary is
Oh,
hit
what a
here by
shot.
Kohli. 2 balls in a row off Sandeep Sharma, who's confused because he's the best bowler in the world against Kohli. So look, I'm not as worried about them losing Salt. The only thing I would say with Salt is you're also losing a keeping option, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which has caused them issues, by the way, Jared. That
Yeah.
keeping thing.
I mean, to be fair, everything has caused KKR issues. Rohit says I saw a stat. I saw a stat that said the only thing the impact player rule did is to increase about 50 runs per innings.
Oh.
Is it 50? I don't think it's as high, is it?
No, it's not 50
Like,
runs
it
per
must
innings.
be around 20 to 30, I want to say. 1 to
But
1.5
once again,
runs per over.
It's hard to tell though because the runs per over were going up even without the impact sub. So you would
Yeah.
have to. The only
Yeah.
way to do that correctly would be to literally work out what the curve would have been anyway, right?
And they've
there's
gone
no
with
way
that
that the
in the
curve
power
is
play.
50 runs per innings. That is insanity.
Yeah. Because the surfaces have become absolute roads in the last couple of seasons too. So yeah.
Bishnoi
variety.
replacing Archer. This could be
wait,
LBW.
oh my
Padded
God.
ass
I think
slog
it's too
sweep,
leg side. I
just
think he might be
sliding
missing.
down leg, and then there's almost a run out, and Bishnoi is almost hit in the face by the throw. There's a lot going on in that ball, everyone. It's not out, and Bishnoi has retained his face. But they
And
are
he's gonna
about
review?
to review.
Why is Parag
No.
edging us?
No.
He's not.
Okay.
No, he's
Oh,
not.
Rian Prague,
Yeah,
edge
I think
lord
he's
that we all
missing.
knew he was, almost reviewed that. Got
that
his
looked
hands
close,
into
though.
review position, and then
Yeah.
de-reviewed.
All right.
I think one of these days,
Someone
if I'm
must have told him
bothered, I'll
something
check
then.
if he's bowling more googlies to right-hand batters this season.
Oh, yeah. Hey, does he always not do that?
I think
he
he bowls a
always
lot of
bowls a lot
leggies
of
for some.
googlies?
Yeah.
I
No,
don't know
I
if
think
I
he always
bro-
used to bowl a lot of
did it.
wrong ends. I could be
Exactly.
wrong.
He
Exactly.
does,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he doesn't, right? I don't
Good
know.
delivery
I couldn't
here.
find it for some reason.
And Kohli can only push this up to mid-on for no
104.
run.
104. Yeah.
Wait, Rapa should be on strike, right? Or they took a leg by off the first one?
They took a leg by.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah, they ran. That's why there was almost a run out.
Okay.
Would you have run there?
I see the argument, right? Because this is Patidar's time, like
Yeah.
taking down spin. Kohli is
Fair.
probably doing more than
You're one of
expect
four.
from him. Yeah.
Like, would you
Getting
not wanna
Patidar run
back
out
yourself?
when he's almost LBW first ball is a strange way to treat your best player as a spinner.
But Delhi Capitals might sort of have a thing or two to say about that
Oh.
because last year they did get him run out and Krunal Pandya came in and unfortunately.
That was the day that Rob Barron put on a bet for Krunal Pandya to be top run scorer at 70-1.
Oh my word.
Yep.
Oh geez, must have made a lot of money there. Nice.
So that was
he
missing.
had
Empire
a
score.
very good day.
Yeah. Not a bias
Blue-
call, was it?
Blue
I
Eagles
thought it was
says,
back- Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yes.
oh,
wait.
he slogs this one
So
across
So
the
he
line.
said that.
And one bounce
Straight
to the fielder.
Blue Eagles says, really like 2023 CSK's engine room of Rahane and Dubé. One was prolific against high pace and the other versus spin. So that's what we were talking about before of if you can do that. The issue with that is, and I talk about it a little bit more on the video if you want to have a look at it. The issue with is when you have it in the middle order, you can't always make sure that they're in at the same time. Whereas having it with the opening partnership's bold.
And
Oh, he's
Bolden.
gone for a dirty slog, has Virat Kohli, and he's lost his stumps here right across the line. Might have been the wrong one again. He didn't play the ball particularly well a moment ago from Bishnoi. It came off the inside part of his bat. This time, it slid straight through him, and he's gone.
Happy for Bishnoi, man. Like I really like him as a bowler. Unfortunately, not been at his best. Who would have been?
I think he's already got. It was the wrong one by the look of it.
this
Kept
season
low.
he's doing really well, is he not?
I think he's got
the
more
most
wickets this year than last year already, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
already?
He only had 9 last year. I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
last year he
Giant.
was not taking
He,
wickets.
he
I
has
remember
6
that.
now. Yeah, he has 6 wickets so far this season. This was
Is
the
it only
sixth.
6?
Yeah, this was the 6th.
I thought it was more than that for some reason.
He got a 4 and a yeah. Wait, let me check.
No, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering.
So could
No,
I
he's got 7.
Oh, my bad.
So he might go past his last year total today. It's a weird shot by Kohli. It was quite full, that ball, wasn't it? And yet it also seemed to keep a little bit low. So it's worth looking at that for later for the spinners.
This was also bowled much slower. Like each of his previous deliveries were like 102, 103. I don't know if that played a role.
Yeah.
This was
How
like
much was this?
92. Slow by
So he
his
slowed it up a
standards.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Varun, can you have a look if that bounced normally?
Yep.
And guys, they've sent in Krunal. He is the firefighter. I like this. I like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But
move.
did they need firefighting now, though, Sean? Like,
I mean, they're 3 down in like what?
5
the
overs.
5th over.
Yeah, I would look at the
Bit of
runs
firefighting
right
is
now.
needed, no?
You've got.
You do.
beautiful.
Also,
You
you're
can't
gonna
lose
face-
another wicket here.
You're going to face spin
That's
from
fair.
here on in, aren't you? So isn't that what you want Krunal to come in and face?
I mean, he's been a bit shit versus everything, hasn't he, in the last few years?
But you're not expecting runs, like big runs out of him, really. You just want him to take it to a situation from where Jitesh can take over.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not using Krunal now, you're not using him at the death, are you?
Yeah, that's fair.
Take it till the
Can't argue
10th
that.
over. That's it.
Yeah. I
That's
think
his
this is a
game.
good move.
Yeah.
Can't argue that.
Another one here from Simple Guy says, when Ravi Shastri coached, he and seniors like Ajay pushed one idea. If it was your day, finish the game, don't get out. Virat and Dhoni became megastars. KL and Pant ruined their game chasing that. I don't think it was
who's
just
Ajay?
them. Hey?
Who's Ajay? What was Ajay
Ajay
Jadeja
Jadeja?
going there? But what was
Jadeja?
he doing there?
Don't know.
Even
And
I'm confused. How is.
Yeah.
I don't think this was just a Ravi Shastri thing, by the way. I think this was Indian cricket was set up to create anchors, and it tried to recreate players into anchors who were not anchors. And Australian cricket used to do the exact same thing. Australian cricket spent
Now
the
we're
whole
seeing
time
the
trying to
opposite,
break Glenn
Jared.
Maxwell, right?
Yeah, slightly
seeing-
low bounce on the wicket, Jared. Sorry.
It
Now
was
we're
slightly
seeing
low
Kohli
bounce.
attempt a dirty slog of a low bounce, like googly.
Where did it-
Like, things
where
are
did
I mean,
it-
it's
going the
not
other way.
that full. It's 4.69 meters, so it wasn't.
And that
it's
hit
in the good
halfway
length
up.
region.
Halfway up middle
Yeah.
stump, I want to say. So it
Yeah,
did
yeah,
keep
yeah.
a bit low. It was a bad shot. Like he was beat. Let's just have a look at it here. He was
He's trying
beaten
to
on the
fight it.
line. It wasn't that it kept low that it
He's trying
beat
to
him.
hit
I
it
don't
on the
think.
offside, was he? Wait, no. I'm
No, there was an
confused.
inside edge, I think.
Was there?
Was he trying to hit it on the offside?
Yeah, I think there's an inside edge there.
Yeah,
What?
exactly. It felt like that, no?
Okay. Also, he was trying to play it straight, like hit it down the ground. Was it
Yeah,
off?
Yeah,
over
I
mid
mean,
off,
not
I think.
on the
Long
leg
off.
side. Like we were saying, it's a slog, but I don't
Uh-huh.
think it was a slog.
Yeah.
Correct.
Got it. Over mid off, essentially.
I mean, it's a slog because if you have a look at his bat,
Oh,
it's
it isn't.
completely angled.
Oh, that's odd.
No, it's not a cross-batted slog, at least, is it?
Yeah.
It's also
It's not a
into
heave
in,
to the
Jared.
leg side.
Yeah.
It was also into in.
Into in, was it? So it was a
Yeah.
wrong end that drifted in.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Didn't seem like any bad though. You guys like, was there bad?
Yeah, fair.
I don't
think
think
it's
it was
because
bad,
it's
but-
into in. I thought it was an edge. No, it wasn't. Okay.
No.
He looks like he actually missed it by quite a distance. I think
Yeah.
keeping low made it look worse for him, which is part of the reason I called it the way that I did. But he actually was going to miss it on line anyway, right? He didn't pick the wrong one. He was playing for the leg spin.
That's true.
Yeah.
Rohit says, two movie suggestions for Jared, 800 and Pravin Tambre.
I've seen the thumbnail.
I also recommend Jersey. I keep telling Jared he'll really like Jersey.
Jersey. I've seen.
Jersey, but I'll be honest, the Telugu version was still fine. I didn't find the Hindi version like.
I think I watched the Hindi version only. It was fine.
Yeah.
Like, it was not a
I do.
great
No, I'm talking about the Telugu version. I haven't seen the Hindi one.
Yeah. By the way, 800. I mean, 800 is probably competing for the worst ever movie on cricket ever made. I really want to say, like, so bad. And I've
not
watched
seen it.
Victory. I've watched.
Oh, what a
1991.
delivery by
Fuck you,
Nandre
well done.
Berger here. Unplayable. Krunal Pandya has faced the ball
It's
angled
swinging
in.
a lot in the
Yeah.
sixth over.
I was going to say, it's swinging a lot for the sixth over. That was exactly what I was about
Yeah.
to say. And it misses off stump. And I tell you what, he
Yeah,
wasn't
a lot of
trying to
swing.
swing that. That was supposed to be a wobble ball.
Oh,
That's it.
Jeez, that
That's
was a good
twice
ball.
he swung the ball
it goes-
sideways accidentally.
Yeah.
Holy smokes! Oof. Just saw the ball. Oh my word!
I
Was
mean,
that
Janssen and Berger bowling together might be one of the greatest things we'll ever see in Test cricket. Both of them will accidentally bowl bad balls and still somehow get a 6 for each, even though there's only
That's
10
the
wickets.
South Africa series, right? The India-South Africa series
Yeah.
from 23-24. That's why it was fun to watch also.
And they've got
think my
Rabada to
favourite-
follow up.
Yeah, and
No, I think my favorite Janssen 6-wicket haul was versus Sri Lanka, where he bowls a leg side
Yeah.
full toss or a wide full toss, and he still gets 6 wickets in that game. It's hilarious.
exactly.
That was the dodgy pitch, wasn't it?
I
no,
think so.
no, I don't think so.
There was one
Sri Lanka,
dodgy-
right?
Yeah, wasn't that the
Something.
one where they
Yeah.
Sri Lanka bowled him out for about 170? I remember.
Oh, yeah,
think-
yeah, fair. 191, then 42, and then...
So
yeah, true.
I can tell you why, Shahan, because I made a fortune on that. Because that was back when I was betting on cricket, and they bowled them out for 191, and the market's like, "Oh, go Sri Lanka!" And I was like, "Sri Lanka's going to make like 12 on this wicket, guys. What are you talking about?" Right? Like, it's impossible to bat on this wicket. And
Was it as extreme as the Cape Town one, Jared? The India-South Africa one, which was like that ended in two, like not
I
even
think
2
the
days.
Cape Town
days.
one was
Yeah.
was less safe. I don't think it was easier to bat on.
Oh,
But the Cape Town
Okay,
one was
fair.
much less safe, is my memory of that one.
fair. Yeah.
All right, end of the power play there. What 61 for 1? I want to say. I mean, 61 for 3. I want to say.
This is the weirdest 61 for 3 in a power play that you'll see, though.
Exactly.
Agreed.
So, like, I think you still have to give it to RR, don't you? Like, they've got the big wickets, and
Oh yeah.
RCB still, like, they had the first 2 overs. The funny thing is, I thought Kohli batted better after the first 2 overs. Like, when he hit Archer and Sandeep, he was looking much more in control and, like, he was playing proper shots. But once he got out, I think, like, they've not scored any run at all. And the Bishnoi...
To be fair, I think that was a
inclusion, I
good
think-
ball by Bishnoi, so I can't blame Virat too much there.
Yeah.
No, I think he had to go, right? Like, intent, power play, he has to go for it. I think that, I like that. Maybe not with 2 wickets.
It's a good
No.
ball, but it is a wrong un from a guy who bowls predominantly wrong uns at you, Varun.
Jared, the question would be, would you say Virat had to, like, was he right in showing intent, or should he
another
not have
wicket
taken the
here,
spinner? And
as-
that's another
Oh,
wicket.
wow. Okay.
Krunal Pandya comes down the wicket to Bishnoi, slices this to Shimron Hetmeyer, and is caught at long off. And
So this
he's now 1 wicket away
promotion
from
didn't
his
work.
last season's tally.
I was about to say, Jared, the run line is 189 before this wicket.
Yes.
Well, Jared, I mean, Bishnoi probably had 7 before the game started, so it could be that he's already.
Oh, I thought that one had updated because it said here. You might be right, actually.
Let's just confirm that too.
No, it's updating. It's updating live. He's got 8 now.
All right.
Yeah. No, Cricinfo started updating their stats live on their main pages after years of not doing it.
Stats Guru, they do it, right? They always do it.
Yeah, that's the thing that was always annoying, right? Because if you're watching a game and it has their stats on the the scorecard, it has one average, and on the actual website, it has a completely different one.
That's there.
And then you go to Stats Guru, and it's got the other one as well. So
Yeah, that's there.
So Jared, so I was just looking at Bishnoi last season. In the good length region, he only spun 10 balls in and 75 balls away from right-handed batters.
interesting.
Interesting. And overall, is it more in or away?
Not sure.
It feels
What do you
like
mean,
a
the
googly
overall
bowler,
length
does it not,
or-
Jared?
I
No,
thought he was
just
googly
overall.
bowler too. That's what I'm confused.
Exactly.
I think he quite often bowls the googly shorter, and it's partly because of the top spin on it, perhaps.
He didn't bowl it a lot at all last season for some reason.
Might have been previous years then, because he certainly bowled it a lot at other times.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know why he hasn't. No, he was bowling it a lot more in 2024.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly bowling.
So in
brilliantly
2024,
this
in
series.
the good length region, it was 50 balls spinning in and 43 spinning away. So for some reason, last season he just doesn't bowl the googly at all.
Just to confirm for everyone watching this, as Bishnoi comes in again, he's on the pads. Well, look for one, think of two, but it won't be there. I have confirmed that Rob Barron did not back Krunal Pandya to be top bat today, and that's probably what fucked him over.
Wow. I can't remember too many instances of Jitesh and Rajat Patidar batting together. I was trying to think, is this the first time?
Interesting one, actually. Because even the game where Jitesh wins it, the Lucknow one, that game also, Patidar already
play.
got out by then.
No, I think he
No,
didn't
sorry,
play
Patidar
that.
didn't play. You're right, my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
Patidar didn't play that.
Probably
I feel like
Wankhede,
he
but
played then. He
Wankhede.
was not the cap. I feel like Patidar came in as the impact sub, bro. Like, for some reason, I feel like I went to the game. I feel like I saw Patidar get out. And
Oh
I
yeah,
just
he
remember
got
it.
out. He got out early. He did get out early. I think he played.
He
probably
played that
did
game.
play.
No, as an impact sub, I think.
Yeah.
If we get another wicket here, are we getting the impacts up?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. Is Hazelwood in the 11 already?
Yeah.
Suresh
Sharma,
is not in the... Yeah, Suresh
Yeah.
is the impact sub, right?
they would probably still hold on to it, I want to say, because they've got two batters. It's not like they have just one. They've got Tim David and Shepherd. They probably...
Yeah, they've got David and Shepard. And you remember that game where Shepard and Holder, like they batted out of nowhere. They lost so many wickets West Indies against South Africa. So
I think
Oh,
you.
yeah.
I think you. If Tim David comes in and goes out straight away, then you have to. But I think you're okay before then, aren't you?
I would probably say, want them to send Shepherd next and not David, and hold on to David till the end.
No, because Shepard
No,
can't
no,
play
no.
spin either.
I would
can't
say
play
David
spinners.
too, yeah. Exactly.
Hope-
He'll,
Have
he'll
to
last
send David,
He'll last 5 balls against his. Tim
I would
David-
honestly send Bhuvi above Romario Shepherd versus spin.
Ooh. And the only reason for that is I think Tim David is a more consistent option at the death compared to Shepherd. Shepherd is a lot more high-V.
Oh no, you're right. But there's
David
no
has
point.
become
No,
more...
you are right.
But if,
like a spin-
but if
good
he goes
player
out
spin,
in
right?
5 balls against spin, then David's gonna have to come in anyway.
Fair.
Exactly.
So they've got Venki and Jacob Bethel as their.
Yeah.
Is Mangesh a part of the subs as well? Mangesh Yadav?
Bethel can't come in, can he? Because they have 4 overseas.
Bethel
already.
can come in.
Oh yeah,
Bethel
you're
can-
right. He can't come in. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have the overseas set.
Yeah.
So Venki
is-
has to come in, really, doesn't he?
Is there Mangesh Yadav? I'm
No.
curious. Okay.
Suresh Sharma, Rasik Salam, Venki.
Oh, Rasi.
Oh, they have Rasik.
They could
I'd pay
consider
money
Rasi.
to watch Venki and Romario Shepherd bowl the new ball to Jaiswal and Suryavanshi Jard.
Just the thought.
Our content cricket says Virat should have waited till the 6th over, as he could have scored way more
Oh,
runs.
that's a beautiful
there.
shot.
Oh, another beautiful shot over the boundary
what a
by
shot.
Patidar. He
Wow.
could have scored way more runs there. Bishnoi, I feel, was Patidar matchup. I think what happened was that Patidar wasn't actually playing in particularly well at that point, and long off was up. So he thought to himself, all I really need to do is make contact on this. But he does raise his head and he missed it. So I have no problem with that. Also, I could be wrong, Varun, but he does hit boundaries in the power play against spin a bit doesn't he, Virat? It's after the
I think
power play
Shahan would be
stops.
better off answering that. I don't think anyone else has done more research than Virat than Shahan has. I think one would be Shahan and two would be me.
Yeah, I feel like he does try to take the option. I feel like Jack's bowled in the power play, I want to say in 2025, and he did get him away for a couple of boundaries. So he does do that. He's not very fast, but he will take a few. Like he might go for a boundary or two. But I do see the logic in that being Patidar's matchup because Kohli's values versus pace, right? Like we just did the whole big thing where and he did his job against pace, I think, like, up to that point. So maybe it was for Patidar to take strike and go for it, but. Yeah, I think in the power play, he'll go for it, whatever it is. It's like a directive at this point. Because if you see him play in the last game, he was going after everything, was he not? So
Yeah,
I
but
think
I
it's
mean,
just
when
a
we talk
continuation
about
of that.
it was the fifth ball of the over. Like Patidar had actually faced like two balls and missed one,
True.
and the other one he just pushed for a single. So it wasn't as if Patidar was going for Bishnoi, right?
Yeah. That's
Also,
fair.
the fourth ball of this over too, Jitesh, once again, it seemed like it did not bounce as much as Jitesh probably expected. He just nudged it down the ground to Jadeja. I don't know if you guys saw that. Low bounce, I don't know if it's going to be a recurring thing or was it just the one-off.
Which ball did you say?
The fourth ball, the dot, that Jitesh just played back to
Yeah,
Jadeja.
1 second. I'll just have a look.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got Bridgeshin now. Interesting.
Oh.
Bishnoi has bowled 2 already, has he not? Bishnoi 2.
Was Jadeja bowled?
And
Oh, he's
Jadeja
bowled just now, right?
Jadeja just bowled the last one, right?
Okay. It's not bad.
He's changed Bishnoi.
I assume that's to save it for Romario and David.
Ooh, I like that.
Producers are watching. I think Akshay can come out for a second.
Did he get like a power cut or something? Could be
Not
that.
sure. Maybe he just wants
That's why
to
it's
be
a
naked.
complete black screen.
Yeah.
Oof.
He didn't collect that well, did he?
No.
Like Rob would have been annoyed at that.
So-
Anytime there's a fielding error, it's like by default my brain is wired to like, oh, Rob is not going to like that.
Always.
Oh, Akshay is back.
Can't hear him. I don't know
Can't hear him though.
if he's on mute. So Brijesh has come back in for Tusha Deshpande. We don't know if he's rested. The word rest was used at the toss, as this one is hit quite well across the line, but just out to deep mid wicket for one. So if we had inconsistent bounce, Byron, so far, would we
Have we
say?
had it for Bishnoi, I think, mainly.
What about his other over?
Yeah, I think it's both overs. We have some of it. So second over, not as much. First over had a bit of it. And then Jaddu had a couple of balls that had. Oh, wow.
Oh,
that-
this
kept
is
low. That one
inconsistent
kept
Speaking of
out.
bounce.
inconsistent
Out.
bounce, yeah, that's gone, yeah.
LBW.
Oof.
Yeah, it just felt to me like the wicket was playing up a little bit. He's
He's
bowled.
probably still going to review that, is he not?
Yeah, he might get away with it, but it definitely kept low, right?
Yeah, it kept
And-
low, that is for sure. I don't know if he's getting away with it, but he might have to review because there's no choice. Like you have to-
He is
Oh, he's
not
not.
reviewing.
He's not reviewing it. Okay. Are they going to get Winky in?
Not
We
yet.
just
I'd
talked so much
imagine.
about Winky. Is it the day? Like it
Is
has
it
to
a
be
day
that.
for Venki? So Bridges comes in and he bowls a length ball just outside off stump, and it just doesn't bounce.
That is low bounce.
It
Low
just
bounce, yeah.
does not bounce. It
So
hits
how
him
many
on
bounce?
the
How many
just
low
at the
bounce
bottom
deliveries
bottom
have
part of the knee roll there,
Yeah.
and that ball should have been
It's a good
bail
question.
height or higher. I would have thought from that length.
Oh, David is still coming in. Okay, fair, I think.
We're getting up.
I've got the timeout as well.
Yeah, timeout.
We had like about 6-ish low bounce deliveries before this one, when I last checked.
That's
Not a
still,
lot
I
of high
think, a
bounce
bit-
stuff, so I don't think it's inconsistent ones. It might just be like the odd one is low.
But the high bounce,
Maybe.
are you talking about the spinners or the pacers? Or both?
I'm saying overall in general. We've
Overall.
had a few that have been low, but none that have been
I think the
extremely
first over
high
had
bounce.
some bounce. Did it not? After that, I'm not so sure. Was there
No, the
extra bounce
first
after
over,
that?
Jofra was just bowling short. He was back of the line. That
Oh,
wasn't
fair.
necessarily high bounce. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That is a bit of a collapse, is it not? Like, were they, I want to say 58 for 2 or something? Oh no, what was the best score? 45 for 1 at 3
Yeah,
overs, and
I
they've
wanna
lost
say.
4 wickets since then. So, crazy.
To be fair, they probably should have lost 4 wickets in those 45 runs as well. So
It's not been an easy pitch to bat on at all, right?
Yeah.
All the way through. We've had seam movement, we've had low bounce, we've had swing. There was pace on the wicket. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Quick
and
outfield, that helps the batters, but I mean, that is part of it as well.
It doesn't
I
look
mean, this
like
could
it's.
be one
it's
of
what-
those things where it just flattens out in the second innings.
Could be.
It could be, but at the moment, there's plenty out there.
hmm
So they've sent David now. If they lose another wicket by the 12th, they might want to sub Winky in because you do need runs to defend. Like at that point, maybe you have to give up the Suyash, the advantage of having Suyash. Like at a certain point, that's what happened in the game I went to watch, the Lucknow versus Delhi one. And in that, I want to say they subbed in Shehbaz, and then they couldn't play Digvesh Rathi in that match. So like they
Yeah.
automatically ended up losing one of their main spinners, but they needed some runs at that point desperately. So I think Shehbaz and Samad they stuck around for a bit, and then they again collapsed at the end. But like the point was that like, RCB might have those conversations soon if they lose another one.
Can Kanishk bat?
Can who?
Kanishk Chauhan? Yeah,
Is
it
it
says
the
he's
under
bowling
19
around.
guy? I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah,
if
yeah.
I've followed him.
He
Bro.
says an offie, so
What about his under 19 stats?
where have I lost him? Where the hell is he vanished? Kanishk, there we go. So he had the last time in under 19 he made a 37 not out
Yeah, that's
at a
what I was thinking.
35 the game versus Pakistan, I guess.
Versus Pakistan. Yeah, so he did
Yeah.
make a couple of scores. I don't know how.
Well, the problem
so
is that they
In
probably
youth ODIs he's
need-
averaging 29 at a strike rate of 101.
Yeah. So far, though, Jadeja's balls haven't really kept as low, have they? The ones that have kept low have been from the wrist spinner or from the pace bowlers.
A couple for Jaddu, I think. Like
Oh, did
not
they?
as much
Okay.
as Bishnoi. Not as much as
Yeah.
Bishnoi, but yeah.
Kanish says 170 pass score on this track. I think you'd be happy with 170 from this position. I think the market
this
still
position,
thinks they're
yes.
getting there, by the way. So,
Oof.
as Tim David
And
gets a
that's a good
juicy
shot,
throwdown ball,
yeah,
his first
Joseph Fritas
delivery,
as well. Almost 140.
punches that out for runs on the offside. That
Jared, are we
I
going to
don't
see
think
right
I've seen
arm fast?
Bridges bowl that fast
Bridges.
before.
That's exactly what I was saying.
As we're just seeing the LBW, it was definitely hitting the stumps. No
Yeah.
issue with that.
I thought that's what I was saying at that point too. If they took it, it was going to be a desperate review because like what are they going to save the review for? But maybe they have other plans.
Says his wicket ball was 134, but his ball
that's a
shot
ball
goes
The one
in
was
the
after
side,
that
yeah.
was
Yeah.
bad line.
Two comfortable deliveries for Tim David to get off mark here.
Thank you,
Yeah.
very much, Tim David. You don't want that.
So when you're doing throwdowns, what the two things that you get the most in throwdowns is the like shin high full toss on off stump, and the next one is when the person's doing the throwdowns, they get it
Yeah,
wrong
okay.
and they just throw a half volley down the leg side.
Yes.
Hello.
We can hear
You
you.
guys
can
can
hear
hear
you,
me now?
Akshay?
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
This guys, this game is going very similar to the West Indies South Africa game, is it not? Because even there, I remember they scored lots of runs in like the first 2 or 3 overs, and then they kept losing wickets, but they also kept chipping back. Like if they make runs, it's a very similar situation, I would say, if that happens.
Also,
And
Kanish
they made
Chauhan
one
can bat, by the way. I mean, since you guys were
Oh,
asking,
okay.
he's rated highly by DK. He's been their sub fielder in almost every game so far.
So he's also an offie, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Do,
Yeah.
do you think they can sub him in then for Suyash, like instead of Suyash?
I mean, he can bat theoretically.
to
We
that.
don't know how it
That's-
translates to IPL.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying exactly.
Jofra is back on, so he's got 2 for 26 from 2, and he's still angry about that. As this
Oh,
one
wow.
is
Like
driven
you
out to
take
2
2 for 26, would you not for him? Because Early wickets matter a lot. I know we keep having this discourse all the time about runs and wickets, but like if you've taken 2 in the first 2 overs in the power play and like 2 big
Also,
wickets
another
at
day
that,
it could have easily been like 2 for 10 or
Also
something,
there.
right?
Yeah,
True.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
I think if you went up to him now and you said, "You'll be happy with 2 for 26," he'd punch you in the bollocks.
That's it. That's that. That's you're not
He's not
wrong
really
there.
happy with like anything more.
But you
than-
took early wickets,
Yikes.
Joff. Fuck off. Trevor Penny on the microphone. There's a blast from the past. One of the world's best ever fielders.
Oh,
Generations
play
ahead
for,
of his
Jared?
time. Hey,
South Africa or Australia? Who did he play for?
I think he's Zimbabwe, isn't he, Trevor Penny?
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I think
can't-
I'm right.
I
I
don't
don't
think I
think
have
he
any
played
memory
much
of
for Zimbabwe because he was playing in
For
England.
Warwickshire. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so for the Jitesh wicket, it's similar amount of low bounce as the Virat one had with Bishnoi, relatively speaking.
Interesting.
Trevor
Vishnu
Penny.
is done with 2, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, Vishnu has done with 2.
No.
I'm not sure by the balloons, but okay.
Trevor Penny,
Are you on a Mac?
158 first class games, an average
Yeah.
of 39.
Okay, that's why, yeah.
Never made any runs in List A cricket, but did play 15 T20 games. I wouldn't have even thought he was still playing when T20 was existing.
Can I do that? No, I don't know. Oh,
Yeah, it does happen on a Mac.
Yeah, it does.
yeah, no, I'm on a Mac
Sometimes
too. I
random.
don't think it's letting me.
It's
That's-
very
that's
random,
sad.
bro. I've seen this. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
I
there you
think
go.
there's a trend.
Oh,
Oh,
You
wow.
could turn it off. It took me about a year to work out how.
Nah, why would I?
Yay.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not getting anything, bro.
I used
It's
to,
rigged.
you used to be able to do this and this, and there's a few others, isn't there? Is there guns as one, I think?
Wait,
Yeah.
there's a thumbs
There's,
up.
yeah, there's also, if you do this, there's rain. Like, oh, what's that?
Hitmeyer is player of the match for.
I don't know. I was just
Rob
listening the
Barrett.
reactions. Wait, we have celebrations, of
Is
course.
he not? Varun?
Huh? There's
Hitmeyer
a-
is player of the match for Rob Barron today.
Oh,
Oh, that's a good one.
another brute here from Jofra Archer. This launches up at the batter again, a bit like the Phil Salt dismissal, but this time Tim David is on top of it. Remember, Tim David's also a foot taller than Phil Salt and grew up in Western Australia.
Yeah. Very fair.
Also, by the way, Vishnu is at 9 wickets. I think Cricket Foot didn't update it in time. That's what someone mentioned in
Are
the
we going to
comments.
keep
Oh,
He's at 9 already.
Yeah, let me just confirm because someone in the comments just
let me
mentioned
look
that in the
this up,
chat. Yeah, Indian
what to say?
Premier League stats.
He took 4 wickets
Yeah,
the other day. I
he's
remember
at
that
9.
one.
He's at 9.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
How
nice.
much was it last season, Jared? 9?
9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or 8?
Yeah. 9.
Oh,
Short
wait.
ball to David. David's whacking this, not off the middle of the
Not
bat, but there's
entirely,
no one
yeah.
back, and he's going to get a
Yeah.
boundary over deep mid wickets.
It didn't look completely in control there.
Exactly.
There was
There's no
no
one
deep
out
mid
there.
wicket?
Have a look where
No
he's
one
hit
out
that.
there.
Oh, strange. Okay, I want to see the ball. How did he play that? I'm still seeing Trevor Penny, alright? Oh, yeah, finally.
Well,
Ooh,
that's
okay.
that's what you want. More Trevor Penny.
Yeah.
Shout out to all 7 other people who know what Trevor Penny looks like.
No, I do know him as a coach. He's very popular as a coach. Like Michael Slater's popular as a commentator for me. I don't look at him as a cricketer. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think Trevor Penny. I've tried to work out how many different countries he's been fielding coach for, but I've never been able to work it out. But I think he did a lot of like little spot jobs where he would just turn up and do fielding coaching for people. But yeah, he
I'll
was
need him and Rob Barron to like do a podcast or work together then.
in county cricket. He was considered one of the best fielders in the world. I don't think he ever played games for Zimbabwe. I think by that stage he'd moved on.
I'm blanking out on the other guy's name who coached Rajasthan Royals. He was also part of the Indian team who asked the cricketers to have more sex. What's the guy's name? He was more of a mental Paddy Upton. Thank
Is
God.
he the
Paddy.
Paddy
Oh.
Upton? Yeah. Makes sense.
That's the guy. Yeah.
Should point out he didn't ask them to have more sex with him.
Thanks for the confirmation.
I
Big
think if you're
distinction
a-
there.
Also, if you're a young athlete, I think very early on in your career, whether you're male or female, you do want to work out whether sex before a game helps or doesn't help.
You think it does?
I think it helps some people, and I think it's the opposite for other people. I think some people need the extra energy, and I think other people need their mind calm.
It's something I've genuinely wondered because there was a series that released in India called Inside Edge. Extremely exaggerated, very dramatic, but I still want to believe there's no smoke without fire. Like it is rooted in some reality. And the way they showed, like, the guy, the main dude who's supposed to be
Yeah.
like Virat Kohli, the
Vasu.
Virat Kohli of that universe. Yeah, Vayu Raghavan. Yeah, that's the guy. The guy.
Vayu,
he's
not Vasu.
Mr.
Not Vasu. Vayu Raghavan.
Yeah,
Correct.
he fucks a lot. I mean, the guy just keeps fucking left, right, and center. Every girl that comes in front of him, the guy needs to sleep with her. So it was funny.
So there's this really old Australian cricket coach whose name I've forgotten, but he ended up being the Oxford coach for years. So he's coached a lot of first-class cricketers over the years, even though he didn't do stuff. He would say at the end of every game, at the end of every day's play, so he would give the speech about the day, and then he would say, "Remember, boys, get your route on early." Right?
Oh,
Which was, it's his way of saying, look, if you want to go out and have a drink, if you want to try and, get lucky tonight, that's fine. But don't stay up till like 2 and 3 in the morning in the nightclubs trying to wait to see if you get lucky. Like, either get it on, get over, you need rest. And that's what he would say. And so I've talked to guys who played under him about this. Like, it's a really famous thing that he would say. So Jack Brooks, who had a really good career in county cricket, he was one of the ones who told me that he would be told, get your route on early. But there's another great Victorian, and he was a Victorian, that guy as well. He was also the first guy to bowl a dooser, by the way, in the 60s. And Richie Benaud told him to bowl it better. And he,
Who was it? Who is he, Jared?
I'd have to look it up. Jack Potter, I think his name is.
Oh, seems like I might have looked him up maybe when you were talking about the dude.
Nah, I only
Yeah.
one Potter.
Jack Potter played 104 first-class games as a batter, bowled the doocer in the nets. Richie Benaud said, what are you doing? You should be a bowler. And he went, and never tried it in a game. But he would bowl it into his 60s and 70s to the kids at Oxford. They still couldn't hit it. And this is before Sucklane Mushak was around,
Wow.
right? Like, he's literally been
Crazy.
bowling it for years.
Crazy.
Anyway, so he was a Victorian coach who came from my
Was it
area. And
Drizzling again?
there was another Victorian player who came from my area.
Oh,
Just down
to
the
Lakeside,
lakeside, I
yeah.
think that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Who did this thing. He was a cricketer who should have played for Australia, but Ian Chappell refused to play with him because he thought he was a cheat. True story. His name is Ray Slug Jordan, right? And Ray Slug Jordan was a professional. He worked in football and cricket, so he did coaching in both. And I think he was the first Victorian academy coach when all the academies opened, right? And there's a famous story of him in football where the team he was coaching lose a game of football and they come off. And he's like, don't worry about it, guys. Everyone sit down, relax. He said, what I want you to do is jump in the shower, have a shower, get out, have a shave, put some nice clothes on, make yourself smell good, go out tonight, have a couple of drinks, meet a woman, have sex with her, get in a relationship with her
And
and
he's
marry her. Another wicket here.
I'm gone.
Low
And
bounce
David-
again, I think.
David hoiks the medium fast today at Brajesh down to long on and it's caught. So
Is
another
that-
wicket.
who
They
got
might
that?
need Venki here.
That's what I'm saying.
Was it
Oh, can we
Hetmar
get a
again?
photo of that screen, by the way? Quick. I think I've got it.
Oh, that did not bounce at all. Wow.
No.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
tricky
very
Another
wicket.
guy for
this.
Hetty?
Yeah.
I think so. I
that
think
is-
it
that
is.
is-
Hetty.
Player of
So
the
he
match
says.
now.
So he says to them, "Go and make yourself smell good. Go out, have a couple of beers tonight. Meet a woman, have sex with her, maybe get her pregnant, marry her." He said, "Because none of you motherfuckers can." Oh, well, it wouldn't have been fuckers. It wouldn't have been motherfuckers. It's because none of you fuckers are any good at football. And the kids he was talking to were like 17. And that's what he said to them, and they just walked out of the change room.
That's such a long setup. I was wondering, where's this?
Sorry,
ever on?
it's one of my favorite stories because that's the culture I grew up in. That was the sort of things that we were told. So things like get your route on early and none of you fuckers can play football is the kind of thing that we were told all the time.
Also, I'm trying to think if this was a piece that you wrote or if I read this somewhere else about how in Australia there was this culture of, players showering together after the game and training together and all of these things. It was very it was this extremely boys locker room kind of culture in the 90s and everything where you would go drink a lot and then go back. So there were a lot of cases of drunk driving that were happening specifically from cricketers and everything. And they had to come up with the law, keeping these fuckers in mind that these guys, they just go crazy after the game ends. And
I think
I
there
don't
was
know.
there was a lot of bad drink driving in Australia, and also Australians drive really, really fast in really big cars. So generally, when they cause an accident, they take out about 4 or 5 people with them. I don't know if it was just about the cricket. I think it was just more about, in general, Australian men would go out and then drink together. There's some really bad stuff about Australian cricket and locker rooms and things, though. So I've got a novel that I sort of half wrote years ago, which is which is sort of set in with all the stuff that I came up with. But if you want to see my piece about Australian, I think it's called
The Ugly Australian?
The Ugly Australians. That's my sort of ode to the cricket I
he's
grew up
hit
in.
him. Oh, he's got a six.
Shepherd
Wow.
just launches this one step.
Oof.
Ooh, wow.
As we said,
shot.
brilliant player of spin.
Extremely good.
He's totally going to score like a 30 of 15 or something against Spin today.
I like the fact they
RCB
sent
would
him
take
out
that
though.
with both hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I don't think that there was any point in bringing the impact sub right now.
Well, I think if you decide that the wicket is good, right? That's when the impact sub makes sense because you're like, we've lost a lot of wickets, but there's something to be done. If you think the wicket isn't any good, surely you push it as far as you can because you're going to need the extra bowlers.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, good.
I actually wouldn't mind even, like Varun said, I know he probably just said it in jest, but I wouldn't mind sending in Bhuvi next. Like, wait, really? Because the surface is so bad, Venki could just get a blue to delivery and be dismissed first ball.
Bro, but
and
it
you
might
can't do
flatten
anything
out in
about
the
it.
next innings. No, that's the thing we have to factor in.
That's
Like
true.
with
That's
pitch, it's very hard to read pitches, I think, for this reason. Like, you never know how drastically it might change within a single game.
That's true.
Yeah, but I still want to believe Reigns really played a role over here because this apparently is the same surface as the MIRR one that saw what.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So,
But okay,
That also had rain, though, did it not?
yeah,
That
yeah,
also
it did.
did.
Lots of rain. So I'll tell you a good story about this. We were when I was at St. Lucia, we had a pitch where I think we made 220 and Trinidad chased it, right? And then the next game we made like 225, and I think Barbados again made a lot of runs, if I'm remembering correctly, right? And so I was like, how do you analyze this shit, right? And I knew we were playing this on the same pitch the third time. So I was like, I can't use any of my analysis tools. What I really need to do at the moment is go and talk to people. So I talked to the groundsman, I talked to Darren Sammy, I talked to Andre Fletcher, everyone who knew that St. Lucia pitch really well. And they all said to me, once a pitch in St. Lucia is like this, it will just remain like this. It doesn't change, right? So I gave a big presentation to the team saying, guys, it's going to be all about runs again, blah, 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 right? And we get bowled out for about 70. Right? The pitch completely changed. It was nothing like it, right? So then Kyron Pollard comes up to me and goes, this is why I don't like analytics and blah, blah, blah. And this is why I trust. And I said, Polly, it wasn't analytics. It was your friend who was the one who gave me the fucking information. Your two mates. And he looked at me and he went, really? And I said, they told me it wouldn't change on the third game. I was skeptical because I was like, I really want to see what. And they were like, Jared, trust us.
Also, I'd imagine Karen Pollard being angry at you might be one of the most terrifying things ever.
You have no idea. Do you know, with Polly, his face doesn't change all that much, but like you can tell by his body language how he feels. No, do you know what? He did have a go at me that day and another day. But the scariest thing I've had was, I can't remember what happened, but we lost some game. And I had to go into the change room and bring him out for the TV interview. Right? And like when I went in, he was like wearing jocks, right? And he's a massive dude, just like, right? He's got no clothes on. And I was like, you've got to come out and do the TV. And he looked at me. And I honestly thought, this is belted down the ground by Patadar, flat bat for 4. Lovely shot off Brajesh.
Good shot.
I honestly thought he was going to say, fuck off and do it yourself. And it's also, I'd never had to go into the change room and tell a guy who's basically naked that he needs to be on TV in a minute. Like, it's just not, that's not a thing that was part of my repertoire, right?
Not part of the job description, guys.
Yeah. Guys, you're not
Jared,
paying me enough to make this make this work.
Since this wasn't like, although like you kind of got it wrong, this wasn't purely like analytics. Is there ever a story where you did do data analytics and you completely got it wrong? Like, what's the worst story of that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I like that.
I had one when the team didn't listen to me because they thought I was wrong, which was Scotland when we were going up against that really good Bermuda batter who played for Sussex for years. Someone might know him in the chat. He's a really good player. Played for Sussex and played for Bermuda. And I basically told them that his weakness was short outside off stump. And I think they just thought I was mad. What was that?
No, not Delray Rollins.
Yeah, Delray Rollins. Another cut shot here from Shepherd for 4. He's on fire here. And I remember telling them that. And then that was the game when my son had to be hospitalized. So they took me out of the game. And so while they were batting, and we had them like, a few wickets down without many runs. So I left and we were well on top. And then suddenly Delray Rawlins hits like 70 or 80 off like 30 balls against us. And we come back and we had a big team meeting about it. And the guys were like, well, you know, we tried everything. And I went, well, you didn't try bowling short and wide outside of stump. And they were like, well, that's not a weakness. And I was like, here's the stats. And I showed them to them. So I remember that really, really clearly. I'm trying to think of one where it went the other way.
Oh, that's a poor ball again.
Another bad ball.
Bad line. Bad line.
Yeah, down leg side. And Romario Shepherd's just batting really well. He's just putting away bad balls on top of the good shot from a minute ago. I'm trying to think of one where I gave something and it just went completely against us. There would have to be one. I'm just trying to think of one where...
Anything in the BBL?
Trying to think in the Big Bash.
Oh, man.
So, Jared, you were against
I think there was
them
someone
dropping
who
Evan
was
Gomez,
really
right?
bad against spin, and I can't remember who it was, and I told them to pump him against spin, and it just was a wicket that wasn't... Like, if I'd have been there working for them, I would have sent a second message out, but they were getting me to do it remotely, and, like, they just didn't work it out. But, yeah, I can't remember anything that... There was just little things, like, where sometimes you're like, you want to bowl this way early on, and someone will get away from you. But I can't think of any. There was a bunch of funny ones where, like, we mentioned him the other day, the wicketkeeper from Viv Talkna, that wicketkeeper.
Dinesh
Ramden.
Yeah. Where so I think it was the first game I ever did analysis, and I said to the team, how deep do you want the analysis? And they all asked for 4 players, and I went, are you sure? Surely it should be more than that. And they were like, no, we only need to know the top 4 players. And I remember it was Colin Munro. I had this big theory on Colin Munro that if you just kept bowling length, he played this whip across the line, and he hit 1 and 3 of them straight up in the air, and he did, and it was dropped. And then we got beyond that, and I had no notes on the keeper, and he smashed like 60 off 20 balls. Probably his only good T20 innings of his life. And after that, I refused to not do the whole team. So I would go all the way in. But I can't remember anything. I'm sure there's one that's gone against me. I'm sure there was like, maybe I've told them to bowl someone against someone and it didn't work or something. But I can't remember any really clear ones off the top of my head, Varun. Most of it, to be honest, if you look back at my record, other than St. Lucia, we didn't lose many games that I was involved with. They were mostly wins. So I'm sure they were, and that had less to do with me, just that the teams I was doing went really well.
I mean, obviously, you were the one who told RCB to use Corey Anderson at the death, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Definitely.
I could, if you want to hear a fun conversation about, so when RCB asked me to get involved, it was just after they'd made their retentions, and I don't know if they were made public, right?
Okay.
And when they told me that they were retaining Sarfraz Khan over KL Rahul, I thought they were joking. And they were like, no, you don't understand. I went, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you've got Kohli and you've got KL Rahul. Why would you split them up? And they were like, oh, there's, they both want to play the same. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. Just get them in a room and get them to talk like fucking adults.
But did KL want to leave? Do you know anything about that? Did he also? Because I feel like he made some comments later on. It was like, I wanted to get out of the shadow of Kohli and De Villiers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know how much of a part that plays.
They played a big part. He played a very big part.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So they were saying to me he was going to leave anyway, and that's when I was saying, I said, look, I'm new to this because I don't think I'd even worked for any team at this point.
Okay.
And I said, you just cannot allow that to happen. You can't that's a big error. You have to make sure that everyone discusses it and that they all know their roles, because you guys have the batting lineup. This is straight up in the air from Shepherd.
And it's taken it.
Oh my God. Dropped and taken.
Is that?
He dropped and taken, yeah.
That was when
But
I
that
realized how bad that like a lot of these teams are with like just having adult conversations with people. Right. I'll tell you this. It's taken me forever to look this up, and it's going to sound like I've saved it just for him going out. But against pace, Rodman Powell, 173 strike rate, an average of 31 in the last 3 years of T20 cricket. Against spin, 115 strike rate at an average of 18.
You mean Romario?
Oh, Romario. Sorry, not Rodman.
Yeah.
Although
about the
I got
2018
confused. 'Cause
Rodman's record might be very similar to that guy.
that's what I was saying exactly. We were talking about Rothman in the last time, right? The KKR, the washout one.
A pretty good over by Jadeja there. I think just 6 runs off a run of a
What
wicket.
okay, Venki has come in now, right?
Venki has
They
come in.
should-
Yeah.
Venki has
to,
come
like,
in,
they don't have a choice now.
Yeah. Now it's too much. But
Also-
about the 2018 auction, though, if I'm not wrong, you mentioned that even for the auction bit, it was after day one, after they made their purchases on day one, that they reached out to you saying, "Yeah, we
No.
made this."
No. So they reached out before, and I was working for Crick Info, and they said, "Are you available?" And I said, "Yes, but I have to take a week off, so you need to tell me quickly." And they couldn't get it signed off, right? And so what they did I don't think I chatted with Dan, but Trent Woodhill was there,
Woodhill, yeah,
almost like their director of cricket. He was like the head of scouting and everything.
Yeah.
So I was staying around the corner from where his hotel was, and we would just get the laptop out for hours and just go through all the things that they were looking for, right? Because I had one of the best databases in the world at that stage. Like I still have a really good one, but at that stage, no one else had it set up the way that I had it set up, other than a few analysts, right? You know, like P Dog and Gaurav and like even Himanesh wasn't at that level at that point. And so, as far as I know, anyway. And so I had this really advanced thing, and so we went through it step by step, and then I gave them, you know, option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4 for every kind of player type they wanted, right? Of like, okay, if you can't get the A tier, here's the C tier, right? Of all these players. Then during the auction, they had an analysis team, and they also had, oh my God, my friend who worked for them as well. So they had so they said, we don't need you, right? And so I was like, fine. And I went and lived my life that day. And I didn't even follow the auction that closely. I was, I had other things to do. I was probably covering a big bash game, right? And then at the end of that day, I got panicked messages after panicked messages where they just realized they had fucked it up massively. And then the next day was the only day that I wasn't working the whole time I was in Australia. It was my only full day off, right? And I had to clean my clothes. So I had to go to the laundromat. And then I had planned for a massage. And that was my whole day planned. And that's all I was going to do. I wasn't going to see any friends. I wasn't going to do any work. I wasn't covering any games. I was just going to chill out. And then I got to the laundromat. And when I got to the laundromat, my phone just was going nuts, message after message. Because I think they told me the night before, they said, run us through what you think. As this is a big hit by Patadar.
Really good shot.
That is a 6.
It's a 6 over long off. Lovely.
Really good shot.
He's played some good shots here. He's 34 of 28. Some of this is just the wicket, though, guys. But
On the situation, I would say.
And the wickets, right?
and the situation.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you can't afford to lose him right now, can you?
Yeah, so I'm in the laundromat, and like literally, you've got all these machines going off, and I didn't even know. I know I talked to Trent, I know I talked to Dan, I talked to someone else, but they were in the auction for day 2 by this stage, right? And they were like bouncing all these ideas off me, and then I probably did an hour of that, and then I went to my massage, right?
Oof.
And so I said to them, "Look, guys, you need to tell me if you need me." And they're like, "No, we've got everything we need now." So I'm on the massage table, and I can hear my phone vibrating. Right? And so eventually what I did was I literally said to the masseuse, "Can you just bring my phone over?" And you know how you have your face through the hole? So I had my arms outside the thing, and I'm like texting them back with my face through the hole. And the masseuse is getting so upset, right? Because she's like, "You're not relaxed." And I was like, "I know, but just keep doing what you're doing, and I'll try and do this." And I was all stressed. And then And I'm trying to tell her what this is. Is this 6?
It's a 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
what a
my
shot
God.
that is.
Is it
He
6?
just swivels for a 6. Yeah.
Incredible pull shot. That might never come back. How is Nondre Berger going to end up with like these figures from today? He's going to end up with like none for 45 or something. And only the streets will remember. Anyway. So yeah. And so I remember they were trying to get a fast bowler at the last minute. And I know Mark Wood, Nathan Coulter-Nile, someone else was on the list.
They bought Coulter-Nile.
Yeah.
They got Coulter.
And I was trying to get them to get Wood.
I want to say.
And I can't remember if Wood went earlier or if they didn't want to spend the money for Wood. You'd have to go back and check the auction. But I remember
Wood
that was
went
the...
Wood went
Unsold,
to
by the way.
CSK, right?
Oh, okay. Wood
He
went
went-
unsold. So I was pushing Wood ahead of
He was a
Coulter-Nile.
replacement.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then the other big one was they had a choice between Washington Sundar and who was the guy that everyone thought was going to be a great player because he had a great
Krishnappa
stat number.
Gautam?
Yes.
Oh, got them. Yeah.
And I remember at this stage I had to pick the phone up because they weren't listening to me. And I was like, Washington Sundar is going to play in this league for 10 or 12 years. This other bloke, you were taking a huge flyer on. And I said, looking at his numbers, I'm not even sure I trust him that much. And they ended up going for Washi, and then they never played Washi because they didn't like him and never used him correctly.
I mean, that season, that auction in particular has to be one of the most bizarre. By the way, for what it's worth, I followed every auction like a nut job. I really love tracking auctions. I don't think I can make it more apparent than that. That auction, these buggers went for Parthiv Patel, McCullum, and Quinton de Kock. As if that wasn't enough in terms of keeper batters, they added another top order batter in Manan Vora after having bought back Mandeep Singh using an RTM. I was like, bro, like where
So much overlap.
I would love to have been in the room with them because they were so panicked, and it'd be really fascinating to have watched them do it. But yeah, they just got it wrong. And then part of the problem with RCB at that stage is they were making decisions based on what they thought Virat would want, rather than actually getting Virat to help them make the decisions. Ashish Nehra was involved, and Ashish Nehra had a completely different idea than what Vittori and Woodhill had. Diageo had brought in an analysis team who knew nothing about cricket, and they also hired my friend, whose name I forgot now, who was their analyst that year. Just genius.
Are you talking about Sandeep?
No, this was an English guy. This guy is an absolute genius, right, with analysis, but didn't know what a cutter was, right?
What?
So they had no analysts in the room who understood cricket. And they're listening to the analyst, and they got Ashish in the background with his flip phone complaining about stuff. Terrible fielding by Bishnoi. Puts down the long barrier and somehow still misses the ball. He fielded that like he was an under-12 cricketer.
Yeah, we needed Rob's reaction for this one.
So yeah, it was a real mess. So Moeen Ali was my pick. Washi was my pick.
Degrand who?
No, I think that would have been Dan.
Oh, okay.
But it was interesting. So when I was with St. Lucia, that's the one thing I realized is that you need to come up with your theory of what you need, right? And then you need everyone pulling in the same direction to pull that off. So let's say you want to win games with power. Let's say you want to win games with death bowling. Let's say you want to win games with long batting lineup, whatever.
Correct.
You need to go in with that really strong theory, and then in the auction or the draft, you need to pull that off. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. Right?
Yeah.
Whereas when you have a theory where Dan thinks this and Trent thinks this and I think this and Joe Harris, that was the analyst. Joe Harris thinks this and Ashish Nehra thinks this and Virat Kohli might think this, right?
Yeah.
You end up in a situation where, so one of the reasons they picked Moeen was because of me, but it was also because they knew that Virat liked Moeen, right? And so, so you end up in that sort of situation where it's like, well, that's not the right reason to really do this. What you should be thinking is, in my mind, I was thinking, Washi is really good with the new ball, right? So you can bowl him for 1 or 2 overs. You then get his batting. You get a little bit of his batting, and then Moeen can bowl with the old ball, right in the middle, and you don't need him. You don't need either in the ball to 4 overs, and Moeen can bat at number 5 and come in and hammer the ball, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is my theory on it.
Ball,
Go back and have a look how they played out that season. I don't think those guys ever played that role.
It was very...
what a shot that is.
It wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Great cover drive this from Patadar from a very good ball, actually, from Zendeep. Digs it out, really.
Got a 50.
And he's got his 50, yeah. Well played.
Yeah, well played. Well played.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen him get the 50, but I'm trusting you guys on this.
He started well this season again.
Yeah.
Shayan, was it last season? He had started well and then fell off.
Just do a lie to
Yeah,
see if
yeah.
Akshay can tell if we're telling the truth.
Exactly. I don't want to be in the Truman Show where I just do it if I'm living a lie or if I'm
What if I'm just messing with you, bro? I think we should start messing with him, Jared. For the rest of this.
Because
he's
I
out.
actually thought about this and
And he's out.
Oh, he's out and he's hit wicket. No, yeah.
I believe he backflipped onto the stumps there, Jared.
Oh my God, his left testicle has fallen off and rolled back onto the bales. It was basically the Muhammad Siraj delivery, but with his
Yeah,
testicle.
I was about to say that.
Yes.
Oh, the Lordsman you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
He
is
didn't
a-
get out. I really thought he at least got out.
That was a timeout, by the way. There wasn't even a ball. We were making up non-existent balls at that stage.
No, the last ball just
But
happened.
there was a one. There was a
Yeah.
one. He just he hit it 2 cover.
Also, one thing, just since you mentioned the 2018 season, Where I would actually probably defend them is they did go after someone like a Krunal Pandya. In fact, they actually bought him as well. Unfortunately, Mumbai RTM'd him. Yeah, and I really thought that was a good buy. Like I remember thinking, oh, that's a great player.
I think I remember having the conversation of they told me they were going after Krunal, and I said, well, if you match him with Moen, you've got one of the better middle order combinations, right?
And
they're
at
both...
that point, Krunal was a good batter too.
Yeah, exactly. So my whole thing was if you have Washi, Moen, and Krunal, right?
Yeah, that's
you have about 8 to 10 overs of spin with batting.
Exactly. Yeah.
So in my mind, this is what I'm pointing out. So it's yes, there was a lot of bad decisions made, but remember, in my mind, what am I thinking? I'm trying to recreate Mumbai, but with spin. So how do I get 3 all-rounders into my 11, right? And I have the flexibility that Karen Pollard and the Pandya brothers brought. That's my side. But Trent's side is, is he wants everyone to whack sixes from every ball, right? Vittori's is on that kind of method. Ashish has a different idea. The Diageo team has a different idea. If we had all sat down together and had this conversation of what can we get out of this auction that can make us a really good side, and that's what I have learned over the years is you need to
want
know
to hit sixes every ball. Why are you buying Mandeep Singh and Manan Vora?
Exactly.
That could have been for Kohli or Ashish Nira or Diageo, right?
Okay,
that's my point.
Yeah.
So again, so we had this theory when we were at St. Lucia of I wanted to do something where I wanted to basically make sure that we thought all the best West Indies players at that stage were sort of middle overs players, right? And we had Darren and we had Pollard. So the next year, what I wanted to do is bring Rovman in there, create that core in the middle, right? And then I can get overseas openers that are always going to be handy, right? And I had, and so I didn't need even big star names. I could spend my money on that. And then Brad Hodger, who was the coach, his theory was, okay, so you create that core, and what I want to do then is I want to go out and get all the Afghanistani players to play together, right? So that we have we probably wouldn't have been able to get Rashid Khan, but Shadab Khan was our backup on that, right? But we could have got Nabi. We had KS Ahmed, so we would have had a bunch of guys who could bowl and bat a little bit, and now we can use Pollard at number 4. And mix and match. If there's spin to be hit, we bring the Afghanistani guys up the order. There's pace to be hit, we bring the West Indian guys up the order. What do you do as the opposition? We've now got all-round flexibility. We've got batting and bowling, right? Rodman can give us an over. Polly can give us 2 or 3 overs. KS can hit leg spin when he comes in. Mohammad Nabi can bat anywhere from 5 to 8, right? That is that. At that stage, you can... this is an incredible hit by Patadar down the ground.
It's a really good hit.
Off Bishnoi. At that stage, you have an idea of what your team structure is going to be.
Is that very...
Right? Yeah. So that's the plan. If you can go in with something like that. And the better teams, if you look at the best teams, like there was, when the Adelaide Strikers basically went in with the thing. If you go in with the core of that, you can then replace players easier, right? When things go wrong. If you have no core structure of a team, it's very hard to even work out who your backup should be. Another big 6.
And the 6 again.
Oh my God. Second tier again.
The screen is freezing a bit for me, so I don't even think I could see the shot clearly for this one, but I can tell he probably
I think he dragged it back and then he just went back and just hit a deep wicket for 6.
The back foot one that he does. Is it that?
Yeah, it's the leggy, and it's just a little bit too short, and not that short to be fair, but short enough to allow him to swing his arms across.
This is similar to a shot he played against Mayank Markanday in 2024. He drags it back just a bit back and bowls a googly, but somehow Patidar manages to get it over deep.
I think the concerning thing here is if the pitch is flattening out and you need Romario Shepherd and Venkatesh Iyer to be your 5th and 6th bowlers against Vaibhav Suryavanshi.
That's the 5th over quota, right? That's the
6th over. I think they still have Abhinandan.
You've got Abhinandan, Hazelwood.
No. What happens? So they would have brought in a bowler in, right? And because they brought in a batter instead of a bowler, so Krunal would become the 4th bowler, and then Shepherd is the 5th bowler. Shepherd and Venki would be 6th bowlers.
Brett says, if testicles break the bails, it's out. First umpire. I think it is, actually. I think if any part of your body comes off, I think if you lose an arm... If your eyelash lands on the bails, I think you're out.
No, because didn't Inzi have an dismissal where the helmet goes on the stumps? I imagine it's similar with testicles.
Yeah, it does. For what it's worth,
I can
am
contact Lords if you guys want, just to ask.
I was about
We
to
need
say
Rob
that I'm
Barron for these,
actually
yeah.
a registered umpire and
Cool.
scorer
I'm gonna ask
in
Rob
leagues
this.
with KSCA. So I don't know the rules a bit, is what I would say. I said I was a registered umpire with KSCA. So yeah.
Wow.
Oops.
Brett says, is Jared's biography called History of Cricket? I don't have a
Where's this
biography. It's
question?
kind of. There's a little bit about me in a book called Lily of Camberfield. If you
Yeah,
want to
that's
find
your
it.
autobiography of sorts. Not autobiography.
No, but kind of.
But Jared, just one thing to cap of that RCB 2018 thing. You were talking about how you wanted to recreate the MI setup. You saw Hardik Pandya. The only thing I want to say is they saw Hardik Pandya and then they saw Chris Wokes. And they're like, yeah, this is the guy. He's going to be a pace bowling all-rounder who'll finish games for us, who'll take wickets with the ball across phases. Again, not a bad player. Not a bad player.
Again, I don't mind. Again, if Chris Wokes was in a good bowling attack and you get him to use the new ball and he bowls one over at the death, he's fine.
Was that not the KKR thing of the KKR team that got them out gold for 49? They took every bowler from that
They
team.
bought all them back, right? Yeah.
Everyone
another-
was the main guy except Trent Bolt. The main dude, they left him. They bought Umesh. They bought Colin de Grandhomme. They bought.
Sorry,
Was
who
Bolt
did
with
you
KKR then?
No,
Trent
Bolt was
Bolt.
not in KKR then. No, Bolt was
2017 he
in
was with KKR.
No, not
Was
in
he
that
in
innings. Like
KKR?
100% remember that.
Not in that innings, but that season he was
Didn't
with
he play
KKR.
for
That I
Delhi?
can't remember.
He
I
played
want to
for
say
Delhi in
Delhi too.
2018. He was with Delhi in 2018 and then traded to Mumbai later on.
166 for 7.
Oh,
after
Oh, he was in
17,
KKR.
yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
He
Fair.
was.
I
He
have
was.
no
But he
recollection.
didn't play
of
that
this.
game. That I remember for sure.
Yeah, he wasn't there in that game for sure, but he was a part of the squad. SRE 2016.
that
and
could
KKR
be, yeah.
2016.
Oh, another big hit off
I
Sandeep
think that
Sharma.
looks
This,
out.
it's up in the
I think that's
air.
gone.
And it
Yep.
doesn't
Taken
go
out.
anywhere. Yeah, it really dies. And he's
Yeah.
caught out at deep mid wicket. Sandeep Sharma comes on, takes the wicket of Patadar. So that will change this because they just got it back to not quite even money, but the market was starting to think that RCB was doing something right. So we'll see who comes out to bat next. Prit says, what are your thoughts on the new BCCI rules on restricting family stays, no personal staff, dress codes, etc.? Feels controlling and school-like. Yeah, if you don't treat people like adults, you don't get adults, right?
Yeah, true.
And at a certain point, you have to start making these people think like adults and like professionals. There are plenty of professionals who are better when their families are with them, right? And there are other professionals who understand that it's hard for them to perform at their best with them. You allow people to make those decisions for themselves. I'm not too worried about no personal stuff, right? Because I think that can get a little bit ridiculous and everything else.
Yeah.
But family stays, absolutely not. And dress codes. Look, there are lots of teams. Most cricket teams in the world have a dress code, by the way. Yeah, when you're going to games and when you're traveling on the plane. So that seems pretty normal to me. Depending on where the dress
Oh, by
codes
the way,
are.
did you see RCB's travel jersey? Fucking amazing.
Yeah. They've got a travel kit, a proper travel
Oh,
kit.
I think
Yeah.
I saw that online. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mumbai used to have Levi jeans, didn't they, as their travel kit?
Oh,
And it
fair.
had
That
like a
would be
little
very
Mumbai
Mumbai
Indians
thing.
logo on it, and not a single Mumbai player who I'm friends with has ever given me a pair. Again, Dad says Jitesh's prayer for collapse
Right.
worked. Not well though.
Yeah. So he actually made this comment recently, right? Where he's like, as a lower order batter, I want to be in a situation where the team loses early wickets, so I can come in. Like from his point of view, it makes perfect sense, does it not? I think it was a statement that got a bit misinterpreted online. I want to say. Like,
No,
I think a lot of
Surprise,
stuff he said
surprise.
got misinterpreted.
Yeah, exactly.
Online?
Yeah.
By Twitter?
Boovy is in with a career of 390 runs, and he's almost run himself out first ball here. As he's, although he's going to get an overthrow.
okay.
He's hit this
then-
straight to point and taken off, and there was no run there. But he's got the overthrow, so that's fine. Rudra says, Varun, which team do you think is the most intent pilled all the way through their lineup?
It's got to be
Good question.
Sunrisers, right?
I think so. Still.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
I mean, now with Mukul Chaudhary, you can probably
Punjab?
make an argument for LSG as well.
No.
Like,
I refuse
He
to
was
believe
2
it's
off
LSG
6.
with Pant in the
Fucking
middle.
boring bastard.
You can't be in central with Rishabh Pant in the middle, man.
Exactly.
Rishabh Pant is the only.
And
he's the
Markram.
only.
Like Markram is good, but he's not
Yeah,
like
Markram.
a high intent.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Markram's not an
And
intent player, though.
Jared, I keep thinking this about Mitch Marsh. He plays a lot of shots to only strike at 166.
Because he faces a lot of dots. We were talking about this the other
Yeah.
day. Mitch Marsh is probably the closest of any non-West Indian to a West Indian player, isn't he?
I never thought.
I
of
see
that.
Fair,
it.
fair.
Especially
Yeah,
against spin, I want to say that as you were saying, he's either getting out, caught on the boundary, or he's going to hit a 6.
Yeah. Neil says, is the short gap between World Cup and IPL the reason pretty much every India World Cup squad player are out of form and any hope that they get back in form? No. I mean, if anything, they play deeper into the World Cup. They should be in more form.
I mean, I called it during the World Cup, right? That the Sanju's like got confused with the three games as the start of his season, and he used it up in the World Cup and not in the actual start of the IPL.
No, but
I told you, but it was a conspiracy theory, and there's some truth to that now. Yeah.
I mean, we saw Varun Chakravarti struggling with form in the World Cup, right?
Yeah. And like Abhishek just made a 46, I want to say, and he was out of form the whole World Cup, right?
Yeah.
Blue Eagles says, do you know the story of Sunrisers retaining Kane over Rashid?
Ooh,
Is that the
that's a
single worst
fascinating one.
retention in IPL history, Jared?
I mean, you know how I feel. And the Kane fans were not going to be happy. But they wanted a captain, and they didn't want Rashid to lead. And I think that my understanding was there was a money issue as well.
Yeah, there was.
That they were going to offer him less money. And he just went, no, why would you do that? I'm the best player in the league at the moment. And so they just fucked it up, didn't they, really, all things considered. And then they overpaid Kane to make it worse, didn't they? If I remember correctly.
14 crores.
They took 14 crores, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, bro, he's not going to be more than base price. Like, and he went at base price a season later when they released them. Funnily enough, they cocked it up. Yeah, Kane and Rashid both went to GT 2 years later.
Yeah.
So,
And if you go back and you have a look at it, of like, he had not been a consistent player anyway. And I remember what my rule is with overseas players. You don't make them captain unless they're automatically in your best 11, in your best 4 players, because it just doesn't work. Right? So they just made so many mistakes with that one.
But what I want to know is actually, I don't know if you know about it, but what happened with Warner? Because that was such a memorable partnership. It's like what happened to the extent where they completely cut off ties, and apparently, if I'm not wrong,
like even on social media, they sort of ignore him in a sense.
Yeah.
It's become like the
So
Pakistan
Jared,
Imran Khan thing.
I asked Rob about the testicles thing. He said it's
sure.
obviously hit wicket, isn't it? But he also said if someone catches your testicles, it isn't caught though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if someone catches...
Is that a drop catch? Was that? I just punched back along the ground, perhaps.
Oh, the testicles or the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
He meant the ball.
Okay,
ball?
so the David Warner one. The David Warner one was, I think there had always been an issue with David Warner and the sort of higher ups in that setup. But when he was playing good, they didn't care, right? And then he went, and I think David Warner, quite rightly, when he had that really bad run, it was like 5 games for 8 runs or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had a very poor...
There was a run out in there. Maybe there was another fluke dismissal.
One very
as well.
slow innings too, I want to say, at some point.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, I can't remember the full thing. But what my memory of it is from, talking to people around it at the time was that he'd been on thin ice with them for a little while, and then that happened. And then what you have separate to that is that he took it very poorly when he was dropped, right? And so he reacted badly. They weren't very professional with the way they handled it, is my understanding.
What a shot
That was a shot, bro.
Boovy just coming in, batting like it's 12 years ago in a test match for India.
Exactly.
Smashes this through the covers. Yeah, and so I don't think they handled it very well, and they weren't very professional with it. And look, he is a person that has a lot of it, he gets angry and he gets upset. So I'm not sure he handled the fact they didn't handle it well. And I think it's just that, right? It was just,
Clash from both sides.
if you want to know it goes back to what you were asking about the India thing a minute ago, is Warner has never been treated like an adult. He's always been treated like a naughty school child, and he acts like a naughty school child sometimes. If you want people to act like adults, you treat them like adults, and you hold them accountable for how they treat other people, and that is not always the case. This is going to be close to LBW. Oh no, that's the one from before.
Bro,
Jared, done on a replay there.
This happens a lot with my dad. When I'm watching TV with my dad, he'd see the screen, he's like, oh, ye to out ho gaya. And then it's like, no, it's the one from before.
No, I should, because I've got it in 2 different places. If I come back and I only see the ball being bowled,
Yeah,
but
that's a understandable confusion. I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it all came from. I just think a lot of these things, and I've said this before, and we can clip this and you can put it out as far as you want. If women were involved in cricket teams, the cricket teams would be much better. The whole KP situation probably doesn't happen if there are women around, right?
Like KP situation, yeah.
Yeah, and you can go through all of them. A lot of these things, the KL Rahul one we talked about before. How about having adult conversations with everyone involved, and we all want to win the IPL, right? We are more likely to win the IPL together than we are if you leave, KL, right? So how do we make it so that you're happy and that
Looks
everyone
like a
gets what they
director.
want? And I tell you,
Is that Hetmar again?
yeah,
Yeah, it is Hetmeyer, bro.
he's in though, isn't he?
Oh, yeah,
he's
he
in, yeah.
seems in.
Yeah.
But
He's in.
like player of the match, Shimron Hetmeyer for his fielding.
So again, my point being is actually have adult conversations, have discussions, treat people like they're grown-ups, and you don't get this.
By the way, I like how with every story, I like how it sort of reminds me of our grandma stories where Jared just sits us down, tells us a story, comes with a moral of the story at the end of it. You know,
Moral
so this
of
is
the
the moral.
stories.
This is
The
what
moral
we
of the story is
Yeah.
get women involved in sport because men don't know how to speak to each other. And I know that sounds silly, but that is the vast majorities of any issues I've had working in cricket for teams have been literally that men do not know how to speak to each other. So I'll go back to the Kyron Pollard one before. As I said, me and Kyron Pollard had a bit of an issue at one stage when I was working with St. Lucia, right? And he was saying something. I said, look, there's no point us talking now. Let's have a chat tomorrow. I'll come to your room and we'll sit down and we'll chat. By the end, we were like really close. One fucking chat. Right? And that's all it took. And suddenly he's like, oh, I see what this guy's doing. And he had all these theories. So when I was at St. Lucia, the general manager had quit. And I think some of the players thought that I was trying to get the general manager's job, right? And they just made it up on their own. Reverse scoop and 4. Lovely
4.
by Venky there. Gets that away.
I don't know how they made 184. They look like they were never going to get close to it.
Crazy.
That's
That
true.
Patadar innings is
Intent.
ridiculous, right? It really
That
was.
is the
Yeah.
big one, right?
Yeah.
He played smartly and then started taking on.
So
What
they
a
got in
crazy
their head
thought
that
too.
I was trying to get rid of Muhammad Khan. They didn't realize that the reason I went to St. Lucia is because me and Muhammad Khan were going to try and join up as a team, right? And run a bunch of franchises together. But they didn't know that. So in their heads, I've got rid of this guy so I can get the job. And when I had a conversation with these guys, I was like, why do you think halfway through my first season, I want to go from analyst to general manager? How is that helping me? Like, that's the worst situation I could be. Big hoik across the
Oh,
line.
he's hit it
here
for
for
6.
Nice.
Venky's on fire.
Yeah.
And again, it comes down to, actually, that no one had a conversation. They all just sat around assuming they knew what I wanted. Whereas actually the whole thing was in the future, can me and Muhammad set up a thing where he's quite clever at cricket, but his strength is business. My strength is cricket, but I also understand analysis. Between the two of us, we were going to set up a thing where we were going to go from franchise to franchise, professionalize teams and make them good at stuff. And then within 5 games of us starting together, he quits because he hates the owner. Right?
Oh,
But they don't know all this.
Jared? Who was the
Hey?
owner? Who was the owner?
was it already Punjab? Was it already?
That's
the
what I
owners
was
of
thinking.
Punjab?
No, it was before Punjab. It was
So there was
Jay.
Zooks, there was
Yeah,
the
when-
Zooks then.
We were the Stars that year because we changed from the
Oh,
Zooks to the
Stars.
Stars. Yeah.
Okay.
Jay, he owns a bunch of Pizza Huts in Philadelphia or somewhere, or Cleveland.
Okay. That
Should
is
never have been involved.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Blue Eagle says, knowing what we know of their T20 philosophies now, a Frankenstein monster of Vittori and Naira's visions is super funny. Yeah, and I wish it was just them. As I said, it wasn't. It was like 4 or 5 people. And to go back to the St. Lucia one as well, Pollard was picking players, I was picking players, Muhammad Khan was picking players, Brad Hodge was picking players. Like, most of the situations I've ever been in, that's the problem. When I was at Melbourne Stars was one of the few times when I felt like me, Flem, and Trent Woodhill we all had a similar vision of what a team was. Maybe I valued batting to number 8 slightly more than the Evan Galbus effect, as it would be known ever after. But essentially, I was probably slightly different. Gets a 2 here, does Venky. Yeah. So Sandeep, 1 for 36 from 1 for 38 from 3.4. There are 2 balls
the
to
Evan
go.
Galbis thing, you were against dropping him, right? Because you were afraid they'll slow down?
Yes.
Okay. It might have been the greatest creation ever, them not listening to you.
Yeah. And
You'll go down in history.
And we lost an absolutely unlosable game.
But it is fascinating, especially with cricket. Once again, for viewers like us watching it from the TV screens or on the TV screens, it's so different. Like because it's a lived reality for you. This is the same chat I was having with Robbie as well. For you, it's a lived-in experience. It's so different. For us, these guys are it's for us
They're
to think
pixels
that
on the
oh, this
screen.
guy said this
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I remember when we were at St.
fascinating. Very
Lucia and Obed McCoy refused to bowl an over because he didn't like bowling from that end at that ground. And I was like, you can do that as a professional?
I've
It
always
never
wanted
even
to
crossed
start
my
this.
mind. Oh, this is up in the
I-
air, man. Might be caught.
No
No,
man's land.
No man's land.
No man's land.
Right like that.
get a couple there.
I mean,
One or two.
for
yeah.
what it's worth, I've done this club cricket, but I
Yeah,
have
club
genuine
cricket.
reasons. Yeah, but I used to wonder. I'm pretty sure even professional cricketers might have the inhibitions if one end isn't working out for them for whatever reason. It's never something we hear about. I really think the whole difference between two ends and how much of a role it plays, it's very, very, very underanalyzed in cricket. In fact, you know what are the odds? The RRMI game from the just
Yeah,
the most
yeah.
recent. You should have seen the
Exactly.
numbers between the two ends. It was poles
It's
apart. MI lost 7 wickets from just one end, not the
Oh,
other.
Oh,
That's
and
it.
Venki finishing
Oh,
this
what a shot
innings
that
with
is.
a
And
they got
6 over
200.
long off.
201.
They finished with 200.
Ridiculous score.
Interesting.
I mean,
not
they
bad
went
at all.
above
But yeah,
they went above the runs on this wicket, despite the fact that
Yeah,
they
they were
lost
behind the whole game.
and they had to bring in another
Yeah.
batter. Anyway, they did well with Venki. We're going to have a break here. Shera says, from Jared's story, it's clear that Jared was the issue for these teams and all of cricket, I would argue. Simple Guy says, is it not possible to win with a balanced team? 5 bats, 2 all-rounders, 4 bowlers. How many all-rounders do you think exist in the IPL
Exactly.
at any one
That's
stage?
the thing.
If you can
I
find
think that's
one
the
of them,
second
you
question.
should keep it. The second one doesn't work. So yeah, finding all-rounders doesn't work. So that's basically why. That
and
doesn't
even
happen.
bowlers. I mean, it's not every bowler is the same, right? A Jasprit Bumrah is not the same as a Brijesh Sharma.
You might
so
find 3
just-
bowlers
yeah.
who all need the ball at the same time, right?
Exactly. We've
exactly.
been talking about
And
that,
Prit
right?
says KKR letting go of Shreyas Iyer is the worst retention decision ever. We just did a whole podcast on that during the rain break. It
Doesn't come
definitely
close to retaining Kane ahead of Rashid.
not even close. It's not even within like. It's not even in the same universe, let alone the same.
It's a bit like, I would say, comparing Sachin's batting with Prosper Sayer's batting in ODI cricket.
Oh,
Prosper Otsaya mentioned.
the first mention of
What
Prosper Sayer on one of the Combox lives here, and it won't be the last because me and Varun are
Yeah.
obsessed with the man. Okay, we're going to take a break here for a couple of minutes, and we'll be back with more live watch along. But you don't need to leave because we're going to be playing you something else now, and it's about to come up on the screen as I say this on Combox. 100 years ago, something truly remarkable happened in cricket. No one knew how to get Bradman out. And so, some of the smartest minds in English cricket got together in a smoke-filled room at Lord's, and they talked it out. It is no different than you talking with your uncle, with you whispering at the back of the bus, with you sitting around in the tea room arguing with your friends. This is what we do in cricket. We love the game, we talk about the game. And that is what we do at Combox, where the game lives on.
Hello and welcome everyone to Combox. And I have Varun and Pratib here with me today. And we have joined to make an all-time 12 for Rajasthan Royals, which is actually Pratib's favorite team because it is his home state. And
Let's go.
he also has the honors to do the first pick. So take it right away.
All right. So before I get into the first pick, I also kind of want to understand how easy or tough was it for y'all to pick the 12? Because I feel like when I was sitting to pick the 12, some names are fairly obvious. They just pick themselves. And the rest is going to be very interestingly rogue. So I want to see which direction it goes in. But like before I make my first pick, I just want to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Some glaring,
I think,
as
like,
I agree with you, glaringly obvious and some absolute rogue ones. So,
Yeah, I think like 8 to 9 players are pretty sorted in this team.
Interesting.
Even if you look at the positions and everything, but
Yeah.
I think we might have to make a few sacrifices if we have to make the team more balanced, is what I was thinking. Because first I was thinking of the 4 foreigners, but if we pick the 4 best foreigners, we might not have the best balance as well. So, I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know. Let's see how we guys go ahead with it. So, I
Right.
mean, Pratib, you have the honors. Go ahead.
Cool. So first pick is mine. I'll go in terms of batting order, and at the top, it's Joss Butler who has to start. I think is the most obvious pick. That also fills our overseas slot. But do you guys have any contention or any opposition
I
to
don't
Joss
contend
Butler?
with him. I'm just surprised you picked him first.
Yeah,
Interesting.
same. But it
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Like he's also one of the elites, I would say. So not
Yeah.
much of an
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Joss.
Butler was absolutely gun, isn't he? I
Yeah.
think Shannon recently, I think he already has a case to be a top 10 without any difficulty. If he has a few more good seasons,
For
he
sure.
could
That's
go
a
even higher on that list, right?
good shout. It's not too far off, to be fair. I mean, I was looking at his numbers also, right? Because whoa, is there lag?
But I just went silent. Yeah, I think there was a lag for all of us.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, I
Do you
was
remember?
talking about his
Yeah.
numbers.
Mhm.
I mean, for Rajasthan, all time scored 3,000 runs. I think he is their second highest run scorer, if I'm not wrong. Let's see. Yeah, he's their second highest run getter. Does a good job. 43 average, 147 strike rate. Even by true numbers, he is a true average of 12.7, true strike rate of plus 17. So things are going in his favor, which is why I thought it seemed like the obvious first pick opening the batting for me.
Yeah. All right,
Definitely.
then
So
I have
Shan?
the next pick. Yeah. I think I will go with the man who, revolutionized Rajasthan Royals in some ways right at the start of the IPL. And of course, I will go in with my leg spin bias and the only captain to have won a title for the Rajasthan Royals, which is Shane Warne. I think
Fair.
I was a bit unlucky to not catch Shane Warne at Rajasthan. Like, I barely remember anything, to be honest. Maybe like 2011 if he plays for them. Yeah, I think he plays for them in 2011. Very vague right towards the end of his career. But dude, I think he is the player who, if you just listen to all the young Indian players speak about him, it's the impact that he has had on them, right? And it's not just his leadership and his captaincy, as they often say, he was the best captain Australia never had, right? But it's also his bowling. So if you just look at his numbers, he took 57 wickets and he had a true economy of 0.22 and a true wickets per 4 overs of 0.06, which is, I think, a pretty decent combination, all things considered, considering
Yeah.
this was not prime Shane Warne or anything. I mean,
Yeah, he was
if
old,
we're
wasn't
talking
he?
about like late 90s
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
Yeah, this was like
if we were talking
ancient
about
Shane
T20
Warne.
cricket back then,
Yeah.
exactly. And he still does more than good on both the metrics, right? Like, he's a pretty solid player to have, I think. And we might actually need to go in with two leg spinners, to be honest. And that will really, annoy Pratip. So I'm even more here for it.
Well, like I was
Always.
trying to make such a strong case for off spinners, but okay, that's something that we'll get to. But Shine, on your point of Warne being that leggy, that's just around everyone, right? Because I mean, early Jaddu, he in a way also kind of enabled a pick that we will come to. I think a hitter who has a true strike rate, which is insane. I'm sure we'll get to that. But he enabled a lot of those Indian players. Even someone like Swapnil Asnodkar, for example,
Yeah.
comes from Goa. No one's really heard of him, and then he goes on to have a really good start. Of course, he tapers off a bit towards the end, but like it's just all Warne's genius. He also ended up getting equity, and so now his kids are reaping the rewards of that Rajasthan Royals sale. So congrats to them. Yeah,
How much of that is true, though? I don't know
I
what
think it's
percentage of equity he has in Rajasthan Royals.
it's
Because
a
I
small.
feel like
Apparently, it was something like 0.75% per season, and he plays what 3-4 seasons, so that's 0.75 times whatever it is. I don't know how true it is, but I sure know that he had some kind of stake. So
yeah,
yeah.
possibly.
That's all.
Because he was involved with Rajasthan Royals for quite some time, right? Like, even after he retired and everything, like, he used to always be around the team, I think.
Yeah.
But
He was
again,
Yeah,
also
wasn't
I
he
don't
also
think I'm
their
sure
coach in the first
coach
season?
come
interviews and all of
player
that,
and
but
yeah,
he
something of
was.
that sort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
coach come player captain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
he also has this one innings, right? I think he made 22 not out of 9. I can't remember who it was against. Was it Deccan Chargers? Or was it
Simons.
Mumbai? But against one of those teams, I think he has like a gun innings as well, and he wins them the game.
Yeah, he hits it against
So
Simons,
Deccan
right?
Chargers, exactly. Yeah, in his
Yeah.
first season, if I'm not wrong. 22 not out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did it against Simons, exactly. I was just watching the highlights of that recently. Yeah.
Nice.
So I have back-to-back
All right,
picks,
then,
right?
Varun.
Yeah. I feel like I already know who Varun's going to
Yeah,
pick.
I will be
I mean,
disappointed
it's
if you
it's
don't
got to be
pick
Shane Watson
our
and
man.
Yusuf Pathan, hasn't it? Those two have to go back to back.
Yeah. too straightforward.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest. I expected those two to go first. I
Hmm.
don't
You know,
from them.
I really wanted to pick Pathan, but I knew Varun just had huge liking. I think in one of the episodes, I think in the KKR one, you'd also named yourself Pathan. So I was like, might as well let Varun get this pick, dude. So
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with Yusuf Pathan.
Exactly.
valid.
Take it away.
Without
Varun.
a shadow of a doubt. Yeah. He's so
That makes it two
underrated,
of
man.
us.
Yeah, he's so underrated as a cricketer. And again, like so for Rajasthan Royals, we could see the most devastating version of him, right?
Oh,
Because Shane
yeah,
Warne is
that's
the only
true.
one that has a brain that knows how
Yeah.
to use him, as we've found out. You would think it's not very difficult, but if you see the way MS Dhoni uses him in T20 internationals, it is apparently quite difficult to use him well. So credit to Shane Warne for actually being the only one to use him well, right? Overall, a true striker of 41, right? Which
I
is
will say
ridiculous.
one
That's
thing.
insane.
Yeah, true strike rate of 41. But if you actually look at his batting
100
position-
years ago, something truly remarkable happened in cricket. No one knew how to get Bradman out. And so, some of the smartest minds in English cricket got together in a smoke-filled room at Lords, and they talked it out. It is no different than you talking with your uncle, with you whispering at the back of the bus, with you sitting around in the tea room arguing with your friends. This is what we do in cricket. We love the game, we talk about the game. And that is what we do at Combox, where the game lives on. Welcome back to Combox. It is Jared and the robber baron himself, who put no money on Krunal Pandya today, I hear.
Nah, no need for that. No need for that. He didn't play like he was rebuilding, did he?
He did not. What was that innings? It was so bizarre. They were 32 for 1 after no time, despite the fact that I've never seen a wicket zipping around like that before. Then they do collapse. Then they collapse further, and now they've ended up with 200 with Venki and batting at the end, and he's going to have to almost bowl in this innings.
He was 8 off 8, and then he was 30 off 15 or something.
Yeah.
So when it was 45 for 1 off 16 balls, it was 45 for 1 off 17 balls. Sorry, I was like, how many times does it land on that score if you do a billion simulations? And the answer is probably 0, given the balls that were bowled.
Yeah.
They got a wicket first ball. Why didn't Jofra bowl 4 overs? Any ideas?
No, I didn't notice that. That's a very good question.
Berger didn't bowl 4. I get it. Archer didn't bowl 4. I don't get it. Lots of mad shit. So Boothie gets the first over.
I wonder
First
if
over's
part
really,
of it,
really fun, Jared, Rajasthan playing.
I mean, it could be anything right here. I wonder if there was a little bit about Brajesh just keep. Is this dabbed out on the offside for no runs? Did you have money on that?
No, I wanted Suyvanshi on strike. I want as many as possible from this over, so I wanted the single.
I wonder if it was because Brajesh, the ball was keeping a bit low, and they thought that Nandre and Jofra might not have got that skiddy low bounce that we'd seen.
Well, yeah, Sandeep last over didn't seem like a great idea when you have Jofra, and he did get whacked. But now they don't have any bowlers, so the difference between RCB's frontline bowlers and the rest is massive, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Hazelwood hasn't bowled a ball for 5-6 months. Coming into bowl against Suyvanshi is not who you want to face straight away.
And he's on strike for third ball. Sorry. So Jaiswal's got a single there. So it's Boothie still bowling at the moment.
Is this ball going to be a 4 or a 6? Because it's not going to be anything else. Can't possibly be anything else.
Can't be a wicket.
No, it's impossible. It can't be a dot. It can't be a wicket. It's going to be a 4 or a 6.
I think it could be
Come
a
on, kid.
skyer from something swinging away from him.
I mean, someone's got to get him out eventually, haven't they?
Oh, he's coming round the wicket. No, I take that back. That's not the ball that was bowled to him, and he smashed it down the ground for 4. Oh, maybe not. He hasn't quite timed it. This was the quickest. Oh, I just thought this is the quickest outfield I've seen in the first innings. It's slowed down already.
I mean, that was boomerang mega swing.
Yeah.
And he has somehow that for Suyvanshi is the forward defence. What we just saw, by the way, that's the forward defence. He's only done 2/3 of his bat swing, and therefore the ball has only gone for 4. But again, like that ball gets loads of people out. It is bang on the money. it is arrowing into middle and leg Yorker length, and it's swinging loads, and this child has just blocked it for 4.
It's the wrong ball though, too. He should be bowling over the wicket and swinging away from him. He's changed it over the wicket now, and he's gone into the wicket, into the pitch for some reason. I don't understand, but Suryavanshi mishits that out to mid-wicket, no run. What you know that ball the Boovie bowls where it swings away from a left-hander and he starts it about off stump, but it swings further? That's the ball you want to bowl here. On a length, make him hit across the length as it's swinging further away and hope that he hits it straight up in the air. But
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. And I think if anyone is a good matchup against Suryavanshi, who no one has proved so far, Booth should have the tricks. But let's see. Here he goes again.
Target is 202. He's gone for a bouncer, which he almost nicks, to be fair. It was a weird half shot by Suryavanshi in the end, and we don't say that often about him.
Well, this over's going very wrong. I need a boundary this ball, Jared. That's what I need.
So what was the actual bet for you?
I backed over 6.5 and over 7.5 for this over.
Okay. So we have had 5 runs in 5 balls so far. So the one that was punched down the ground. Can we get...
Send it,
is
Suryavanshi.
he coming around the wicket again? He's coming around the wicket.
Jared, how far has he sent it?
Not
that
all
4?
the way. Yeah, I think that's a 4, mate.
That'll do. Would have preferred a 6, but that'll do. He's got that as well. I can't believe he's got it and it's not gone for 6. 1 bounce 4.
I don't understand that delivery though, Rob. I don't understand coming around the wicket. So is that maybe that's the new plan, right? Of like keep changing the angles and the plan every ball to him.
Yeah, I mean, nobody has come up with a plan that's really worked yet. I mean, he has got the odd low score and people can get him out. But I was looking at how many balls it takes people to get 6, A6, and specialist death hits 6 hitters are very, if you're really good, if you're Tim David, you're 1 in 6. Or if you're Andre Russell, you're 1 in 6, right? The guys whose job it is to walk in and hit 6s, when they're on form, they get 1 ball and over for 6. And the very best, the high strike rate openers get 1 in 12. Yeah. And Suryavanshi so far in his IPL career gets better than 1 in 5. It's nonsense how and Jaiswal is joining in.
Jaiswal is almost caught down on the boundary, but just gets that away for 4 or 6. I think it was a 6, wasn't it?
I think that one's a 6.
So Hazelwood's first ball back is 6. That's why you stay injured.
You do not want to face these two men when you haven't bowled for months. This is the least favourite opening pair that you would bowl at, isn't it? So Hazelwood, who is famed for his economy in T20 bowling, is strike rate 600 in this IPL. And he's bowling at the one that doesn't hit the 6s out of the 2.
Oh, and he's gone back to just being Hazelwood again, and this time he's just defended. That's probably much better. I would just bowl the really, really good balls on the top of off stump rather than anything else at the moment.
I mean, he is good at that, but what percent of a Hazelwood are you expecting today? A full Hazelwood? What percentage are you expecting?
I'm not sure we'll ever see the full Hazelwood again. Too soon?
Well, it's completely fair.
I just worry that every time we see him, there'll be a little. He just won't be quite at his best. And him not at his best is better than most bowlers, right? I think that's one of the main skills that Hazelwood has, is he doesn't need to be always fully fit or on it to be a great bowler. But I just think from here on in, he's going to have a niggle every time, right?
It's a bit like Jofra, isn't it? It's you see occasional glimpses of full Jofra, and you're like, "Wow, he's got it again," and then he can't put it together.
He beats Jaiswal outside of stump as he slashes away at this. The difference is, I think Jofra when he's not at his best can go. Whereas Hazelwood is kind of always bowling a little bit within himself, right?
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
because Hazelwood is pretty much a test match bowler who just carries on in T20s, and he's so good at it. He's very difficult to spank.
Got one of the highest release points in world cricket. All these things help a lot. So he's bowling again here to Jaiswal. And it's another good ball, just back of a length, off stump. He defends this into the ground, no run. Oh, actually, he's here.
Hey, Akshay.
Hello, how are we doing today? Oh, I see the red there. I don't know if that's a sign of your loyalties for the game.
No, I love Rajasthan. I love them. Always have. I've got Rajasthan cap somewhere, but Rakshit won't let me wear it because it like ruins the screen.
But there is a lot of English support for Rajasthan. You can see why, of course.
Well, that's because it's owned by an English person and they kept pushing
Yeah.
it over here over and over again, right?
And a lot of English players that they've bought too, right? Like,
Yeah. That was all part of their strategy. As this one is launched over mid-wicket, it's back of a length. He's pulled this. He's bowled 2 or 3 good balls in that area to Jaiswal. And this one, Jaiswal was ready for and takes it down. So it's 6.6 for Hazelwood so far.
No, I mean, this is T20 cricket, isn't it? ... 6.
oof.
Jaiswal's
What
in
a
some
shot.
form, by the way.
Yeah. It's just everyone's so excited for Weber that the spotlight kind of goes away from him, which probably has also worked in his
Oh, is he out? He's caught. He slashed
form.
this one. Very similar to the start of the over. And a shot that he played earlier in the over. And this time he's been caught by a good diving catch by Jitesh as well.
Do you know what
Rob,
the stats
Rob, was
are?
that a good diving catch?
I mean, he took the catch, didn't he?
An
Got to give him that.
acceptable diving catch, according to Rob.
I want
Acceptable.
to see this.
I mean, I want to see his feet again.
No. That was a straightforward catch.
Yeah,
I
it
think
was,
that,
actually.
like
He actually
like
fell
Rob-
over afterwards looking at
He made
it.
a real meal of it.
Yeah.
If he's catching that properly, he does 2 side steps and just takes it in front of it. But instead, he stands still, just hands. The feet don't go anywhere, and then he falls in a heap on the floor. He nearly dropped that actually. So if there's such a thing as a bad catch, which I don't think there is, that was one of them.
in Rob's words, he Glenn Phillips it, if that makes sense. But also, do you know the numbers of Jaiswal versus Hazelwood before the game began was 81 of 27 3 dismissals. So now it's 93 of 33 and 4 dismissals. So I guess it's a win-win for both. I mean, it's a win-win situation.
Yeah. He goes very hard at him, doesn't he? Considering.
Yeah. But he's gotten out 4 times. So yeah, I don't think Hazelwood would complain a lot.
This is interesting. Bowling change. I would have assumed Boovy bowls one more over.
They have to be really careful with their good bowlers, though, Jared, don't they? Because they don't have many. Also, the rain is something to consider here because the forecast was for more rain last time I checked. Let me have a look now.
Who's the bowler?
Abhinandan.
Ooh, that's a very interesting.
Okay, the rain's gone. The
It was
rain's
an
gone.
appeal first ball, but it was definitely pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, nowhere near out. Yeah, it looks like the rain's gone. So they don't need to worry about that. Because I was going to say, when they walked off, the completed match was like 77% or something. So you're thinking it's definitely going to rain at some point. In that case, I would have just bowled all the good bowlers at the start and gone, well, that we're probably not going to get overs 14 onwards. So we're not going to bowl any of the nonsense now. But now that's changed. It's a certainty that we get a game. They're going to have to shuffle this pack well. And I think they've gone, well, we've got a wicket, so we might as well go Abhinandan, but he has to bowl it Suryavanshi, and no one wants to do that, do they?
Abhinandan's second ball is a half volley outside off stump that is whacked along the ground through mid-on for 4. So his first ball pitched a foot outside leg stump, and he was convinced that was out.
Yeah. But what do you think is the plan here to Suryavanshi? Like, what do you think can Abhinandan do that they see?
I don't know. I just thought Boovy's the best unnatural matchup for him.
Yeah.
He bowls wide outside off stump, swinging it further away. And I don't really understand why he bowled around the wicket or is doing anything he's done. This is an inside edge back past the wicketkeeper for 4. Big swing by Suryavanshi, but gets nothing on it. And ends up just going basically to the right of Jitesh, who is obviously thinking the ball is going to go to his left.
I'm not putting too much blame on him there, but really good wicketkeeper stops. I'm not sure how good Jitesh is at wicketkeeping. Like, he's quite good, isn't he? He's not great.
Yeah. That was a toughie, though.
Didn't he get a blinder behind the wicket in one of the games so far? Took a really good
Who
one.
was the lefty who Shivam Dubey got out that way. Inside
Yeah.
edge in,
That was really good, wasn't it?
He's good at diving. I don't know if he's a good wicketkeeper. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And Glenn Phillips again, once again. That's Glenn Phillips.
Well, Glenn Phillips is that way for fielding as well, though, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Abhinandan is going to come into Suryavanshi again, and this is in the slot on off stump, and it's a single out to square leg. I think you take that.
That's anticlimactic.
Yeah,
This is an expensive super chat.
Oh, sorry.
Do you know that, Jared? There's an 1,800 rupee super chat. I don't know if there's a decimal missing somewhere there, or if they did intend, then that's good good for you.
Well, let's hear it. That's like 15 quid, isn't it?
Akil
that
says, this is an idea for later. Oh, good one, guys. But can you please do a session on the top N people in cricket ecosystem who transformed the sport? One name, a bit of a great character, but still gave us the IPL, Lalit Modi. Oh, okay. This is an interesting one, actually. I don't know whether I'll ever get a chance to do this, but I think it's potentially one of my future book projects will be the most important people in cricket's history. And why?
Are you going to visit Alan Stanford in prison?
No, I've got a huge.
Think you should.
I've got a huge piece on Stanford, by the way, that I've never been able to do because no one's given me the money to go and follow it up because it needs a bit of money, this one. But I have a huge scoop on Alan Stanford, which is really fascinating. Rob's now messaging me to see what it is.
Wow. The boy, he's back. He's back.
Suryavanshi, another big hit. So the bowling change hasn't really worked for them here.
Would you include the likes of Kerry Packer?
Yeah, so we did a podcast series, me and Abhishek Mukherjee on.
Nice.
It was called "The People Who Bought Cricket," and I tried to sell that. But what the people, I think there were other ideas that publishers liked more at the time. But the more I think about it, as much as the people who've bought cricket are really interesting, there's also these fascinating other people who've come from nowhere to be like, for instance, Richie Benaud has a huge impact on cricket, right? Rachel Hayhoe Flint has a huge impact on cricket.
Yeah.
Right. So there are all these other people that, that are also almost as important as anyone else. Like Jay Shah might end up, he might not be in the book at the moment, but Jay Shah might end up being in a book like that, right? Dalmia is another guy, right?
Yeah, Dalmia for sure.
Yeah. So there are all these different people. Simon King, who invented Cricinfo. All these people who are really, really important for cricket, that go through the whole history of the game, on or off the field. But absolutely no doubt that's the kind of thing. But yeah, I think when we did the people who bought cricket, I don't think Modi's in it, and we haven't done the Packer episode yet. So I did a documentary for Channel 9 on Kerry Packer, and then Channel 9 saw it and we're like, no, we can't put this up on the network he built. This one is pushed out on the offside for no run, but they paid me for it, so I don't care. But I have all the research from that to do a big project. So I probably got about 10 to 15 of the characters who are already really important. Like Basil D'Oliveira, right? Really important character in that. Leary Constantine's another really important character in cricket. Vizzy from India's second captain, third captain maybe.
Second, right? He was a part of the inaugural team.
Second tour. Did they play at home in between? I can't remember.
They didn't. They only played away there.
Yeah. So their second captain is another.
Myrtle McLachlan.
Myrtle McLagan is definitely on my list, as is Betty Snowball.
Are you doing best names?
Akshay, did you say you've never heard of Myrtle McLagan?
Nope, never.
Oh, come on now, Akshay.
I don't even know if I heard it right. Like,
next, you're going to tell me you've never heard of Betty Snowball.
I haven't.
Don't you do? Wait a minute.
Napoleon Einstein, we're going to fall out.
Don't you have don't you have a whole Instagram account about women's cricket, and you don't know who Myrtle McLagan is?
I don't know if I should be slightly.
Who are these people, Jared?
Don't drag him, Jared. Come on.
I thought I had an expert on women's cricket. Like I thought.
So did I. But clearly, I've been proven wrong.
Suryavanshi gets one from Hazelwood and just guides this the backward point for 4. Incredible timing. Myrtle McLagan is one of the first great women cricketers, and she also has one of the best names in the history of the game. And Betty Snowball, also a great early player.
And a great
Wait,
name.
are you talking about Betty Wilson? Is that the same?
No, she's
person?
also a very good player. Do you
Yeah,
think
I
I
know
would
Betty
get Wilson
Wilson.
and Snowball mixed up as names?
I don't know if Wilson. I don't know if
There's more than
Snowball
one
is a
Betty.
familiar-
Everyone
Jared.
in the 1940s and 50s was called Betty, even the men.
Jared,
Oh,
actually,
Suryavanshi gets this over mid-on for 4.
well,
Wow.
Akshay hadn't seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles when we spoke
Oh,
the
yeah.
other day, and he said he was a big fan of comedy, and he hasn't seen the best comedy film ever made. Now he doesn't know who
And-
Betty Snowball is, and he's got a website about women's cricket. Who
I'm
is
just
this
saying,
guy?
he's
Who
a
is this
fraud.
guy?
Here
Stop
I thought I
ragging
was
him,
no. Here I thought I was in the Truman Show. This is a different kind of ragging altogether.
How
But by
many
the way,
women
about-
can we name before he actually recognizes one of them?
Okay, just like how we have filters for analysis. Let's say cricketers pre 2000, not so much. Cricketers post 2000. I'm your guy. I can help you with most things.
Another 4 from Suryavanshi.
Another
Over pitch,
four, wow.
smashed through the offside for 4.
Like,
So you've
for
actually
this
got
guy,
cricket, everyone.
Yeah, Jasprit Bumrah, Hazelwood, like who doesn't matter who bowls, he's just on it.
No,
Uh,
I'm
I
surprised
thought-
Bhuvi didn't bowl, man, because
I
Bhuvi was the
don't-
one who got him out even the last game.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. He bounced him out if I'm not wrong. I want to
No,
say. or am I
bowled.
missing
He got him
something?
bowled.
Oh no, he
Clean
bowled.
bowled.
Yeah, must be
Yeah.
mixing it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
He got him out,
Actually,
that I
could I give
remember.
you one more?
Yeah.
Denise Annette's.
You are so bad you want to say it does ring a bell just for the sake of it, just so that I can flaunt my. I don't think it's an
I promise you, after this game, and you're chilling out before you go to bed, I want you to Google Denise Annette's and the full story on her, because you're going to need to do a Instagram on Denise Annette's one day, isn't he, Shia?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Denise
short ball
Annette.
pulled. It's clothed it a little bit, but it still might be 6.
The
Yep.
thing is, right,
That was
earlier in
6.
this over, there was a real scampered single from Suryavanshi where he was desperate to get on strike to have a go at Josh Hazelwood. And that is the thing about him. I mean, it's one of the many things about him that I think is incredible, because there's an argument in this chase that if you just keep Suryavanshi away from Hazelwood and to a lesser extent Booth, he will win you the game. And he goes, no, there's a single there. I'm going to leg it down the other end and I'm going to belt him. And he just got himself on strike against Josh Hazelwood. The other day, he did it against Jasprit Bumrah, who is also good at bowling. And he's just gone 4-4-4-6. It's a joke.
But I'm sorry, this is something I've brought up before as well. Don't bowl shorter lengths to Suryavanshi. He prefers that, and Hazelwood,
Yeah.
that's his bread and butter. Like it's not a matchup made for him. That's where Bhuvi made so much more sense. I really don't know why did they decide to not give him
Where
another
do you
over.
bowl
I
to
initially
Suryavanshi
thought-
then?
Everything's his bread and butter.
That's what I'm
Everything-
saying. Where do you bowl to him?
That's true. See, my job is to tell you where not to bowl him. If I knew where to bowl him, I think I would be on the other side of the fence.
That is
Wide swinging away, I still think is the best option. They literally have a guy who can bowl wide swinging away to him, and he bowled bounces and around the wicket at him. I don't understand the theories at all so
Because
far.
he's scaring them. He's also got like voodoo over everybody. Like
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure that Suryavanshi is real. I'm not 100% sure, because he's done loads of things that no human has ever done before, and he's a child. He should be at school, right? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Mangar says, we need a game where Jared says 3 random names and actually tries to find the fake one.
I actually
Yes,
thought
yes.
this Denise
Let's do it
Annette is a
right
fake
now.
player.
Rob, do you know about the game I came up with Robbie? Have you seen it?
No, go ahead.
We only done 1 or 2 of them. This end is slapped over long on for 6,
Oh,
He's so good at
never
cricket.
mind.
back of a length, and just pulls this away for
Unbelievable
6.
player.
We came up with a game with Rob, and I've got about 8 episodes of this, and we're keeping them for something special. But it's cricketer or serial killer.
Yeah.
It's good. It's basically my TV history.
Oh boy.
Picky your
No, but-
France. Picky your France, actually.
Denise Annette, I did check this story. Like she apparently claimed that she wasn't picked because she wasn't a lesbian.
Yep.
Like it's like a babushka doll of too many allegations being
Oh, this one's up in the air. This is the
Oh,
top
where's
edge,
this
bro.
gone?
Well, it's gone very high, but I think it's going to clear the rope. No, he
Caught and
caught
dropped.
that and then went over the rope. Did Phil
Caught
Salt?
Oh
and dropped.
my
Phil Salt
word.
has a very strange relationship with the boundary fence, doesn't he?
Yes.
All right, settle down. We can get sued for things like that.
No, only if you take them in a disgusting context like you just did, Jared. So that's a 6, but in lots of worlds that isn't a 6. Like it's 50 again, right? 50 off no balls
15,
again.
150.
Right, that's his second 15 ball 50 of this tournament. It's his second 15 ball 50. He's 15 years old. How does this keep happening? He's facing really good bowlers. Phil Salt
Exactly.
caught that completely well and then just commando rolled off the ground. It's because Suryavanshi has some sort of remote control in this ball, and I don't understand. Is he real? Can somebody tell us? If he's not real, put me out of my misery now, because I don't know how he keeps doing all the things he's doing. He's just got his second 15 ball 50 of this competition. There's 4 games that they've played, and he's a child. What are you doing at 15, Jared? I don't want you to answer that question. Actually, Cheyenne, you were 15 like 3 weeks ago. What were you doing? Like,
They're definitely not hitting 15 ball 50s even in gully cricket.
Yeah. I made the wise move. Voluntarily chose to go to a boarding school at the age of 15. That's all I did. I think that was my claim to fame.
Yeah,
I
I
chose.
picked.
You chose to go to a boarding school. No one chooses
Yeah.
to go and play
Never
soggy
chosen to go to
biscuit.
boarding
mate.
school.
Exactly.
You got sent to one, actually, because you didn't know Betty Snowball
that's
was.
that's the point.
That's what he's saying. I understood him.
Who volunteers to go and masturbate with other teenagers? That doesn't make any sense.
There we go. We got there in the how many
Okay.
minutes have we been on?
Hindsight is the
Short
greatest teacher.
outside off stump, slapped over backward point for another 4.
I mean, what is the price that Suryavanshi hits a ball to the boundary during the power play when he's in this mood? Because I actually think it's odds on. I think he's more likely to hit a boundary than not hit a boundary when he's facing a ball. And that is, once again, completely mental.
He's going at 19 and over.
It doesn't even. Oh, actually, it's gone. So you make one.
He's coming back.
You make one comment about masturbating in boarding school
With teenagers.
with teenagers. Well, they're all teenagers, Rob. That's how boarding school works.
Well, I don't bloody know, and I don't want to know. Thank you very much. It's 73 for 1 after 5, of course.
Rob, Abhinandram is going to have to bowl the 6th over. What an over to bowl with Suryavanshi in this mood.
Exactly.
I mean, he's only scoring at 316 today. Jarrell is scoring at 75, and his absolute job, this over's expectancy goes
Just
up
giving him
so
a
much
strike.
if he gets a single off this
Yeah.
ball.
And he's hit a 4.
Never mind. He's like, I'll do it.
It wasn't a great ball, to be fair. It was the other leg
Yeah,
side
it
that
was
helped
to be
it.
put away, yeah. Look, the required run rate has come down drastically. Like it's
So-
come-
Oh, actually,
It's-
back.
Yeah. You
In
guys
the
Sorry,
rain-
mate. I didn't mean to talk about you masturbating when you were a child. I just assumed.
Of course, that's a very fair assumption. Like,
I don't
No,
know
but
anything
you-
about boarding schools. I just assume.
But one thing, do you think they could have potentially considered someone like a Krunal Pandya over here?
I mean, yes, but
And that's
Yeah.
another bounce. Oh, that is a
6.
6.
Yeah,
What
he's
a
got-
shot.
good shot by
Wow.
Dhruv Jarrell there.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have given the young kid this over. Having said
Yeah.
that, Suryavanshi hasn't faced the ball yet, and he's still gone for 10.
Can anybody explain to me, right? So in the last game, I had lots of money on Rajasthan to hit a 6 in each of their first 3 overs at 28 to 1, right? And then 25 to 1 and whatever else. And they did, but all the bets got voided because it rained and bookies are rubbish, right? So fine, didn't win that one. Today, did it again. Like, backed them quite hard to get a 6 in their first 3 overs and to get a 6 in their first over because Jaiswal's really good at them and Suryavanchi's the best ever. And they've got 7
the
sixes
4
already. But
again.
they didn't get one in the first.
What a
three
shot that is. It's placed
Oh,
it
Varun's
again.
here.
Oh, Varun.
Hey,
Hi, Varun.
what's up?
Rob
we're
was just
watching
complaining about something, and then we ignored him.
Yeah, that's true. Story of my life. We're watching this AI freakazoid just scoring 15 ball 50s every time he bats.
Yep.
Abhinandan's economy so far is 20. Josh Hazelwood is 15 and a half. And Wiley Old Boothie is only going at 13. Who are they going to bowl next? And these are the good bowlers, guys. What happened to when the bad bowlers bowl?
Exactly.
No, but I don't see a plan here. Like, what's the plan? What are they trying to do here? God knows.
I mean, this is
I
the
think
sort
the
of pitch where
plan
like,
is-
Romario would get him out.
Yeah, I was
Knowing
going to say, I
what-
think
how
the plan
everything-
is for Romario to take 1 for 30 in his first over.
The line for the next over, everyone, is 8.5, and I have quite a strong argument with that.
I think you'll be going over.
Eight
my
and a
friend.
half.
Sorry, do they mean 18.5 or? I know it's the seventh
Oh,
over, but there's
Do
no
they mean
fielders.
85, Rob?
Or is it 8.5 for the ball?
8.5.
Oh,
thought they
full
made
toss
enough
down the
for
leg
both.
side.
Yeah.
Aberdeen. I feel
Oh
bad
my
for this guy. They've given him the hardest over, and he hasn't even bowled to Suryavanshi, and he's still getting hammered.
Yeah. To be fair, some like real rank bad bowling too. Two balls down the
I
leg.
mean, that wasn't
But he
just
had
a
no
bad
business
ball.
bowling this over.
Yeah.
He had no business bowling this over.
Like, who would you have given this over to though?
Anyone,
I-
any
Ronaldo.
other living mammal.
I mean, it doesn't matter now.
Everybody's getting hit. That's the thing.
I know, but the more I see Abhinandan bowl, the more I think Krunal would have been a better option.
What's the backstory on this guy? Because he's not like a professional cricketer, is he? He's hardly
He
played
played in
any
the
cricket.
UP T20.
Hey?
Yeah,
did
he's
well.
been playing. Yeah. He's
Has
been
he?
playing.
No, but
the
I don't think he's played a lot of
for 2
smat. I want to
seasons.
say.
I don't think
Yeah.
he's played
No,
top
he
level
hasn't.
cricket, guys.
He's not played
yeah,
smat.
I
He's
think
played
that's right
the UP
here.
T20 league.
Yeah,
You-
that's
you
the
may-
point,
Smat.
though, right?
You may not see him play cricket again, to be fair. in
By the way, he was
I know,
he was
yeah.
a part of the KKR setup when they won the season in 24, and then part of the RCB
Oh, I
setup
didn't know
last year.
that.
So
Oh.
yeah,
So
Hans won 2
20
titles in 2 years. So yeah,
Was he the new Karan Sharma?
yeah, exactly. He could be.
Okay, so in Cricinfo, they've got him playing in 2 IPL games. And the game that they have listed before that, which I'm counting as professional level cricket, is the Falcons versus the Superstars
Yeah, the UP
That's
T20.
UP
in
T20.
2024, guys.
Exactly. Yeah. You're right. He doesn't play the last one. The one before that.
As I said, I think it's a bit of a thing to bring in a random guy and then go, oh, you've got Josh Hazelwood and Bhuvi Kumar. Do you mind bowling the 6th over in this power play?
But what's surprising is they have a Rasik there, and they also have a Mangesh Yadav who they paid big
Yeah.
money
That's
for
what I was
last
also
auction.
asking on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
That's the
So
issue.
how and why has Abhinandan Singh sort of leapfrogged them in
Must
the
have
pecking
seen
order? No
somewhere
one knows.
something in the nets. No, that's the only thing that could have happened.
Ah, the
If this
magical
is
net.
what they saw, then I don't know. I don't know how bad is Mangesh
That's
Yadav.
the thing,
I
right?
rate
Like you
this-
cannot predict this. You might be
Yeah,
bowling well
yeah.
in the nets, but it can go like horribly wrong. And against
But
this
I
guy,
do
bro.
rate Rasik there very highly. I rate him
Yeah,
quite
that
high.
same. That's why I was asking the same thing.
Blue Eagle says, what was Fleming's vision for the team when working, Jared? Never understood his obsession with batting depth when his team's bat conservatively. That's true. That is what he likes. He does like players coming. So we had Liam Plunkett come and play for us, and I didn't understand it at all. I've talked to Liam about this before. I was like, you were the wrong player, but he liked having a little bit more batting available there. So yeah, he likes to have long batting lineups and then not use it. Oh, by the way, Varun, you asked me before if there was a player I got wrong. We played against David Miller in St. Lucia, and I came up with a plan that you could cramp him, and he then flicked every single ball off his pads for 6 after that plan.
Do you know that they're 97 for 1 after the power play here? This
Is
team.
that good?
That's the new normal.
The overs have gone 9, 12, 16, 19, 17, 24. The line for this over is obviously 8.5. That makes sense.
Number
8.5
one.
for this
Sorry.
one. But they have bowled 4 of their best overs, and they've been absolutely fisted everywhere. So
Fisted.
now what do they do? What on earth do they do now?
Can you declare when bowling?
Can I also say that something I found really, really funny at halftime was Cricinfo thought that Rajasthan Royals were a 20% chance to chase these runs at halftime.
Sorry now?
20%, 4 to 1 for you. I mean, Betfair was odds on the chase, favourites to win. But Cricinfo's predictor, which I will happily give them one for half the money that they're paying for their one now, if they're listening, said it was a 20% chance, this like 55% chance, which is now what, 90? 93?
I am Bekshik. I don't know how to.
Krunal.
That's a word.
I think it's Abhishek. I think that's the name. You can just say Abhishek.
Abhishek, anyway. I think Suryavanshi is the first one who does not play the bowler, but the ball. It's quite cliche, but only in this case it's true. I'd be shocked if that's the case, only because I think playing the bowler gives you so much more information, and he seems to have more information than everyone else. Krunal Pandya is in, and he
What?
flicks this on the leg
Oh my
side
god.
for 2. One,
One.
Rob.
Oh,
Oh,
one. Oh,
Rob.
wow.
What's this deliberate singles happening for? Does he think he's playing normal T20 cricket where the 7th over always goes for 6 singles?
I mean, it's dangerous signs if he's showing signs of using more intelligence and patience.
Gian said, I should have listened to my mum and drank my satsu. I don't know what that means. Is that milk?
It's a drink. It's supposed to be. It's a summer drink that's had to cool yourself down. Yeah, not like milk. It's a bit more spicy, savory in that zone.
Short, pulled away, and that's what Rob Barron needed. Dreadful ball by Krunal. He really is struggling in this tournament. This is not the partnership you want to be bowling to in this situation either. Rohit says, Chandrapal was retired by force to save Lara. Yeah, I've heard this before, guys. There was lots of issues with Chandrapal. I just don't believe this at all. I think it's probably more to do with the fact that they thought they could find other younger batters who would be able to come through. And they were a little bit embarrassed by the fact he went on to be really good in the last couple of years, of course. But it wasn't about Lara, I don't believe. I just think they thought they needed to make a change. They were wrong, but, you know, Chandrapal was a difficult person at times to deal with as well.
Oh, interesting. Again.
I think when players have to kind of do the whole lot, it can, when they get all the outside noise and everything else, when they have to prop up the entire batting unit by themselves, I think you can forgive them a bit of like getting annoyed about it. Do you remember that one when Chandrapal came over here to England and just scored all the runs in a test match series for the West Indies and no one else scored any? He was like 73 not out every innings. It must get to you eventually.
Yeah. Oh, I don't disagree. I think Chandrapal's a really interesting character in general, I think. Him and his father, of course, had, you know, this weird relationship, ended up with a weird batting style. Chandrapal might be the only player I'm aware of who, in the middle of a game, went off to accept an award rather than continue the game. Like, I'm just saying, he's a slightly different kind of cat, right? And look, but also, as you say, Rob, they even in the side they were still losing all the time with him, so they might have convinced themselves. But I don't think it was about Lara.
I mean, that's because batters don't win games.
Yes. Oh, and there goes Rob's bet.
And there's Barron's overs. Yeah.
A half volley on leg stump. It's an incredible shot, though. How he even gets up and under this to hit this for 6.
So good at cricket. 8.5, by the way. Every single bookie was 8.5 that over. How many was that? 13?
Yep.
14, I would imagine, if this is 6.
14, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
How many this time? This one's 8.5 too.
8.5. We'll let Rob make a lot of easy money here. Aditya says, actually, someone else might need to read this. I don't know what this means.
Vaibhav is Chen Kuli Ki Main Khuli. It's a movie in real life. So it's a movie about a young kid.
No, I just found that Chen Kuli lied to us. You can't get into the Indian team if you're below 15.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true. So
Yeah,
the
he was
movie is
13
about
in the
like
movie.
10 year, yeah.
13.
A young kid.
Is he real?
Team on the back of a bat, a magic
Tim
bat.
David's bowling.
Oh my
David's
god.
bowling.
Really?
The line's 8.5 and
And
Tim
it's a
David's
4.
bowling, everyone. Can I have £1 million over, please?
So when we played against him for Scotland, and Tim David was playing for Singapore, and I was like one of 9 people in the world who knew he existed. We came up with really good plans for him, and he went out quite early on, and then he ended up, I think, bowling like 2 really important overs, and then taking like 5 catches in the outfield, which Rob will tell you is impossible for Tim David to do. And so I lost the game because of Tim David's bowling and fielding once.
Surprise! The first ball's gone for a 4.
Yeah.
I
would have brought Virat Kohli on to bowl to Suryavanshi, by the way.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so they say you don't notice the bowler. How about destroying your hero? Hey,
I don't mind it now when you're 1 million to 1 to win the game. I think they may as well. How about I backed Hetmeyer's performance points overs today, and he won. It won, and he doesn't matter if he bats or not. He got 3
just from the
catches,
fielding.
30 points. It won in
Wow.
like half an hour. Ridiculous.
So Go Power Rangers says he's actually faster than Karan with the magic bat. Oh my!
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest pet peeves I have about that movie. Is like they make 356 for no loss in a 50-over game.
Yeah.
And it's
Hang on.
yeah.
What just happened here?
He blocked that ball,
Varun,
Rob.
That's
What?
the biggest pet peeve. My biggest pet peeve was even as an 8-year-old, I knew ODIs aren't played with the red fucking ball. Why are they playing ODIs with the red ball? I couldn't help but think.
And
why?
like, what was it in the?
Oh, half tracker from Tim
my
David here. And he's hit that for 6. Just.
The most
Ooh.
2007 thing about that movie was the worst thing that could happen to India was losing a 5-match ODI series to
Yeah,
Pakistan.
versus Pakistan. Yeah.
Like,
Oh, man.
Is he going to
man,
break
it's
Gale's record, guys? We might be on record watch. 71 of 23. He can't break 87, Varun. Even now.
No, he can,
nobody
no?
can break. No.
87 or
He's
25, right?
23. 23.
oh yeah, fair.
He can't
You're right.
make 87.
Oh
of
my
25,
God,
but-
he's bowled a half volley and leg stump. This might be 6
Maybe
again.
6. Yeah.
That's like a precise 6. There were 2 fielders there, and he bisected them perfectly, like straight down the middle.
Rob, what's the run line for the next over, buddy?
8.5 this over was, by the way. 8.5. What have we got now? Oh, they've noticed that they're scoring loads every single over, and they're getting absolutely pummeled by everybody. They've gone all the way up to 10.5. Let's just remind you what's happened so far.
Oh my God.
So the first over line was 7.5. They got 9 from that one, so they were unlucky there. Then it was 12, 19, 17, 24, 14, 17, and 18 from this one.
So,
So
10 and a
10.5.
half.
10.5 is a
is the line.
good try, everybody. Good try, but it should be higher. I mean, this is where they can't do it. These traders and these bookies, because they sit there and they go, "Well, it's the 7th over, and you've told me that the 7th over always goes for 7.4 runs or whatever." It's like, yeah, but how many times have you got a person who potentially doesn't even exist? Somebody who's maybe not even a real person.
It does it with the bad pitches too, doesn't it? When you get the wickets where it's like Pal or the New York pitch.
That's my favorite. Like one of my favorite things is this, when you're just like, well, obviously it can't possibly be 8.5, so I'll just have as much as I can overs every over until you work it out. And the other one, which is probably even more fun, is the pitch that nobody can score any runs on, and they just assume that everybody can.
Krunapani back on. Brut says Vibub is the Bumrah of guaranteed .46 0.1 0/1.
I assume that's Bumrah's 0/1.
Yeah, either getting a 0, like either getting a dot or a single.
Varun says, has any player in T20 hit 2 50s and 15 balls?
In the
I
IPL,
doubt
Fraser
that.
McGurk has 2 of them.
Does
Has
he?
Yusuf done it,
Vaibhav
Varun?
and
Has
Sorry?
Yusuf done it? Has Yusuf?
no, I think he's got 1 now, right? I don't think he's got
Versus
2.
SRH, I know that's the one I know.
He
he's
has
got
won
one.
15 ball 50, does he not?
No, I'm saying he's
Yeah,
only
I
got
know.
1.
Yeah.
And then Fraser McGurk has got 2 and Vaibhav has 2 in the IPL.
Just to let you all know, they're chasing 200 and they are at 73 off 72 required already. And this one
is that
is
a-
bashed
maybe out?
out to mid wicket,
That's out.
mid
That's
on,
out.
and caught. Virat
That's
catch.
out,
I told you Virat would get him.
Rob is
I
happy.
can't-
At least someone
Boring.
So
Good
which
catch.
over did you go the biggest on, Rob?
I think I don't know all of them like as much as possible since the 3rd. I had a lot on the 1st, but I also backed Rajasthan to have the highest score in the 1st over. And like I said, if there was a 6 in that 1st over, I would have already been taking a week off and be in the pub, I think. But there wasn't. It was a 1 bounce 4. What a knock again from the kid! Like
Yeah.
ludicrous stuff, ludicrous. And
He also has the most runs for this tournament now, I believe.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing is that Krunal Pandya's first wicket for the tournament?
yeah,
No. He took 2. No, he took 2
Did he?
in the CSK match. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I
yeah,
forgot
yeah. He
that.
He
took
took 2 in the same over.
Either way,
Yeah.
the man who's going at about 14 runs at over is the one that gets Suryavanshi out.
Yeah, that's
They should have opened with Mario Shepherd. 1 for 30 and walk off.
So Suryavanshi, guys, he's at an average of 50 and a strike rate of 266.
Pathetic,
200
not even
runs.
300.
66, man.
And what's his so his 6 per ball that was 4.88 has gone up now, right? He's doing better than that now.
He's at 18
Imagine how
sixes
good he
and
would be if
75
he had
balls.
pubes.
Yeah.
75
That's less
by
than
18.
one.
So
Yeah,
Rudra has a question
4.2,
saying not even
4.3.
4.1.
not even
Yeah,
seeing any
4.2.
uneven bounce, looks to be flat now. So I'm just looking at it.
Yeah.
So for all the balls with uneven bounce, so we had 0, 4, 4, 4, 4, 0, 6, 6, 4, 4. So I don't think he seems to care even if it's uneven or low.
Yeah.
So
It's not as drastic as we saw from before, though, is it?
For
no,
sure,
I think
for
some
sure.
of them were just hitting everything for 4.
Yeah, that's also true. Sartik says, Krunal Pandya bouncer, a sound strategy to vibe up. He'll get
I
away with
agree.
Yeah. I mean, he could have tried 1, but he's still going to go for runs. You can't bowl that many of them anyway. Mick Lebowski says, as this one is the bouncer,
Oh
and
my
it's a
god, he's
wicket.
got him out. Oh my god.
Shimron
Oh, that's it.
Hetmeyer has guided the bouncer straight to backward point, and Krunal Pandya is back, everyone.
Is he on a hat trick? He's on a hat trick.
Yeah.
Of course he is.
And Shimron Hetmeyer is kicking his bat across the surface as he leaves.
I
the
really
ground.
need a Rajasthan Royals collapse right now.
That'd be, I mean, hilarious. But yeah, to take Miklobowski's comment here, Jared, you would probably do the honors.
Seeing how RCB is getting spanked, feel much better about CSK's loss versus Rajasthan. Probably copium, but they have had the toughest first 3 game schedule. CSK have they?
Yeah,
They
but
played
they
Punjab,
played
RCB,
and
and
Rajasthan.
Rajasthan, right?
There's
Yeah.
one team, and I can't remember who it is, but it might be LSG or Punjab. I'd have to go back and check my notes. Who has a really, really tough middle, right? And it doesn't get good until the last 3 games of the season. I mentioned it on something else that I'd worked on.
RCB has a tough middle. I know that they're playing 4 games in 9 days.
I don't think it was RCB. I think it was someone who wasn't as
Do
highly
you mean
rated.
fixtures or like back-to-backness?
Just the fixtures. Yeah, there's just like a
Oh.
run in the middle where you're like, oh, that could get really tricky for you. Content Cricket says, I feel Vaibhav should be there in the 2027 World Cup. Well, he might be banned from it for being too
ODI.
good soon. Narendra said, seeing Rob, I banned betting here to stop addiction. Good to have the
What?
the Prime Minister. That's the Prime Minister of India just sending us a message, man.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't care who you are. You're not going to stop me from betting.
And they've all tried.
Oh my god.
All right,
He's
Ria
on a hat
Prague is in.
trick. Oh, can he just mooks
Yeah.
it for a
They had a
single?
slip in place. And
Yeah.
just punched down the ground for 1.
Boy, oh boy.
See, if this was in 2025, I'd say Rajasthan would lose this, but this is a new Rajasthan.
It's,
Did we just see a wicket of a bouncer?
Yeah.
yeah.
A very tame dismissal though.
yeah. Very soft, true.
It's a good one
Is it
for the
really
highlight
good?
reel, that dismissal, I think.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Krunal bouncer. And that is genuinely back garden catching practice, isn't it? What he just
Yeah.
Gaji says, look at VS. I have a question. Where does RR stand in the power ranking? I mean, we haven't updated it, but
Yeah.
I ranked the opening partnership pretty high anyway. But the other thing that's quite interesting is the opening bowling partnership, which it seems even today, I know they didn't get the wickets, but I thought they looked incredible today. So
Yeah.
one reason I rate RCB so high is the combination of really good batting at the top and really good bowling at the top, because that's where you get your most impact on the game. So even if you're a bit shitter from the rest of the game, you're ahead. So looking at that, based on what Royals are doing at the moment, they're going to have to fly up the system. I mean, some of this is form, though. They've got a lot of players in form at the moment.
Yeah.
Want to see what happens when that disappears. But other than that, I mean, it's hard not to be impressed with them.
Like it's hard to sustain 50 to 66, is it not? Like at some point he's probably going to come down to 30
Yeah.
200, I want to say. I don't even know with this guy.
A waterfall
actually.
Yeah,
of
he
that
could,
is
get, he
Shayan.
could get run out a couple of
that's a
times,
bigger one.
right? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
all sorts of things can happen. But
Exactly.
But I like their batting coming into this season. It was their bowling I was worried about.
The bowling is the
Bishnoi is the leading wicket taker in the league.
Exactly.
Couldn't take a wicket at all last year. Nandre Berger looks incredible, right? Like I didn't have that on my system, and so suddenly there's lots of good things happening for them.
Yeah. And Sandeep is always there and thereabouts. Like he's always around in the IPL. Like
Mick
the
Lebowski
ultimate-
says, "Is Vaibhav an age fraud? Doesn't look 15 to me. I'd
No.
say he does look 15. He's probably
You've
not
gotta stop
15.
This. You got to
Let
stop
him be
this chat.
35. Who cares? I mean, the guy is.
Like, whenever we get this like young person being good, like everybody accuses them of frauding their age. Like we're not in an age now where there isn't a backstory from Suyvanshi, because what is it? 95% of all pictures have been taken in the last 15 years or something. Somebody put it up the other day. It's like, here's a picture of him with his dad when he was 5, and here's that was 10 years ago, and here's one when he was 8, and that was 7 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's loads and loads of evidence to say that he's 15. So stop that chat. I'm still not convinced he's real, because there's so many lies on the internet. Maybe they just made those photos up. Maybe they made him in a lab and just put him in the eye. They say, right, we've
Is
got
it
this.
like the Benjamin Netanyahu drinking coffee video? Maybe he's just a deep fake.
Yes.
I'm only joking.
it's
That is
possible.
obviously a real video with like just a filter or like on the cinema mode on an iPhone. I don't understand why anyone thinks that's a fake, but that's a different conversation. Also, alphas aren't real, as I had to tell Akshay earlier.
What's unreal?
Alphas.
Akshay hasn't seen Planes, Trains and Automobiles, so I'm not talking to him anymore.
He doesn't know who Benny Snowball is.
These guys are just ragging him, bro, Varun.
The
I
thing
just
is, I've
entered the
walked
show
in-
and these two were ragging him.
Oh, my.
Oh, nut shot.
Oh.
Oh, good one from Hazelwood, right in the center of Jarrell. Oh,
So
he's
if
gone.
the testicles had come off his body and hit the stumps, that would be hit wicket, right?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Now Rob's showing images from the movie.
He did last time as well.
That's what I think of you right now.
For what it's worth, by the way, I did go and check the premise. There is a Tamil movie on it. There's a Tamil movie that does resemble this very same movie.
I
and
thought you meant
that's
Jarrell being hit in the nuts, and I was so confused at what you were talking about.
Wait, what does the Tamil movie represent, dude?
the planes, trains, and automobiles. The movie.
Oh,
There's a movie called Anbe Sivam starring Kamal Hassan and
oh, I've heard of this. Yes, I need to watch
yeah,
it.
it's a damn good movie. It's a damn good movie, and this is something someone mentioned in the comments as well, and I can't help make the correlation. But I'm trusting Rob's, Rob's opinion here because he's vociferously told that this is hands down the best comedy that's been ever made.
I don't
It
know if
is.
it's the best comedy that's ever made, but it is.
It is
brilliant movie.
Jared. It is Jared. So there's that.
It's not as good as Battlestar Earth or The Room.
Oh, The Room is epic. I agree.
Have you
If
ever
it's
seen
not-
The Room, Rob?
Hang on,
have.
isn't the room the one with that lady and the kid that can't get out of the room and they're trapped?
No.
That's not a comedy, Jared. You sick, twisted
Next
bastard.
time, next time you come to London, if The Room is playing, I'm going to take you to see The Room.
Okay.
It is.
You've
it's
seen
a-
the actual movie, or you've seen the
Sure.
movie the Franco brothers?
good.
did?
No, I've seen the actual.
Oh,
I've
wow.
met Tommy.
And
Oh,
that's
wow.
how-
Oh, is that out?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, Jared, just to confirm, you said you're going to take Rob into a room.
Again.
Collapse.
This might be fun, you know. Cronell thinks they're going to win. Cronell's just giving it the big one to the crowd. They're 7-1 to win this match, but
I really want 2 more wickets. I need a collapse.
Oh my god, what was
This
that?
would be the funniest loss of all time.
That was
Imagine
him.
losing a
He bowled that as a cross seam delivery, and that just moved away from Rian Parag a little bit there.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Oh yeah, that was cross team. True.
The thing about
137 though.
Raj is their top 3 are scoring all the runs, right? So Suyvanshi has 200. He's the first to get to 200 in this IPL. Second on the orange cap list is Jaiswal, obviously, 183. And Juve Jarrell is what, number 7? He's got 135 and he's not out. So they could end up with 1, 2, and 3. It's a real chance that they end up with 1, 2, and 3 on the orange cap list after 4 games. Mental.
And to be fair, that worked pretty well for Gujarat. So sometimes you get away with it. The other problem is that if they do really well, and then 2 of them lose form towards the end of the year, and no one else has had a
Yeah.
bat, so it can go in either direction.
Also, by the way, this delivery from Hazelwood, it was one of his. This guy is slower but not slow ones because that's why it was a cross.
This was 137.
Yeah,
So I don't
but
know if you guys
the
know-
interesting thing is, and Varun can have a look at it. It seems away,
Yeah.
and I don't
Yeah,
think
it
he was
does.
trying to seam it away. I think it
he
just
wasn't.
deviated.
He just wanted to bluff Parag. I think Parag was clearly taken out. I mean, he was caught off guard by the pace as well, the way
Yeah.
he played the shot. Yeah. So, but yeah,
No,
I
I
did see
can see
move.
that.
Fair. Oh man. But yeah, the room. You've seen the actual room. You've met Tommy. Oh wow.
I've met Tommy. I've played football with Tommy, so I've thrown the NFL American football around with him.
Wow.
That is really, you've got an eclectic range with your stories. Like, I never thought I would be talking about Tommy over here.
So Rob, this guy, no one knows where he got his money from, right? This guy, Tommy
Yeah.
Wiseau. He gets a load of money and he decides to make a Hollywood movie. And he buys cameras, which no one in Hollywood has ever bought a camera before. Everyone rents cameras, right? He builds a set, right, which is outdoors, but then looks like the fakest set you've ever seen outdoors. And he writes this incredibly stupid movie, right, which is supposed to be a love story, but is the funniest movie ever written accidentally. And then no one watches it, of course, because it's a huge failure. So he buys billboards all across, like in Hollywood, and keeps them up for years. And so after years, people go, we have to watch this movie because it's like on this billboard. It's been there for like 7 years or something. And then it becomes a cult classic. And they've now made movies about the making of the movie,
Yeah.
right?
I like
And
him.
You should watch that.
And when you go and watch
so
it, you
Jared-
do things. You throw spoons at the screen. It's one of the most fun things I've ever done.
So the
Do
Parag
watch
wicket
one-
swung away, not seamed away. Somehow.
Oh.
It swung.
Yeah, or drifted.
it-
I don't know, one of them. Yeah.
That's weird because
But it
he had
moved.
it cross seam.
Yeah, and it moved off the
Yeah, yeah.
surface as well. It clearly moved off the surface.
So
Not
weird.
Basically no seam movement.
Oh, strange.
SPV says Ngidi slower balls versus Suryavanshi is a must watch. Yeah, we saw him today defend Bhuvi with a slower ball, which I thought was quite interesting. I still think swinging the ball away from him on a length is a good way of going. Blue Eagle says, should CSK persist with Matt Henry? I don't think it matters.
Who do they get in if you don't have him? Akil Hussain?
Yeah.
Is
that's
that all the
only
options they have?
Yeah.
Hertz manager says only a glory piece from Jared could stop bygones out. If I wrote a piece about how good he is, let's see what happens. I think I've written one about Jaiswal though. He's still pretty good.
No, this is not the one. This is the thing that keeps going on the internet. That whenever you
That's what I'm
praise
saying.
someone,
But I wrote a couple of pieces about Jaiswal's.
don't use logic, Jared. I'm telling you.
sorry.
it's
I
a
mean,
vibes
we've written
thing.
like about 5 or 6 about Bumrah, haven't we? Like,
So with Bumrah also, people were tagging me yesterday. They were like, "What piece did you all write?" Now people are hitting him for sixes and all that. And then Saurabh is replying to him, "I was not involved with the piece. You just speak to these guys."
have we written anything on him recently? We haven't, right?
Who?
Great bouncer,
Bumrah,
by the
like-
way.
We
Nearly
don't
took
know
his
before
head
the
off.
World Cup. Yeah,
Before the World Cup, yeah. But he had a great World Cup though. That's what I've
he
been
did.
He
reading.
did get hit
like-
for sixes.
Don't
Two
care
bounces.
Is that
about
another
your-
bouncer?
Yeah.
Is that 2
Yeah.
for the over? Oh my god.
2 for the over.
Fucking hell.
I just saw the
What a
first
guy.
bouncer.
Bowl another one.
How fast were those two, Varun?
116 the last one was.
Jesus.
Decent.
This one is.
The first one was 119.
I think Cronal is just fully messing about this IPL. Fully, like, just doing daft stuff.
By the
This
way,
field. Run him out. No.
they get a
I feel like
single
Jetto's
there.
gonna-
By the way,
Jetto
it
always
says
looks like he's gonna run
116
out.
on the screen. Okay, maybe they're just rounding it up, but
118, the quicker one.
that's what I was going to say. I think some of the speeds don't match up what they put up originally, but maybe
That's
it's just rounding
73
errors.
miles an hour. 73 miles an hour that ball is apparently going. Is it?
Yeah.
It is.
Two-step bouncer, 73 miles an hour. That's pretty fast.
Warney used to bowl his quicker. Do you remember?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of highlights of
Was
that.
it a
as well.
freely bowl like a 134 one? Not a
134,
bouncer.
one.
That wasn't a bouncer though.
That wasn't a bouncer.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
fuller ball, was it not?
That was a
Full-
Also, Afridi's quicker ball, I always thought probably if cricket was run correctly, should have been run through a machine.
He once bowled with the
Oh,
new ball as well versus India. Yeah, he bowled medium pace versus.
But I'm
India.
saying have a look at some of the quicker balls
Afridi,
online
really?
of Afridi. Have a look at his arm.
bowled medium
A couple of
pace?
times
Yeah,
you look
yeah.
at his arm and go, is that straight? Is that not straightening at the moment?
I think his action itself is such that it sort of leads
Well, good
itself
over
into
though.
being able to bend your elbow a bit more. So I see what you mean there.
I'm not saying I have no issue with his leg spin. I'm saying when he bowls his quicker ball and it's
Yeah.
35 kilometers quicker than anything else. Go back and have a look at some of them. There are a couple that he just pings. He just throws it.
Yeah,
There's no doubt.
That Tim Saudi one is just like it was 121 or something, and Tim Saudi had no clue whatsoever. As a number 10, he just come in to chill.
Kunal says replace useless guy with Siravanchi in T20 internationals. Replace your lower order player, World Cup winning captain, with a guy who opens. Okay, cool.
Good move.
We all have to
One
do
thing
something.
India could really do with moving forward, they really need to find some openers from somewhere. They're
Not enough
cupboard's
openers.
bare,
yeah.
innit? They've got like 7 of the best 10 in the world or something. It's
But that's
completely
not
unfair.
enough.
The thing-
10 out of 10. Yeah.
What do we have? What do India have so far? Abhishek would be there. Jaiswal.
Samson's
Samson.
still around, guys.
Yeah.
Is Ishan an opener still?
Yeah.
Sure, you can
Opener
count him.
3.
Yeah.
You can count him. Yeah.
Shubman Gill.
Gill.
Yeah.
Throw Gaikwad in there as well, I guess.
Throw guy in there. Yeah.
Steve
Sai
Vanchi's
Sudarshan.
an opener.
Would you have Sai in there, Rob? In the
Yeah.
top 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he would walk into any
Suryavanshi?
other team. Siddharthan.
Yeah.
Suryavanchi's the best player of all time, without a shadow
And
of a
then you
doubt.
have more fringe openers like Priyansh, Prabsimran.
Perhaps Simran. Yeah.
Priyansh might be higher actually if you think about it. But yeah, he's had one big season. There's someone.
I wouldn't have DDP that high up. I need to see more of him. I'm a bit too traumatized by him.
Fair,
Oh,
fair.
okay.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no DDP, not just yet. I think.
Not yet. It's too soon for Matre.
Did you guys see the super
Nah.
chat?
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Jamil
what your
Jamali.
movie contains, Jamil. So I don't know
It's
whether I want to watch
Durandar.
it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
Durandar.
only it's only the most the highest grossing Bollywood movie of all time. So
Yeah.
Is that the Dhoni film?
It's,
You know, there's
has it
You
gone
know,
past
there's a
Bangalore?
Bollywood film about Shahid Afridi, by the way.
what?
Yeah, there's a Bollywood film, and about the first 5 or 10 minutes is all set up around Shahid Afridi.
Which one is this?
I fucked if I know.
Wait,
I
actually,
watched-
Durandar
I
has
can
gone
tell you,
past.
I've seen about I've seen
fuck,
10
fuck,
Bollywood films in the
What's
last
the movie?
in
Dangal.
the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And
Way
all
the-
pass,
Oh, wow.
way pass. Yeah.
Every Bollywood film
Nice.
I have seen has been on a plane through the cracks
wouldn't
on
that-
the chair of someone else's thing.
fair.
That's how I watch Bollywood films.
I really want to say I would have known if there is Shahid Afridi for the first 5 to 10 minutes of a Bollywood movie.
Even I can't remember, bro. Is he
Yeah.
talking about Bajrangi Bhaijaan or something?
But why? What is Shahid?
I don't think
No,
he was in that. No, he was not.
Yeah.
He's not in the movie. It's about him as a cricketer. Like, it keeps mentioning him, and I think that maybe the kid
Oh,
in the
that could
movie.
be Bajrangi. Yeah, that could be Bajrangi Bhaijaan because the
it?
first 10 minutes about them watching the Asia Cup game where he tonks Ashwin
Oh yeah.
over.
That could
Yeah.
be. That's what I
Yeah,
was
this
thinking.
is-
But
I
I'm not
think it's
sure. I
older
don't
than
think I
that. I
remember
can't
the
remember.
start of that
Yeah.
movie actually.
Someone will know.
It
There's
is-
a whole movie, and he's like the hero at the
Yeah.
start.
The kid is named after him. Now the kid's name is Shahida because the mother loved Shahid Afridi. So
It might be. All I know is I could see it on the screen. As I said, that's how I
Yeah.
watch Bollywood movies. I don't.
that's fair.
So-
no, it is true.
You know this cricket match that we're all watching, right?
I mean,
that's going
there's
on
a
now?
Pakistani movie called Mein Hu Shahid Afridi.
No, Bajrangi Bhaijaan is the movie we're talking about.
Yeah.
So, thankfully, Jared's watched one of the most sano movies, so I'll give that to him.
Since Suryavanshi got out, they basically haven't scored any runs.
Yeah.
Like they haven't scored a boundary. So so in the few overs before he got out, they scored 16, 19, 17, 24, 14, 18. Then he got out and they scored 3 off that over, then 5, then 4, then 4.
Yeah.
Like they haven't scored a run. And
They were-
if they keep not scoring any runs, they will lose this game.
Was it 73 off 72? Is that how it works, Rob? Can you take us through that again?
They just haven't scored any runs
So
since
if they
he got
don't
out.
score any runs, you're saying they can't win.
Yeah, if they keep doing this, getting 4 every single over, they will not win. They're going to have to score a boundary again at some point.
Do you know what they're actually doing? This game was flying along, and I was like, "Oh, I'll be able to eat dinner soon." And so my head started to think about food, and now it's going to go down to they're going to score the winning runs in 19.3 overs, right?
It
Jaddu's
feels
been
like that
spending
sort
too
of
much
a
time with Dhoni there. He's taking it deep.
Oh, here we go. Here's runs.
No, but
Inside edge
Is
pass
that a
leg stump
boundary?
for 4.
It's a 4. Let's go.
Not a real boundary.
No,
Since Rob chose to stay, go for it.
no. Well, Rob asked for a boundary, got one, and then moaned about it.
But since Rob chose to state the obvious, there was the ILT20 final in 2024. The commentators, like this was the Hindi commentary, I'll first say it out in Hindi. He makes a statement out of nowhere just to fill in the silence. देखिए, अगर बॉलर बॉल डालेगा तो बैटर को तो खेलना पड़ेगा. He says this, and there's a pause. So basically, he says if the bowler bowls, the batter has to play. That's it. This is what he comes.
I get that.
That's the Kevin Peterson thing, right, Jared?
Did you get the Kevin Peterson one actually the other day when he said, if David Miller's in at the end, they will win. No, wait. Oh, I've got the phrase. Oh, I'll have to look it up again. Sorry.
I'm
Worded
already-
very funnily.
No, unless something else happens, was what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless, of course,
If David Miller's if David Miller's in the end, they'll win unless something else happens.
This is the Harsha Bhogle thing as well, guys. Like, you know, there's this Twitter account for Bhogle, like tweets of Bhogle, parody of Bhogle, where they just keep pointing this out
Oh,
over
so
and over again.
this game is not over until David Miller is out or something else happens. That's the one. I
Yeah,
believe
that's it.
Jared.
This game is not
Right,
over until David Miller is out or something else happens. So Harsha hates that account, by the way.
I can imagine.
I mean, I've never talked to Harsha about it, but I know Harsha well enough to know that Harsha would hate that account.
Yeah. Anyone would hate that account. Like,
Have any
No,
of you
but that
guys
account is
done a
hilarious. It's hilarious.
any of you boys done a fake Jared Kimber account? Because that's given me an idea. I'm going to pass my time with that.
go for
When
it.
Twitter first started, there was a bunch, and then Twitter got more popular. Kudo says, Jared, you're giving too much credit to Sky for the World Cup. My dog could have captained India, probably not. I think your dog would have probably pissed itself and then gone and smelt someone's bum. guy's a fantastic cricketer, man. I don't know what you're talking about here.
Bouncer.
He goes
Oh,
to
did you
scoot
guys
the
see that?
bouncer over his head there and misses it.
Oh my god.
Actually,
What's
you have to
Cornell's
see this
bouncer
one.
numbers today?
what
Is it
happened?
5 bouncers, 1 wicket, no runs?
It might be.
Maybe
I don't think anyone can hit his bouncer. The wicket as well.
Oh, there's a wicket. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hetman.
No,
I'm
no,
saying
he's
with the
saying
bouncer,
he
they
got
took-
one
he took a
before.
wicket.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Just
boo.
about-
Oh,
Oh, no,
that was almost caught out on the boundary, though. That bouncer.
Jesus.
Is it?
that's a drop for Rob.
Jadeja plays a hook shot of Krunal Pandya and is almost caught on the boundary.
Rob, is
didn't
that a drop
quite-
catch?
No, he didn't quite carry to Romario, but he didn't try and catch it either, did he? So it's kind of half a drop. If that's the World
But
Cup
I'll-
final and they need one
It's
to
a
win, he
drop.
tries to catch that, I think, but he didn't
Yeah,
try
of
and catch
course.
that.
But by the way, I'll also have to credit Jitesh Sharma like for being able to keep.
that's
I don't think. Yeah, I
Keep
don't
it
think
good.
he's let through even a single one of his faster ones.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Very well.
the other day because I was at the stadium, I could see
Oh.
Jitesh just flicking his fingers like for the RCB CSK game. Each time Krunal bowls a bouncer, he's crying in his head. Why the fuck does this?
What are you talking about? Alex Carey literally keeps up the stumps to Scott Boland, who's 20 Ks faster.
Yeah, but Carey is
We're
the best
talking
keeper
about
in the
Jitesh-
world, and Jitesh,
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
that's
like
also
not-
fair.
top 5 keepers in India, maybe?
Hazelwood
is
for
it?
his last over. They're going for the win.
They
Or
have
the
to.
early loss. Oh, he might have got him
Oh.
LBW.
Ooh.
Straight. It's
Is
full.
that
He's
out?
Is
given
that
not
outside
out.
off? Is that not outside off?
Outside leg, you mean? But
Outside leg.
Oh, sorry, yeah, outside leg, yeah.
I think I would
I-
review this.
Yeah, they will review it. I think. They don't
Outside
have a
leg,
choice.
unfortunately.
But I think I'd
But they
review
will
it
review
anyway.
it,
I think
Yeah,
it's close enough.
see-
It will have just pitched outside leg, but
yeah.
and they have
That's-
reviewed
that's-
it.
Yeah,
That's
they have
like
reviewed it.
4 inches outside leg on with the game.
You
I'm
that
watching,
far?
I'm watching it
I
now.
want to see that again.
That's the desperate review, right? Like the one I was saying in the first innings as well.
Pitching
They didn't take
outside
it
leg.
then, but now they have to take it.
Yeah, it did seem pitching outside like though in all fairness.
So RCB have bowled approximately 11 bouncers so far, and Krunal has 5 of them.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right, guys. It's more outside leg than I thought.
Yeah.
It's one of those ones where after he hits his pad, he sort of splits his legs open.
Move, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, this ball was just 120 clicks. I don't know if it was a slow one or was it Hazelwood.
Oh, I didn't look at
sampling
that,
and
sorry.
bowling. Yeah, it was just.
It kept
120.
low though, I thought. Although he does play a long way back to what is a very full ball.
Not is it that full, Jared?
It looks
I want
pretty
to say
full.
it's more. No, it's more.
It's
good
not a
length,
back
isn't
of a
it?
length ball, man.
It's not back of a length, of course.
No.
It's more good length, I would say.
So why is he playing back then?
I mean,
That's all I'm saying.
You have to ask Jadeja that.
I will. I'd love to. I miss the days when Jadeja would abuse people in their DMs on Twitter when they said things about
Yeah,
him.
I was asking you about this. What was this about? You wrote it in the piece. I don't know. What
Oh,
this
it's a good shot.
He pulls this away for
Yeah,
4.
that's a
Good
good
shot
shot,
there
yeah.
by Jarrell. Yeah, no, he used to do it all the time because you got to remember when IPL first started, there actually weren't that many people on Twitter, right, in the world,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
and so
yeah.
IPL Twitter was huge, and the players all came to it as well before the international players did. And so people, and in those days, Jadeja wasn't always the most popular guy. That was Saravi Jadeja days, right?
Yeah.
And I know about 4 or 5 people he sent DMs to, I think you'll probably find them online if you do the research, like swear words at these people and like really abusing them and stuff.
And he
Jay
just
Dernbach
talks
used to
it
do it
through.
as well.
Jay Dernbach used to get very, very angry with my Twitter account back in the day. And because imagine what I was like with zero filter, quite young, zero, nobody, like not in my own name, just throwing out slander on absolutely everybody all the time, just constantly berating cricketers for dropping catches, being right. But I had a thing about Jay Turnback who's like, he may well bowl lots of different deliveries, but he is getting spanked every time he plays for England. And he keeps playing for England and he keeps getting spanked. And he must, I didn't know how to like use the internet properly. So I would never like at somebody and say, I am abusing you. That's one of the easiest misrun outs you're going to see. And he must be searching for his own name. And then he gave me a load of shit. And I was like, well, at least I don't search for my own name on Twitter because that is a real loser thing to do. And I got, lots of bites. This Jadeja should be out by now. He could have run that to the start.
I mean, God, he could have run him out by 4 meters on that one. He had a good look
Tough
at the
one,
stumps
though.
too, patted out. He's only about what, 2.5 meters from the stumps when he lets the ball go.
Oh.
Yeah, should have
Oh
got
yeah,
that.
actually, so he's not.
Yeah,
that
I'm pretty
far.
sure Jade did used to search his own name because he seemed to be involved in a lot of conversations he didn't need to. I really like Jade, by the way, and I don't like Rob, so I'm on Jade's side here.
Also, a big reason why true values exist.
Exactly. Yeah.
He is, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Gian Dead says KP glazing KL's dot balls or something. Do you know what's funny is this is a perfect example of remember KP went viral for slagging off KL Raul, and then KL stood up to him, right, and did that video where it was a jokey video, whatever. But if you notice since then, KP can't say anything negative about him because he's been called out. He's gone completely the other way on KL Raul.
I know he just keeps taking that Maldives jibe every now and then. Even now, recently, he put that out again. He was just like, yeah.
But yesterday, was it yesterday or the game the other day when he just kept going on and on about how good he was batting, and everyone's like,
Yeah.
"Is this the game we're watching?"
What was it? Like he
He's
cover
he's a tough
drives a
little
full
baby.
toss along the ground for like a gentle single or something, right? In the power play.
Varun, how much are they scoring at in this game, excluding Suryavanshi and Jurel?
Oh god.
They've scored
Must be very low.
34 runs that aren't by those two people.
Damn.
Of how many balls?
Well, Jadeja
of
is 17 off 18. Parag was 3 off 5. Jaiswal 13 off
32.
8. Yeah.
32.
31.
Shimron made a
Two for-
golden duck.
Oh, golden.
Yeah,
duck.
0
Yeah,
of 1.
32. Yeah, that's like they're
Yeah.
going at about 6 runs and over. Maybe this is a Suryavanshi and Jurel. Like they've spooked this game in a sense. We've actually
So
not
that's
had a lot of
that's
batters
also
get in
because
today.
Jaiswal is bringing it up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
What,
Also true.
what we could have here is one
It's
team
20
who
or
were
24 without the top 3.
120 something for 7 after 14 overs. 125 for 7 after 14 overs, and then they get 200. It'd be really funny if we have 163 for 4 that don't chase 200. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. That
Is
would be good.
Abhinandan protecting his figures of
I mean,
2 overs? none?
I've seen a team nearly bottle 13 needed in 4 overs, so anything is possible.
Yeah. Anything is possible.
And a team
in this
did bottle 8 runs in 2 overs with like 8 wickets in hand or something. Or 6 wickets in hand.
When was
Lolumo
that?
has asked if it's
That was
British
Punjab.
sarcasm from KP, which I find funny on
Oh, yeah,
multiple
yeah.
levels. A, he doesn't have the ability to be sarcastic, and B, he's not British.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, it isn't. This is one of the luckiest 18s I've ever watched from Jadeja. How is he still there?
They could have just bowled Shepherd, right? I mean, what's the difference? I mean, is Abhinandan really that big an upgrade over Shepherd?
You can't bowl Shepherd now.
Yeah, Jurel will go for
He's
it.
going to get
Jurel
1
would
for
be fine.
18, Shepherd here. Like you'll
I
lose
mean, he
the
has
game
to
if
bowl
you
at
bring
some
him on.
point, right? I think you just have to delay him as long as you can.
But how
till
is
tomorrow.
Abhinandan, like, 2 overs, he's gone for 40. I would take 1 for 18 at this point in time because he's gone at 40.
Would you take 1 for 18? The
Oh,
game would
what a
be over
shot.
then.
That's
what
a
a shot
beautiful
that is,
shot here
yeah.
by Jarrell. It's outside of stump, just guided to backward point for another boundary. Incredible timing, though.
Yeah, that was a really good one.
He's not having a good day, is he? Abhinandan?
It could be the last of him we see in the IPL.
Him and David Payne form a club.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I want to believe Shepherd would have. I don't think he would have been worse than this. At best, he would have been this.
No, but the problem with Shepherd
No,
is
yeah.
that, like, Shepherd would get you a wicket, but you know it's going to cost you so many runs. So, like, in your mind, you can't help but think, his median over is 1 for 12.
That's wide. Was that a wide? I don't
Has
know.
he given it? It was very
He
close
has
to the
given
line.
it though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It feels very close. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the ball. I'll give you my.
I have now seen it twice, Akshay. I've seen it here, I've seen it on the telly.
He's running in now. He's running in. Ooh.
That's the
That's
previous
an
ball you're looking at. Oh, an edge, and it just
Oh,
goes
that's
past
a
slip
four.
for 4. That's
Yeah,
unlucky.
never mind.
He's got the mistake
That is
there.
the game now.
Yeah.
Yes, could be his last IPL over. Unfortunately, that's none for 50 off 15 balls.
Yeah.
Oh, he's also got a 50 or 15. There we go.
Jimbo.
It's Mangesh, isn't it? That they were all talking about.
Yeah. But
yeah.
you can also go Rasikh, can you not?
Yeah.
Salam.
You can.
Yeah. I would go with him actually. But
A question
I
for
like
you here,
Venkatesh as
Rob.
well.
Is Karad Jimba the right username for Jared's parody account? That's not bad. Or
I've
just
always thought my
or
own
just-
accounts are parodies of me.
or this is a Jaredy account maybe.
Charity.
Nice.
That's why they pay him no money at all.
No money anywhere. Work all the time. Don't get any money for it. 60 for Jarrell. Is he going to get the top bat, Jarrell? That'd be the interesting one. Who's the man of the match here, guys? The boy?
Has to be. Yeah.
I mean,
has
it
to
is,
be
isn't it?
70
Anyone else
how do
can
you
it?
top 78 of 26?
I'd give it to Nandre Burger.
Abhinandan. If anyone wants $1 billion to 1 Abhinandan man of the match, I think I would lay that.
Oh, he's almost bowled him around his legs here. I'm not sure he meant to.
How is Jadeja still there? He's faced 19 balls. He could have been out 20 times.
This is a good message from Rohit. He says, as a KKR fan, Abhinandan could be our best bowler. Seema.
I mean, think
Seema.
about CSK.
Seema.
Yeah.
No, but think about CSK. I mean, if KKR fans are crying, what about CSK?
I genuinely think CSK is still a better bowling side than KKR, even after all of it.
Oh, really?
A lot of
No,
that
I just don't think
depends on
CSK
Barak
can
Chakravarti,
have
though,
Narine. Who
surely.
does CSK have?
Yeah, but no one has anyone.
Sorry?
I actually, I
No one
think
has
this
anyone.
is-
That's true.
Yeah. I think this might be Jadeja's like dream T20 innings.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
Like,
just
nobody has to,
grinding
you
to
know-
27
Yeah.
not out.
Because this is how he plays in Test cricket, right? I'm just going to play the ball really, really late and get inside edges to backward square leg and jog through for singles. That's all I'm going to do for hours.
This is definitely his dream situation, if not innings. This is what he wants.
Yeah, maybe
30
not
of
innings,
8
you're right.
overs.
It's situation more than
Yeah,
innings.
Yeah.
Correct. Like it's his natural situation, not his dream situation,
Yeah.
so to say.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to play this shit on purpose, but he's quite happy with having to come in and not do anything.
Exactly.
So, do you
Like,
guys
it's just-
think RCB missed Suyash on this pitch?
Well,
Probably. One
They
change we
didn't have a
definitely
choice,
see
did
is Abhinandan will no longer be a part of the first 11. That's for sure. Going forward, this I think they've learnt it the hard way. It plays Suyash and Abhinandan can be, or whoever that pacer is, they can be the impact player and then sub them in.
perhaps, yeah.
Kunal says, should World Cup wins be celebrated in India, with India having more than 50% win probability even before it starts? Then he says, Jared loves Sky more than his wife. I don't love Sky. I'm just talking about cricket. By the way, if you're going to put stats in here, India was not more than a 50% chance of winning
No.
the last World Cup, and they're not more than a 50% chance of winning the next World Cup. So you're
No.
wrong twice.
No, but if you're not going
Thanks
to
for the
celebrate
money
World
for
Cup
being
wins-
wrong.
And if you're not going to celebrate
But you didn't
World Cup
disagree
wins,
with the
what
last
are you going to
sentence.
celebrate?
Yeah. By the way, this
mean-
happened in Australia as well. When Australia, like Malcolm Conn wrote this big article going, cricket's boring now because Australia's too good at it. And then Australia went really shit after that.
Jared, you didn't disagree with the last sentence.
Here's Romario.
Hey!
Now we're going to get some boundaries.
Ah,
How
yes.
about 4 wickets in 4 balls?
So
I could see a universe where we see like 20 for 2 in this over.
So
I'll be honest though, if I'm Romario and Jadeja's batting, this being whacked
Oh,
first
shit.
ball out to the sweeper. But if I'm Romario and Jadeja's batting, I would think to myself, this is a good situation for me, guys. I'm ready to bowl. I'd like to come on here.
should we just call the score 190 for 5 at the end of this over and fast forward 4 minutes? Save us all the time.
I don't think Jadeja's going to whack him for 4s, man. I think Jadeja might even block a ball.
I think Jadeja is going to have a massive, great big swing at this ball because he's like, okay, I've been here for 20 balls now and I've got Romario right where I want him. Here we go. Boring.
I told you.
This was the Kuldeep Yadav thing in that game, wasn't it?
20 off 21 and he should have been out twice.
The Clasher says, can Rajasthan win the IPL with only 1, 2, 3 firing? We talked about this
Yeah.
before. Look, the problem is if they stop firing. The problem isn't if they're firing. The problem is if they have like a good 14 games and then they, 2 of them lose form. We've seen teams before have troubles with that. Having 3 guys who are really good making lots of runs is not an issue.
They only need 2 to fire for me and they can win it if he's
I
gonna
will say
battle.
that
So here's an interesting cross-sport one
Interesting.
here,
Yeah.
which is Vibe greater anomaly than Wemby or Otani. I'll throw that to Rob because he's an expert on Wemby and Otani.
Can add Lamine
I mean,
Yamal
I've
as well.
watched
No?
a lot of Otani. I got
Yes.
obsessed with him briefly at the end of last year, and went through all that. And I was just like, how is he that good at doing both things? And those games where he was actually doing both things in the same game. Jadeja's just hit the ball down to third man by the way. It's like watching Jack Callis bat in T20 to watching Jadeja today. I couldn't believe how good he was and the things he did. So I went into a bit of a maths dive on how likely it was for him to do what he did in one of those games. What did he do, Jared? Like no hits and 3 homers or something ridiculous.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And it was like genuinely getting towards 1 in a million probability that anyone could do that.
Is it in baseball? I'm trying to remember the numbers on a no-hitter. It's
I'm going to look him up.
I've looked it up before because they compared a no-hitter to a 10-wicket haul in Test cricket, and I've looked up the odds and they're very, very different. Because you get a lot of no-hitters in it. But I did that because in the Aaron Sorkin TV show, they're explaining Anil Kumble's 10-wicket haul, although it's not him, it's someone else who takes it, but it's basically Anil Kumble's 10-wicket haul, and they compare it to a no-hitter. So I think there's a no-hitter every 10,000 games, I want to say, Rob. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. But basically, I was like, I'm going to have to work out how likely this is. And it was so unlikely. I couldn't believe. Right, this is what I wrote. Taking the all-time stats as a reasonable representation of the likelihood of these things happening, I make the odds of one guy doing both in the same game 45,312 to 1 is what I worked out. So that was 3 homers,
7-run over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm bored of this game.
Thank me later, guys.
Bored of Jadeja's innings. So what he did was he hit only 12 hitters had ever hit 3 home runs in a postseason game, and he did that. And only 26 pitchers had ever recorded 10 plus strikeouts, 2 or less hits, and no runs. And he did both in the same game. So yeah, I worked it out, and it was 45,000 to 1. And I think what Suyavanshi's doing is more impressive because he's a child.
And Victor Wembanyama, just for those who don't know, in the NBA, started his career at 7'4". We now think he's about 7'7", and can dribble and can shoot, and maybe the best defensive player that has ever existed already. On impact metrics, he's very close to being that, and he's barely started his career. And Vaibhav is definitely in that, in with these two guys as just.
I would add one more guy, Lamine Yamal from football. Rob, would you say he's also in this conversation? Because they say he's like the next Messi. I don't know how much.
Yeah, but Messi wouldn't be in this conversation at his peak with these three.
Messi's already happened. I don't know about Yamal.
Right?
Like Yamal looks unbelievably good at football, but he's not doing stuff that no one's ever done.
That's what I mean. I don't think Messi's an anomaly, is he?
Which
like,
is what
there are other
he is, I
footballers
think.
who had played like Messi before. He was just slightly better at playing like them.
Oh yeah.
No, he
Right?
he had
That's
his
what I'm
own.
saying.
He had his own technique, Messi.
Yeah,
like,
but
no
you're
one's
not-
done it like that.
You're not talking about someone who is like Serena Williams is an anomaly, right? Because she's a genuine
think
power
Messi is also
player
an
in
anomaly.
women's tennis who plays late into her life. Messi might have a slightly different technique, but he's playing the same game as other players, right? Whereas if you look at Victor Wembanyama, having a 7'7" guy who can shoot 3-pointers is not. This has never existed before, right?
But
Like
wasn't
that
there the
is-
thing for Messi as well, where they had his stats and like on every metric he was like the best player, like or at least one of the best players?
Oh yeah, but that
yeah.
as I said, you could put that's not an anomaly. That's just someone who's really good at what they do, right? So Novak Djokovic is probably not an anomaly. He could still be
Yeah,
the
that I
greatest
can
tennis
see.
player of all time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Whereas
That I can
Otani,
see.
we hadn't had the last player who did anything like Otani was 100 years earlier, and it's Babe Ruth.
And when is Suyavanschi going to start pointing at sections of the crowd that he's going to hoof the ball into? Because that's what I want from him now. Just want the old.
So just to point out, so PG back saying, I'd say Messi is different to anyone before. I'd never seen anyone turn with him, but people have turned, right? That's very different from that type of player never existing anymore. You're saying he's turned better. What I'm saying is that these other 3 guys that we're talking about at the moment are genuine anomalies, even if they're not as good as Messi, right? Messi might still end up having a better career than all 3 of them.
Yeah.
That's very, very different than what we're talking about here, which is literally these guys are freaks that have never existed before.
So
no
there was-
one has done what Vibar has done before, right? Like that's just not a thing that's happened.
No, there's a piece that Matthew Iyer did. It was like maybe even a chapter of one of his books that I really liked about Messi, and he tried to technically break it down why he was better than everybody else, and he does a really good job. He's very good at presenting arguments and presenting cases for things, right? And it was like, well, this is what he does with his feet. And if you break it down, every single cue that every defender has got in their brain is completely goes completely haywire, because Messi goes in and out and out and in, and you can't, he does things with his body and his feet that no one else does, right? It's impossible.
So people are getting this wrong. People are saying if Messi is not a freak. I'm not saying he's not a freak, right? Most of the best athletes of all time in any of their sports are freaks. He's not an anomaly. He is the continuation of football, and as Rob has said, he has the ability to put people off in a small way. If Messi was 6'8" and was doing what Messi did, he would be an anomaly, right? If Messi was the world's best footballer and was doing Roberto Carlos's goals from 50 meters
and he
away,
went in goal for the second half when they needed him to.
He would be an anomaly. What we're looking for here is, as I said, Shohei Ohtani, no pitcher, has been a good hitter for 100 years in baseball. And Shohei Ohtani has a genuine case to be top 15 as a hitter and a pitcher at the same time. That is an anomaly. Ohtani is changing the sport. Victor Wembanyama, watch the NBA when Victor Wembanyama is playing. People dribble into the paint, they see him, and they turn around and they dribble back out of the paint again. That is completely different to what we're talking about with Messi. Right?
What about
Messi is
Jokic?
just a great.
With
What about
Messi, would
Jokic?
it not be a
Where'd you put
case
him?
of like?
Yeah, Jokic is very similar again. I don't think he's on the Victor Wembanyama level, though, right? I'd say he's probably a step down. And also because before Jokic, you do have Magic Johnson and you have LeBron James. So there are other people who compare to Jokic a little bit, but not quite on the same level. I don't think. But yeah, he's a smaller anomaly.
The football equivalent would be someone who can also defend and like attack. I assume.
Yes,
Like,
no,
Yeah.
it's somebody
What do you guys
who goes as the goalkeeper when they need him to, and then he comes out and scores all the goals. And there's been so there's a guy called Jorge Campos that used to do a bit of that, Mexican guy, and he also designed his own kits that were absolutely incredible. Go and look him up. He was around in the sort of early 90s. And then Chilavert used to come out, Paraguayan guy, used to come out and take amazing free kicks when he was the goalkeeper, and he would take penalties and all that sort of thing. And then one of my all-time heroes is Rene Higuita. And Rene Higuita would play in goal and just come out and try and dribble past everybody. If they had a penalty, he took it. If he had a corner, he would go up for it. If he's just one of those guys.
There was
ridiculous.
I mean, I'm trying to think, is it Wayne Gretzky in hockey who came up with basically a new method to play ice hockey, right? Where he would go around the goalkeepers and come back at them from the other side. I think it was Wayne Gretzky who kind of like pioneered that. Even that is just like, that's a new method of doing it. Everyone else was able to copy that straight away, right? So that is even within that, that's only a small anomaly. When you're like Shohei Ohtani, everyone can look at Shohei Ohtani. It might be we might never get another baseballer like him for another 100 years. That's probably not going to be the case with a lot of these other great athletes that we just talked about now. That's when we're talking about an anomaly, right? Like Bradman is a genuine anomaly, right?
So Tiger Woods came into golf and ripped it, and then everybody just redesigned their bodies and started ripping it, right? Is everybody going to look, because you can try and bowl like Bumrah as much as you want, but you're not going to be able to, I don't think. But are we going to see people trying to biomechanically replicate the bat swing? Because that's where it all comes from, Suyvanshi, this incredible like double bat swing that he's got. I'm not very good at this technical chat, but I want to see somebody go into it and go, right, now we're going to get kids to do this, because this is clearly an extremely effective way of propelling the ball miles, because Chris Gale's way of propelling the ball miles was just get incredibly strong, and he's a big strong man anyway, and then he just belted it everywhere, right? Because he's incredibly strong. That's what Romario does when he hits it. That's what Andre did when he hit the ball. But Suyvanshi is not. He's using a child body to hit like Chris Gale. So how the hell is he doing it?
Exactly. Yeah, and also if let's say you copy the backswing, right? And I don't think it's an easy thing to copy because I think it's a bit like all the people who used to try and bat like Lara, right? And it's like that is a hard bat swing to do. But also you need the advanced batting processing skills that he has, right? So yes, I'm sure there'll be a bunch of kids who can copy the backswing. Can they do everything else that goes with that, right? That's when you're an anomaly, right? There are lots of centers in the NBA who can shoot 3-pointers at the moment. They're not 7'5" or 7'6" with an 8'4" wingspan or whatever Victor Wembanyama has, right? It's the combination of all of those things that make you a genuine, like Murali, right? Other people did bowl with Murali's action, right? But because they didn't have a double jointed wrist and a double jointed elbow, it didn't come out the same, right? Even when people tried to bowl like Murali illegally on purpose to imitate him, it didn't have the same impact. That's an anomaly.
Fair.
We've got another one here. Yamal has been pocketed by the top left back. VS hit boom. I have no idea what that means.
I get that. He's basically saying the top left back. I don't know who he is referring to. I've not been following, but like basically the top left back in football got the better of him while Vaibhav Suryavanshi hit Jasprit Bumrah and now Josh Hazelwood as well and Bhumi, like whoever is coming across him. So
Do you, Rob will know this guy. I don't know if the rest of you have heard of him. There was a guy called Jonah Lomu who played rugby union in the 90s. Anyone else ever heard of him?
what sport?
Rugby union. Right?
Incredible man.
He changed rugby union forever because he was the first big, strong man who could run as fast as anyone else and couldn't be tackled. Right? So he was faster than everyone. And if you did get to him, it didn't matter because he ran through you like a truck, right? After Jonah Lomu, how many players in rugby play like him now, Rob? Like every second South African comes through and is built like Jonah Lomu now.
Yeah.
He's an outlier, but he's not an anomaly because other people have gone on to play the same way.
So he changed the game. So basically, he turned up, and it used to be that the winger was the guy that didn't want any trouble. So he didn't get in any. He didn't get in any scraps, and he didn't do tackling and stuff like that. He was just the fastest man you had. So when you had space, you threw the ball to the winger, and then he just belts down the line and scores. But New Zealand produced this like 6'4", 18 stone of solid muscle. Incredibly, he used to run the 100 in like 11 seconds or something. And he went on the wing. And if anyone tackled him, he just ran over them like a bulldozer. And
they would literally
anyway.
be hanging on to him, and he's still just running down the wing.
Just watch him play England in the World Cup, right? And he was a young kid when he did it.
Yeah.
And they discussed. So he burst onto the scene in a World Cup where he was battering through really, really good players, and there's like 3 of them trying to take him down at once. And he goes, "No, hat trick, cheers, thanks, bye." And then it transpired that he actually had a really bad like kidney disorder, and he was running on like 40% at the time. He died young, didn't he? He died at 40 or something. And he changed the sport because everybody went, well, we can get big, fast people and put them on the wing and then see what happens. I don't know if anyone's ever done it as well as he did.
No. But I mean, he was still a great, but that's just normal rugby now, what he did, right? And the guys now are bigger than him as well in those same positions. So that's a perfect example of, changing it. It's the same as the first guys who like worked out serve volley in tennis, right? I'm sure they had lots of success. Actually, maybe one of the more interesting ones is probably someone like Rod Laver in tennis, of someone who was like that. But an anomaly is something that you can't really recreate, right? It's a freak of nature that will never happen again, anything like it.
So can I just tell you what an anomaly is? The absolute definition of one is playing out in front of our eyes right now.
Exactly.
Is it Romario going for singles?
Figures this game. Let me just talk you through his spell. Romario Shepherd, this is 1 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 1 1. Romario Shepherd, everybody. That's not possible. Jadeja has just turned cricket into the most boring thing of all time when we had the child making it the most fun thing of all time in the same innings.
Wait.
There we go. We're back to normal. Back to
Muscle
real life.
memory.
We're
Kicking
back to
in for a
reality.
batter.
Massive, great big 6. And Suryavanshi didn't even score the most runs for his team in this game. What a fraud.
I honestly think RCB have done well in this game. Like considering the 73 of 72, it's come down to the last 2. So
They were
Blue Eagle
129
says-
and 8.
Oh, sorry.
And
Blue Eagle says,
batting
is
as well,
Suryavanshi more gifted than De Villiers? We're a long way off working all that sort of stuff out. Also,
let's wait a bit more.
it's also worth remembering that De Villiers was great at other sports and also one of the world's best fielders and could wicket keep. So if you're looking at all-round gift, but yeah, there's so much time that will happen. We've actually had some young players come in before.
That is the game.
Obviously not in the modern era, but how old? I think Neil Harvey was a teenager, and obviously Sachin himself. They were both teenagers. Actually, I think Neil Harvey might have averaged over 50 for the first couple of years.
He made lots of runs in his very first series, I believe.
Yeah, was it over 60 maybe, Cheyenne? You might
Oh, the
remember
game's
that.
over. Finally.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, fucking hell.
What
What
a
do you mean,
shame.
thank God?
Okay.
That's great.
All right.
Bloody hell, Jadeja deserves to be. I don't know what to say.
Kuna wants to give us more money. He says, if India does not have a 50% win probability for World Cup, it at least has 33%. No one gave a damn after the World Cup win, and it's going to get normalized. As I said, same thing happened with Australia, man. Thank you for the free money. Matt, you know much about Matt Letizia other than, doesn't he occasionally say like really weird racist things?
So Matt Letizia was a phenomenally gifted footballer who used to turn up. He would go to like McDonald's drive-through on the way to training and have 3 double cheeseburgers or whatever, and just rock up to training. And then Southampton, who he played for through his whole career, got an England World Cup winning manager, a guy called Alan Ball was the manager, and he came in. He said, "Right, I've cracked it, lads. I know." And they had international players and lots of highly paid people. He said, we're going to get Southampton to the best place we can be, and this is how we're going to do it. All you have to do is you lot run around loads and pass the ball to Letizia and let him do his thing. Make sure he's got space. And he didn't have to do any running. He just stood somewhere roughly like 25 yards out. And then literally once every 2 weeks, he would score a worldie, or sometimes 2 and sometimes 3. And it was like he was just there with his, almost like figuratively smoking a cigarette, hands in his pockets, and would just belt them into the top corner. But now he's come out as a really weird...
He's like an
terrible
alt-right
politics
troll,
or
isn't it, or
chat.
something? Yeah.
I don't know what he is, but he's one of those people that you really don't want him to speak publicly, yet he does it quite a lot.
Thank you very much to Akshay, Varun, Cheyenne, Vignesh in the production booth. I don't know if Rakshit's been around as well, but thank you to everyone who has come on and chatted, all the comments, the subscriptions and everything else. Remember, you can go to combox.tv and you can sign up for our app when that gets made, which is not too far away. We're on our way there as well. And we'll be here for every day of the IPL doing these watch-alongs. After this, we'll have a quick break, and then me and Rob will come back and do a podcast as well. But we'll see you again tomorrow for 2 games here on Combox. Combox. The game lives on.